Kale had always thought the world was a place measured in simple rhythms. The rising and setting of the sun, the whisper of wind through pine trees, the soft creak of the porch he had grown up on. Brighthaven, his village, clung to the edge of the northern highlands like a pearl on jagged cliffs, surrounded by forests that whispered secrets in every season. Life was simple, predictable, safe, until the sky fractured. It began with a tremor in the air, subtle at first, a hum beneath his feet and a vibration in the wind that carried no familiar scent. Kale stepped out onto his porch, adjusting the strap of his satchel. He thought it might be an early storm, a crack of thunder, or a gust from the mountains. But the air had a taste of raw power, something electric and strange that raised the hairs on his arms. Then the shadow passed. Not a cloud, not the brush of a bird, but a living darkness that eclipsed the sun, stretching its wings over Brighthaven. People stopped in the streets, hands shading eyes, hearts skipping a beat. Farmers abandoned their wagons. Children froze mid-step. And in the clearing beyond the forest, the shadow landed. Was a dragon. But not the dragons told of in tales meant to frighten children. This one was vast, scales glinting even in the shade, wings bent awkwardly as if the very air weighed down on them. Sparks danced along broken edges of its wings. Its body bore scars of battle, burns, and the jagged edges of something ancient. The ground quaked beneath it. Kale's heart hammered against his ribs. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. But he couldn't. Curiosity, awe, and something deeper, something he didn't yet understand, pushed him forward. He crossed the stream that ran along the forest edge, the sound of rushing water deafened by the roar of the dragon's ragged exhale. Smoke curled from its nostrils, the smell of ash and ozone filling Kale's lungs. Its eyes were the color of molten gold, vast and intelligent, piercing right through him. Kale froze in place, a wave of recognition flooding through him as if the dragon knew him, or perhaps knew what he was capable of. Then he spoke. I can help. The dragon's head twitched. A low, rumbling sound vibrated in Kale's chest. Few humans speak without fear. Few approach without trembling. I'm not afraid, Kale whispered. I want to help. Tell me what I can do. The dragon's gaze softened slightly, and Kale saw the faint glow of a long-dormant sigil in its eyes. A pulse of warmth spread through him from the mark on his chest, a faint, intricate symbol he had discovered weeks ago in a cave etched into the mountains. Its meaning had been a mystery, but now it pulsed with recognition, a silent communication bridging species, instinct, and destiny. You are chosen, the dragon's voice resonated not in sound but in Kale's mind. Chosen to see me as I am. Not as weapon, not as legend, not as myth, but as what must survive. Kale swallowed. I'll do whatever it takes. The dragon's wings trembled, sending shards of light and shadow across the clearing. Then you are the Sky Herald, it said, the one who will walk between worlds, between fire and stone, between the sky and humanity. Kale's stomach twisted. Sky Herald? Between worlds? He had never been important, never been noticed beyond the village borders. Yet the weight of the words pressed against his chest, not as fear but as responsibility. He stepped closer, hand raised, shaking. When his fingers brushed the dragon's cracked scales near its jaw, heat and power radiated through him. The dragon exhaled, smoke curling around Kale's arm like a protective cloak. It was pain, yes, but also a promise. You will walk this path, the dragon said. But it is not yours alone. I don't need to walk it alone, Kale said, determination growing in his chest. I will face it. Whatever comes. The dragon's eyes glimmered. Then it begins. The path of the Sky Herald. The path that will determine whether worlds collide or unite. Kale's gaze swept across the villagers who had begun to creep toward the clearing. Farmers, children, and guards hesitated, fear etched into every face. They looked at the dragon, then at him, unsure whether to run or freeze, their whispers carried on the wind. Kale raised his voice, loud and firm, as if shouting into the air itself. It is hurt. It is not our enemy. Help it and it will not harm us. Some villagers stepped forward, their courage fragile but real. They brought cloth, water, ropes, and simple tools. Kale directed them carefully, improvising splints, tending to burns, calming the dragon's anxious movements. The hours stretched, sunlight shifting across the mountains, and Kale never left the dragon's side. Each moment was a lesson in patience, trust, and communication beyond words. The dragon's breathing grew steadier, the glow in its eyes intensifying faintly. The mark on Kale's chest throbbed in time with the dragon's pulse, a living connection forming that neither fully understood yet. When dusk fell, the dragon moved its massive head to Kale's shoulder, a gesture of acknowledgement. The boy realized with a thrill that his life had shifted irreversibly. He was no longer simply a human on a porch in Brighthaven. He was a herald, a bridge between humans and dragons, between worlds. And the dragon was not dying, not truly. It had survived to meet him, to forge a bond that would shape the future of both species. The first crack of night fell over the clearing. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a message Kale could not yet interpret. The journey had begun, and neither man nor dragon would be the same again. Night fell over Brighthaven like a velvet curtain, dotted with stars that flickered faintly above the forested cliffs. Kale stayed by the dragon's side, sitting on a flat rock that overlooked the clearing. The villagers had retreated to the edges, unsure whether to sleep or keep watch. Lanterns flickered in the village streets below, tiny points of light against the growing darkness. The dragon, though resting, remained tense. Its tail coiled around a fallen tree, wings partially folded but twitching occasionally. Smoke escaped its nostrils in gentle puffs, curling into the cool night air. Kale studied the creature, noting every scar, every jagged ridge, every eye that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge. The enormity of it all pressed on him, the size, the history, the weight of a destiny he did not yet fully understand. "Do you remember?" Kale asked softly, breaking the silence. "Do you remember what it was like when you were young?" The dragon's eyes shimmered, a flicker of light moving across its golden irises. "I remember skies without humans, without stone cities. I remember storms that were friends, not threats. I remember fire that warmed, not burned. And I remember loss that stretches longer than any human lifetime." Kale swallowed. The weight of that memory pressed against his chest. Loss, like the way people die? Yes. And worse. Empires rise and fall, and in their shadows we suffer. And yet, some still choose to reach out. Some still choose to help. The boy shivered slightly, a mix of fear and awe. "Then I want to be one of those ones who choose." The dragon inclined its head, a gesture so slight yet so profound that Kale felt a shiver of connection ripple through him. "Then you will be tested. Not by me, not by these villagers, but by the storms ahead." Kale's heart thudded. Storms? The dragon's tail flexed. "The world is not as stable as you imagine. Winds shift. Skies tear. Kings and warlords awaken ambitions that ripple far beyond their borders. And dragons remember old debts. The skies are restless, Kale. And you are the Sky Herald." Kale stared at the horizon. He had imagined adventure before, tales of heroes, dragons, and distant lands, but never imagined being at the center of one. Never imagined carrying a responsibility that could sway the fate of worlds. The first sound of approaching footsteps made both human and dragon tense. Kale turned to see Rain, the village blacksmith's son, stepping carefully into the clearing, holding a lantern. His face was pale, but his eyes held determination. You actually came?" Kale asked. Rain nodded, trying to keep his voice steady. "I wanted to see for myself. Everyone's afraid, but I believe you can help it." The dragon's eyes flicked to Rain. "You are brave, but do you understand what bravery costs?" Rain swallowed hard. "I want to understand." Kale gave him a small, reassuring nod. "Then stay close. Watch, learn, help when you can. We're going to need everyone willing to stand." The hours stretched into deep night. Kale, Rain, and a few of the braver villagers worked to stabilize the dragon, using ropes to secure its wings, pouring water over its scorched scales, and whispering words of comfort. Each small success, the dragon breathing steadily, the fire in its eyes brightening slightly, was celebrated silently, a reminder of how fragile and yet resilient life could be. Around midnight, the dragon stirred, shifting its massive head to look directly at Kale. "There is something approaching." Kale's stomach tightened. "What is it?" "Not an enemy, not yet. But someone is watching. Someone who knows of you, of me, of this bond. They will come." Before Kale could ask more, a strange shimmer appeared along the tree-line at the edge of the clearing. Light flickered unnaturally as if the moon itself had bent toward them, revealing a figure cloaked in silver robes. Their presence radiated authority, and Kale felt the air thicken around him. The dragon growled softly, low in its throat. "They are not here to destroy, yet. But they are curious, and curiosity can be dangerous." The figure stepped forward, revealing a hooded face that glimmered faintly in the lantern light. Kale's pulse raced. This was no villager. No traveler. This was someone otherworldly. "Kale of Brighthaven," the figure said, voice both melodic and commanding. "You have made your choice. You have seen what others refuse to see. And now, you must understand what that means. Kale swallowed. Who are you? The figure lowered the hood slightly, revealing eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. I am a guardian of the skyways, they said. One who has watched dragons and humans for centuries. Your bond with this dragon, it is the beginning of something that has not happened in millennia. But be warned, the path you choose is fraught with peril. Forces both human and draconic will rise against you. The dragon's gaze fixed on the guardian, its massive head lowering as if in recognition. They know. They always know. And they wait. Kale's fingers twitched. I don't know if I'm ready. No one is ever ready, the dragon's thought rumbled in his mind. But readiness is irrelevant. The world moves whether you are ready or not. You move with it or it moves over you. The guardian stepped closer, raising one hand, and a faint glow emanated from their palm, casting silver light over the clearing. Tomorrow you will begin your journey. The villagers will not understand, the lands beyond will test you, and your first choice will determine what follows. But tonight, rest. Learn to hear the sky, Kale. The sky speaks to those who listen. Kale nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the dragon's golden gaze. He felt the mark on his chest pulse, stronger now as if responding to the guardian's presence. Somehow he knew that this bond, the dragon, the guardian, and himself, was only the beginning. As the guardian vanished into the forest, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air, Kale leaned against the dragon's massive side, exhaustion finally overtaking adrenaline. He whispered softly, I don't know what's coming, but I'll face it. The dragon exhaled, smoke curling gently. And I will face it with you. Night deepened, stars wheeling overhead. Somewhere beyond the forest and the cliffs, the winds carried rumors of change. Distant armies stirring, ancient enemies awakening, skies that had slept for centuries now restless. And in the clearing, a human and a dragon slept side by side, the first bonds of the sky herald forming, silent and unbreakable. Dawn broke slowly over Bright Haven, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and gold. Kale stirred first, the soft wind brushing against his face. The dragon, still massive even in repose, shifted beside him, opening one enormous eye to watch him. The first rays of sunlight caught the edges of its cracked scales, turning them into molten streaks of bronze and fire. Kale felt the warmth radiate from the creature, a comfort and a reminder that his decision had consequences far beyond his imagination. He rose to his feet, careful not to disturb the dragon further, and surveyed the clearing. The villagers had begun to emerge, cautious and whispering. Their eyes, wide with awe and fear, darted between Kale and the dragon. Some clutched each other, others hid behind trees, and a few brave ones, mostly the young men and women who had helped the previous night, approached slowly, carrying water, blankets, and tools. Kale raised a hand, signaling for patience. We need to remain calm, he said. The dragon isn't here to harm us, and it won't move against you unless provoked. Stay back, help when I ask, and watch closely. The dragon exhaled a slow plume of smoke, curling skyward as if agreeing with him. Its wings flexed slightly, testing the air, and a shiver ran down Kale's spine. It was an immense creature, capable of power beyond reckoning. The first challenge of the morning came from the village elders, who had gathered at the edge of the clearing. Their faces were stern, lines of worry etched deep, eyes suspicious and fearful. Kale, the elder named Harlan called, his voice trembling despite its attempt at authority. What is this abomination in our woods? Have you brought a monster to Bright Haven? Kale stepped forward. It is not a monster. It is a dragon, yes, but it is alive, it is intelligent, and it is wounded. It needs our help, not our swords or anger. The villagers murmured among themselves. Fear and disbelief mingled with curiosity. A few whispered, Is he mad? A dragon here? Harlan's hands trembled as he held a staff, a symbol of his authority. Dragons are not of our world. They bring fire, death, and chaos. How can we trust this creature? Kale's eyes met the dragon's gaze, and in that moment he understood a truth that transcended words. The dragon was not merely a beast. It was a sentient being capable of judgment, memory, and perhaps even compassion. I trust it, Kale said firmly. And I am asking you to trust me. Some of the villagers stepped forward hesitantly, drawn by Kale's conviction. Others remained rooted in fear, their minds too clouded by legends and past stories of destruction. The dragon's voice entered Kale's mind again, low and rumbling. Do not worry about them. They will follow when they are ready. Focus on what must be done. Kale nodded, understanding the weight of the task. He turned to the dragon. We need to stabilize your wing further. It's not enough to just bind it, we need to ensure you can move again. The dragon shifted, allowing Kale to inspect the damage. Splintered bone protruded through charred scales, muscles torn and blackened by burns. Kale's hands shook as he applied poultices of herbs and water, wrapping the wing in reinforced cloth and wooden braces. Sweat poured down his face, but he did not stop, even when the dragon hissed in pain, the sound vibrating through the clearing. Hours passed. The villagers, under Kale's guidance, helped when necessary, gathering herbs, holding the dragon's limbs steady, and even offering words of encouragement. Slowly, methodically, they worked together, a fragile alliance forming between humans and a creature that had once been feared as a harbinger of death. By midday, the dragon could move its wings slightly without agony. It stretched and flexed, testing the brace, its eyes flicking toward Kale with what seemed like gratitude. Kale felt the mark on his chest pulse in response, the connection between him and the dragon strengthening with each heartbeat. Then came the sound of distant horns. Kale's blood ran cold. He turned toward the northern mountains, where the wind carried the faint echo of a deep, resonant call. The dragon stiffened, its tail lashing, smoke rising from its nostrils. They're coming. Riders, and not friendly ones. Kale's mind raced. We don't have time. Everyone back. Get to the village walls. The villagers scrambled, some fearful, some determined. The dragon rose slowly, massive wings unfurling, creating gusts that sent dust and debris flying. Its roar was deafening, echoing across the highlands, a warning and a call to arms. Kale climbed onto a nearby boulder, signaling the villagers, his heart pounding. Stay calm. Follow my lead. We defend the dragon or it cannot survive, and neither can we if it falls. The first riders appeared on the horizon, a squad of armored horsemen, black banners fluttering in the wind. Their presence radiated authority and menace, a force that had likely tracked the dragon for miles. Kale knew instantly, they were not here for diplomacy. They had come to claim the dragon either for power or for death. The dragon's eyes glimmered with anticipation and pain. Stand with me, it said in Kale's mind. Do not falter. Your courage binds this moment. Kale swallowed, gripping a long staff he had taken from the village armory. I don't know if we can stop them, he said aloud, but we will try. We must. With a tremendous beat of its wings, the dragon lifted slightly into the air, its shadow falling over the village like a protective canopy. The horsemen halted at the edge of the clearing, unsure whether to advance against a wounded but colossal beast. Kale felt the weight of destiny pressing down on him. This was no longer a simple act of kindness. This was the first battle, though unarmed, between human courage, dragon power, and the forces that sought to dominate them both. And in that moment, Kale realized that nothing would ever be the same. Brighthaven, the dragon, and the boy who had become the Sky Herald were now bound together, and the storm on the horizon was only the beginning. The horsemen halted at the forest's edge, black banners snapping sharply in the wind, their eyes wide with caution and calculation. Their leader, a tall figure in dark, polished armor with a helm etched in swirling runes, raised a hand and the men tightened their formation. Kale's pulse raced, and he gripped his staff as the dragon's shadow stretched over the clearing, scales shimmering in the early morning sun like molten metal. Kale stepped forward, heart pounding, and raised his voice. We mean no harm to humans who respect life. Leave now and no blood will be spilled. The leader's voice rang out, metallic and cold. The dragon is not yours to command, boy. Its life belongs to power, to those who can wield it. Kale's stomach twisted. It belongs to no one but itself. And I will not let you harm it. The dragon flexed its wings, causing gusts of wind to whip through the clearing, bending trees and rattling stones. Kale felt the energy hum in the air, the dragon's strength coiling like a storm, ready to unleash fire and fury. Wait, the dragon's thought entered Kale's mind. We are not to strike recklessly. Show them courage, not destruction. Let them decide their choice. Kale took a deep breath, grounding himself. We will not fight unless forced. Step forward, and you bring war upon yourselves. The horsemen hesitated, the tension crackling like electricity. Their leader narrowed his eyes, clearly underestimating the boy and the dragon alike. He gestured sharply, and a rider advanced, swinging a sword with lethal precision. Before the blade could strike, the dragon extended a wing in a sweeping arc, the wind catching the rider and hurling him backward into the dust. Kale's heart thudded, a mixture of awe and fear at the dragon's controlled power. The other riders hesitated, unsure whether to press the attack or retreat. Kale stepped closer to the dragon, hand pressed against its hot, rugged scales. Control your fear, the dragon's thought rumbled in his mind. Courage guides action, not anger. I don't want to fight, Kale shouted. We are here to protect, not destroy. Leave now or face consequences you cannot imagine. The leader's voice was sharp. You dare threaten my men? The dragon's roar shattered the morning air, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through Kale's bones. Lightning-like sparks flashed across its scales as it flexed its wings, the ground trembling beneath their weight. The horsemen faltered. Even their leader took a cautious step back. Kale's voice rang clear over the roar. We fight only for survival and protection. If you value your lives, you will retreat now. The tension lingered for a long heartbeat, then another. And then, slowly, the leader lowered his hand. This is not over, boy, he said, voice heavy with warning. But today we yield. Your dragon is yours, for now. Kale exhaled in relief, his hands trembling, but the dragon's eyes softened in what Kale recognized as pride. The bond between them had been tested, and they had survived together. As the horsemen vanished into the horizon, the dragon landed gently, wings folding around its massive body. Kale approached, laying a hand on its jagged scales. We did it, he whispered. We survived the first trial. The dragon's massive head dipped, eyes glimmering. This was only the beginning. Many trials will follow. Forces far greater than these men will challenge you, Kale. But remember this, courage, wisdom, and trust, these are your weapons. Not swords, not armies. Kale nodded solemnly. I understand. Whatever comes, I will face it. Together. Hours later, as the sun climbed higher, the villagers returned to the clearing, hesitant but curious. They looked at the dragon with awe, some bowing their heads in reverence, others simply staring, mouths agape. Kale spoke to them, teaching them the value of patience and understanding, of respect for a creature far beyond their comprehension. By nightfall, Kale and the dragon had forged a bond that transcended words. The boy understood that he was no longer just a villager, he was the Sky Herald, a bridge between worlds, a protector of dragons and humans alike. And the dragon, though wounded, had found in him a companion and a guide, someone who could navigate both the sky and the human heart. As Kale settled against the dragon's side for the night, the stars stretched endlessly overhead, glittering like distant fires. Somewhere, far beyond Brighthaven, the winds whispered of battles, kingdoms, and dragons that had long slumbered stirring once more. The journey of the Sky Herald had begun, not with a sword, not with conquest, but with compassion, courage, and a single daring choice. And Kale knew, deep in his heart, that the skies themselves would never be the same again. The morning after Kale's first encounter with the dragon, the village of Brighthaven hummed with quiet tension. The villagers moved like shadows among the stone cottages, casting wary glances toward the clearing where the dragon rested. Some whispered about the boy's courage, others about the dragon's fury, and still others speculated on what forces might come next. Kale stood on the edge of the clearing, the dragon towering above him, wings folded but still casting a vast shadow over the grass. Draxus, the name Kale had given the creature, after a faint whisper in the dragon's mind, shifted its massive head, looking toward the northern mountains where the dark banners had disappeared the day before. They'll come back, Kale murmured, feeling the weight of the Sky Herald mark throbbing against his chest. And next time they'll bring more than a handful of men. They always do, Draxus rumbled, smoke curling from its nostrils. But you are no longer alone. Courage is contagious, Kale. Watch, learn, and prepare. Kale nodded, scanning the horizon. He knew that survival would depend not just on bravery but on strategy. He had learned in his childhood to track animals, to read the winds, to anticipate the weather, and now he would have to read armies, dragons, and the fragile courage of men. From the village's northern edge, a scout emerged, running swiftly with a panting breath. Kale? They're coming. Hundreds, maybe more. I saw them over the ridge. Dragons, too. Kale's eyes widened. The first real test had arrived. Not a single dragon but a full contingent, armored riders astride dragons, black banners fluttering, eyes set on the same clearing. The scout gasped, barely able to catch his breath. They'll reach the village in under an hour. Kale's mind raced. Hundreds of riders, each with their own dragon. Brighthaven cannot withstand this alone. He turned to Draxus. We need a plan. We can't just meet them head-on, they'll overwhelm us. Draxus flexed its wings, shaking the morning dew from the edges. No, we cannot fight blindly. But we can strike with precision, with fear and awe as our allies. Kale drew a deep breath. We'll lure them into the valley where the cliffs and forests will limit their numbers. We can use fire, the terrain, and the villagers who are brave enough to stand with us. Do you think we can? We must, Draxus rumbled. The Sky Herald cannot falter. Lead them wisely or the first battle will be the last. Kale gathered the villagers who had proven their courage the previous day. He spoke firmly, every word measured, every pause deliberate. Today we fight not just for ourselves but for the dragon, for Brighthaven, and for the chance to protect the world from those who would enslave it. I will not lie to you, this will be dangerous. But courage is not the absence of fear, it is action in spite of it. Murmurs of fear mingled with determination. Slowly more villagers stepped forward. Farmers grabbed axes, hunters readied longbows, and a handful of young warriors, mostly children of the blacksmiths and millers, stood at the front, faces pale but resolute. Kale turned to Draxus. We'll need you to create a path for them, force their formations to break. You can fly, strike, and retreat, use your fire sparingly but decisively. The dragon's eyes glimmered, gold reflecting the rising sun. I will follow your lead, Kale. But remember, even a single misstep can turn allies into casualties. As the first shimmer of movement appeared over the northern ridge, Kale's pulse quickened. The horizon was alive with motion. Hundreds of mounted riders atop dragons, their scales glinting in the sun, wings beating in unison, sending gusts that rippled the trees and sent birds scattering into the sky. Black banners waved ominously, each dragon rider a testament to years of discipline and battle. Kale gritted his teeth. Hold your positions. Wait for my signal. And remember, we fight for life, not for vengeance. The enemy dragons descended slowly, testing the wind currents, their riders scanning the valley below. Kale could see the glint of weapons, the flash of steel, and the faint shimmer of magical wards flickering over some of the dragon's scales. These were not ordinary raiders, they were disciplined, trained, and deadly. Draxus shifted slightly, wings unfurling, casting a massive shadow over Kale and the villagers. We strike with the first wave. Fear will be our weapon as much as fire. And remember, always retreat to safety when necessary. Kale's eyes narrowed. Understood. Then with a nod, Draxus leaped into the air, claws scraping the ground as wings unfolded fully. The wind howled around them, carrying the scent of ozone and fire. Kale raised his staff, signaling the villagers to release flaming arrows. The first volley struck the approaching enemy, hitting dragon scales and startling riders. Chaos rippled through the enemy formation. The Sky Herald and his dragon had made their presence known. Kale's heart pounded as he guided Draxus through the air, weaving between the attacking dragons with precision, striking with fire only when absolutely necessary. The villagers followed his instructions to the letter, arrows raining upon enemies, setting small flares that created illusions of larger forces. For a brief, intense moment, Kale realized the full magnitude of his responsibility. Every decision, every movement could mean life or death, not just for him but for the dragon, the villagers, and the very balance of the surrounding lands. The enemy adapted quickly, however. Riders coordinated their dragons, flanking from multiple directions. Kale gritted his teeth. Draxus, fall back to the forest edge. Use the trees for cover and wait for my signal to strike again. The dragon responded immediately, diving low between ancient trees, blending with shadows. Kale signaled the villagers to retreat along the ridge paths, guiding them with precision, forcing the enemy to spread out and lose cohesion. The first battle had begun. The forest shook under the beat of hundreds of dragon wings, the air filled with the metallic tang of burning leaves and the cries of startled birds. Kale ran along the ridge path, signaling villagers to follow the narrow trail he had scouted earlier. Each step was measured, each glance toward the skies calculated. Above him, Draxus weaved through the air with precision, diving between the towering oaks and forcing enemy dragons to break formation. The villagers, though terrified, followed Kale's guidance. Farmers with axes and spears, hunters with bows, even a few apprentices of the blacksmith clutched their small daggers and flung firepots where Kale directed. Fear was present, but so was determination, a spark Kale nurtured with every word. Hold steady, he shouted. Do not rush. Wait for my signal. One enemy dragon swooped low, its rider swinging a glaive with deadly precision. Kale ducked just in time, feeling the rush of wind as the blade sliced past. Draxus responded instantly, fire flaring from his maw, singeing the edge of the attacking dragon's wings. The rider lost balance and fell, the dragon screeching in pain as it spiraled away. Kale felt a thrill of triumph, tempered by the knowledge that many more were coming. He could see the enemy leader now, a tall figure atop a jet-black dragon, scales glinting with dark magic. The aura surrounding him was oppressive, each beat of his wings sending a shiver through the air. Kale's heart sank. Whoever this was, they were not just a soldier. They were a commander with knowledge and power that far exceeded anyone Kale had faced. "Draxus," Kale murmured, "we need to take them down together. Precision, not brute force." "I understand," Draxus rumbled, eyes narrowing, nostrils flaring with smoke. "But this one, they are strong. You must be ready for anything." The black dragon dove toward the village ridge, its rider calling out orders that carried magically, reaching the other attackers. Enemy dragons adjusted instantly, coordinating strikes to surround Kale and Draxus. The sky was alive with motion, fire, steel, and wings slicing through the wind. Kale signaled the villagers to release a second volley of arrows. This time he combined the attack with Draxus' aerial maneuvers. The dragon darted between enemy lines, firing blasts of controlled fire that created barriers of smoke and flame. Riders who had thought themselves safe were thrown into chaos, some losing control of their mounts. "Keep moving," Kale yelled, guiding the villagers along the ridge path. "Do not stop. The enemy wants to trap you here." Amid the chaos, Kale noticed a group of riders attempting to flank them from the valley below. He cursed under his breath. "We can't let them surround the village." He looked to Draxus. "I see them," the dragon's mind thought rumbled. "We strike now, quickly and decisively." With a beat of immense wings, Draxus surged toward the flanking dragons, dodging fire and claws with preternatural agility. Kale leapt from a boulder, staff raised, directing villagers to ignite more firepots and hurl them into the path of approaching enemies. Flames erupted along the valley floor, smoke curling upward and forcing the enemy dragons to adjust their flight paths. Several riders lost control, falling from their mounts into the dense trees, their dragons crashing with terrifying force. Kale's mind raced. The villagers were doing well, but this was only the first wave. The enemy leader circled above, jet-black wings glinting in the sunlight, eyes locked on Kale and Draxus. Every instinct in Kale's body screamed caution. "Draxus, we need to lure them closer to the cliffs," he shouted, pointing toward the narrow canyon just beyond the ridge. "We can use the terrain against them." The dragon banked sharply, wings slicing through the wind, fire blazing from its mouth in warning and intimidation. Kale watched as the enemy dragons hesitated, their formations faltering as the narrow paths below offered little room for maneuvering. Then the enemy leader descended, eyes fixed on Kale. The black dragon's wings kicked up dust and debris, and Kale felt the sheer power radiating from it. He steadied himself, remembering the dragon's words from the previous day: courage, wisdom, trust. Kale took a deep breath, gripping his staff tightly. "We fight together, Draxus. Now." With a thunderous roar, Draxus surged forward, flames spewing from his maw in arcs that split the enemy formation. Villagers flung arrows and firepots with renewed courage, striking at the chaos the dragon had created. Horses stumbled, dragons screeched, and riders fell, some fleeing in terror. The tide of battle had shifted, even if only slightly. Kale felt the pulse of the Sky Herald mark thrumming against his chest, a guiding force as he coordinated each movement. "Do not hesitate," Draxus urged in his mind. "Strike where it counts. Protect the weak. Lead them wisely." The enemy leader swooped down, blades flashing, trying to intimidate Kale directly. Draxus met him in the air, claws extended, fire erupting in a brilliant burst that forced the black dragon to retreat upward. Kale felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with fear. He was learning, yes, but the enemy was skilled, cunning, and far from defeated. Smoke, fire, and the echoing cries of dragons filled the air. Kale realized that this battle was more than a fight. It was a test. Not just of strength, but of strategy, courage, and the bond between human and dragon. Every arrow, every fire blast, every command would shape the outcome. And every mistake could be fatal. The first hour of the clash ended in a tense stalemate. Enemy dragons regrouped above the ridge, circling like predators, while Kale and Draxus landed temporarily behind a boulder for cover. The villagers, exhausted but alive, huddled together, their eyes wide with awe. Kale breathed heavily. "We've slowed them, but this isn't over. We need a plan to break their formation completely. We need to strike at their leader or we can't win this fight." Draxus lowered his massive head, smoke drifting from its nostrils. "I sense their weakness. A single coordinated strike, but you must act decisively. Hesitation will cost lives." Kale clenched his fists. "Then we strike decisively. Together." Above the ridge, the black banners fluttered, signaling the enemy's readiness for the next wave. Kale's jaw tightened. The true battle was only just beginning, and the first clash of clans would shape the war to come. The enemy dragons circled above the ridge like a storm ready to break, their wings beating in unison, stirring up gusts that tore at the trees and sent loose stones rolling down the valley. Kale crouched behind a jagged boulder, staff in hand, as Draxus flexed its wings, readying for another strike. The villagers huddled behind him, tense but determined, their earlier fear replaced by a fragile courage born of survival. "We need a distraction," Kale whispered, eyes scanning the black banners. "Something to scatter their formation and give us an opening to target their leader directly." Draxus' gaze flicked toward the western cliff, where the forest thinned and jagged rocks jutted skyward. "I can create a path. I can strike in tandem with you. But timing must be perfect. Hesitation means death." Kale nodded, heart pounding. "Then we do it. Everyone stay ready." He rose, raising his staff to signal the villagers. Hunters and archers stepped forward, firing volleys of arrows coated with flammable oil. Firepots streaked through the air, landing among the enemy dragons, forcing them to adjust their flight paths. Several riders struggled to maintain control, their dragons screeching as flames licked their wings. From above, Draxus dived. With a mighty roar, the dragon released a torrent of fire, targeting a cluster of enemy dragons attempting to flank them. The flames erupted like a molten wave, throwing horses and riders into chaos. The villagers took advantage of the disarray, firing arrows and hurling small firepots into openings, striking enemies who had thought themselves safe. Kale's pulse raced as he tracked the enemy leader, a tall figure on a black dragon, scales shimmering with a dark, unnatural gleam. The leader's eyes burned with fury, scanning for Kale and Draxus. "They're preparing a counterattack," Kale said, voice tense. "We need to strike before they regroup." Draxus' wings beat with immense power, carrying Kale higher into the sky. The wind whipped around them, the scent of smoke and ozone thick in the air. Kale clung tightly, staff ready, eyes fixed on the enemy leader. "Now," Kale shouted. "Strike together." Draxus lunged, claws extended, flames blasting from its mouth, forcing the black dragon to veer off course. Kale leapt from Draxus' back, spinning through the air, fire streaking past him, and landed atop a narrow cliff ridge, staff planted firmly. Below, the villagers moved into position, using the rocks and trees for cover. The enemy leader's dragon screeched, circling low to strike Kale. But Draxus was already in motion, swooping down to intercept. Fire met fire, claws met claws, the clash echoing through the valley like thunder. Kale watched in awe as the two dragons collided midair, their massive forms twisting and turning, flames erupting in every direction. The villagers, emboldened by Draxus' ferocity, pressed the attack from below. Spears, arrows and firepots rained down, striking enemy dragons already struggling to maintain formation. Chaos spread among the attackers. Some dragons veered off wildly, others crashed into trees or rocks, sending riders tumbling to the ground. Kale realized this was the moment to strike at the enemy leader directly. Using the ridge for leverage, he launched himself toward the black dragon, dodging fire and claws with precision. Draxus followed closely, providing cover, and together they closed the distance. The enemy leader met Kale's approach, sword gleaming, magical wards flickering in a protective barrier around him. Kale swung his staff with precision, deflecting a strike, then leapt backward, landing safely on a narrow ledge. Draxus roared, a signal that Kale understood immediately. "Distract him. Force him to break his focus." Kale nodded and began improvising, hurling small firepots in calculated arcs, creating a haze of smoke and light. The black dragon flinched, its rider's attention divided. Kale seized the moment, charging forward, staff raised high. With a final, coordinated strike, Draxus lashed out with claws and fire, knocking the black dragon off balance. The enemy leader's magical wards flickered, weakened by the assault. Kale lunged, striking the leader's helm with his staff, sending him tumbling from his dragon's back. The black dragon let out a terrifying roar, wings thrashing wildly. The leader hit the ground with a thud, dazed but alive, his army faltering as they watched their commander fall. Panic spread through the enemy ranks, dragons veered off course, riders struggled to regain control, and chaos became complete. Kale, breathing heavily, watched as Draxus landed beside him, smoke curling from his nostrils. "Well done," the dragon rumbled. "You have shown courage and wisdom. But remember, this was only the first battle. Many more are coming." The villagers cheered, rushing forward to aid the wounded and gather what they could from the battlefield. Some looked at Kale with newfound respect, others simply stared in awe at the dragon, understanding for the first time the scale of power they had allied with. Kale's gaze lifted toward the horizon, where the remaining enemy dragons retreated, regrouping beyond the northern ridge. He knew this was far from over. The battle had been won, but the war was only beginning. "We have struck our first blow," Draxus rumbled. "But be ready. The enemy will not forget. And forces far greater than these riders are already moving." Kale nodded, determination solidifying in his chest. "Then we prepare. We train, we plan, and we become stronger. Whatever comes, we will face it together." The sun rose higher, illuminating the clearing, the fallen riders, and the triumphant but exhausted villagers. Kale felt the weight of responsibility pressing against him, heavier than any physical burden he had ever carried. He was the Sky Herald, the bridge between humans and dragons, and the first clash of clans had tested him beyond imagination. And yet, as he looked at Draxus, standing tall and proud, Kale knew that they had survived. They had won not just with fire and strength, but with courage, strategy, and the bond between human and dragon. The enemy forces had retreated beyond the northern ridge, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Broken trees, scorched earth, and the remnants of fallen riders marked the battlefield. Kale and Draxus stood side by side, breathing heavily, wings and firepots singed but victorious. The villagers gathered around, a mixture of awe, relief, and newfound courage in their eyes. Kale's gaze swept over the aftermath. "We've survived today," he said quietly, "but the enemy will not forget. They will return, stronger, smarter, more prepared." Draxus exhaled a plume of smoke, curling gently into the morning air. "They always do," the dragon rumbled. "But you have learned something today. Courage is contagious. Strategy matters. And unity can overcome even the strongest foes." The villagers approached cautiously at first, then with greater confidence. Farmers who had trembled with fear now carried arrows and spears, proud of their small victories in the battle. Hunters shared what they had learned from tracking animals, how to anticipate movement, where to hide, and how to use the terrain to their advantage. Even the blacksmith's apprentices helped tend to Draxus' wings and Kale's staff, reinforcing them with metal braces and enchanted oils to withstand future battles. Kale knelt beside the dragon, running a hand along its jagged scales. "You fought bravely, Draxus. And I did my best too. We protected the villagers and we survived together." "You did more than survive," Draxus replied. "You led. You guided the humans and yourself through the chaos. That is what makes a Sky Herald. Not just courage but wisdom, vision, and trust." The villagers murmured in agreement, their fears slowly transforming into respect. Harlan, the village elder who had doubted Kale from the beginning, stepped forward, staff in hand. His eyes were wide, reflecting both awe and fear. You saved us," Harlan said slowly, voice trembling. "I did not believe it possible, a boy leading a dragon, a village standing against such force, but today you have proven it." Kale straightened, swallowing the lump in his throat. "We did it together. Draxus, the villagers, and we all faced this trial. And we all survived because we worked together." Harlan nodded slowly, finally understanding that Kale's leadership and the dragon's power were not to be feared, but respected. The villagers began to discuss plans for reinforcing defenses, preparing fire traps, and training to defend themselves. The first seeds of strategy were planted, born from survival and courage. As the sun climbed higher, Draxus stretched its wings, lifting into the air with a grace that belied its size. Kale climbed onto a nearby boulder, raising his hand in salute to the dragon. "The first battle is over," he thought. "But the war has only begun." Draxus circled above the clearing, eyes scanning the horizon. "We must prepare for what comes next. The enemy will not relent. Their leader is cunning and their forces are many. But remember, you are the Sky Herald. And where you lead, humans and dragons will follow." Kale felt the Sky Herald mark pulse against his chest, a constant reminder of the responsibility he now carried. He looked down at the villagers, seeing their eyes filled with newfound courage. He realized that the bond between humans and dragons had begun, fragile but unbreakable, and that together they could withstand storms that seemed impossible. Suddenly, a scout returned, running swiftly through the clearing, panting but urgent. "Kale? More riders are coming from the eastern pass. Larger forces with dragons bigger than any I've seen." Kale's pulse quickened, but he did not falter. "Then we prepare," he said, voice steady. "We train, we strategize, and we become stronger. Whatever comes, we will face it together." The villagers cheered quietly, not out of triumph, but out of determination. They had survived their first true test alongside Kale and Draxus, and they were ready to defend their home again. Kale climbed onto Draxus' back, feeling the connection between human and dragon strengthen with every heartbeat. We will face them, he thought. And we will prevail. As the sun set, painting the valley in shades of crimson and gold, Kale and Draxus soared above Brighthaven. Below them, the village prepared for the days to come, marking the first steps of what would become a legendary bond between humans and dragons. Somewhere far beyond the horizon, the enemy leader watched from a high peak, his eyes burning with fury and calculation. He had underestimated the Sky Herald and his dragon. Next time he would not. And Kale knew, deep in his heart, that the real war was only beginning. Above the clearing, Draxus roared once, a sound that echoed across the valleys and cliffs. Kale responded in kind, raising his staff high. The first dragon battle had been won, but the clash of clans would continue. And together, human and dragon, they would face the storms ahead, united and unbreakable. Secrets of DracoWar, The Forbidden Artifact, Part 3. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from, and welcome to the next chapter of this legend. The sky above Brighthaven was calm, but Kale knew better than to trust silence after war. The wind carried memories of fire, wings, and screams. Even days after the first dragon battle, the air still felt heavy, as if the land itself remembered what had happened. Kale stood on the highest ridge near the village, looking toward the eastern mountains. The scout's warning echoed in his mind. Bigger dragons. Larger forces. Coming from the eastern pass. Behind him, Draxus rested near the clearing, massive wings folded, golden eyes half closed. But Kale could feel the dragon's awareness. Draxus was not sleeping. He was listening, to the wind, to the earth, to something far beyond human senses. They are moving, Draxus finally rumbled in Kale's mind. Not yet close. But their path is clear. Kale exhaled slowly. Then we don't wait for them. We move first. Draxus opened one eye, studying him. You have a destination in mind. Kale nodded. The old maps in the village hall. The ones no one ever reads. They mark a place beyond the eastern cliffs. A ruined city. DracoWar. The name alone made the air feel colder. Draxus rose slowly to his full height, wings stretching wide. That place is forbidden for a reason. Then that's exactly why we need to go there, Kale said. If the enemy is growing stronger, so must we. The villagers gathered as Kale walked back into the clearing. Their faces were different now. No longer just fear. There was trust, hope, and something close to belief. Harlan the elder stepped forward. You're leaving. For a short time, Kale replied. But I won't leave you unprotected. I'll return stronger. With answers. Maybe even a way to end this war before it truly begins. The villagers exchanged worried looks, but no one tried to stop him. Draxus lowered himself so Kale could climb onto his back. The dragon's scales were still scarred from battle, but his strength had not faded. Hold tight, Draxus warned. With a single powerful beat of his wings, they rose into the sky. Brighthaven became smaller beneath them. Fields, rivers, and forests stretched into a living map below. Kale had never traveled this far before. The world felt endless, and for the first time he understood how small one village truly was in a world shaped by dragons and war. They flew east for hours. The land changed slowly at first. Green forests gave way to stone valleys. Rivers narrowed into sharp streams cutting through rock like silver blades. The air grew colder. The clouds darker. Then Kale saw it. DracoWar. The ruined city rose from the mountains like the skeleton of a fallen giant. Towers broken in half. Walls cracked and burned black. Massive stone bridges hanging over endless drops into shadowed canyons below. Draxus circled slowly, eyes narrowing. This place remembers dragons. And dragons remember this place. Kale swallowed. What happened here? Long ago, Draxus said, humans and dragons ruled together. Not as rider and mount. Not as master and weapon. But as equals. Kale's heart pounded. What changed? Draxus landed at the edge of the ruins, claws scraping against ancient stone. Fear. They dismounted near a broken gate carved with symbols Kale did not recognize. The air felt different here. Heavy. Like the world was holding its breath. Kale stepped forward, staff in hand. The maps say there is something hidden here. Something called the Heart of DracoWar. Draxus' head snapped toward him. Who told you that name? No one, Kale said. I read it. Written in the margins of an old map. Like someone didn't want it to be found. Draxus was silent for a long moment. That artifact, the dragon finally said, was made to unite dragons and humans. Or to control them. The difference depends on who holds it. Kale felt a chill run through him. Then the enemy can't be allowed to find it first. They moved into the ruins. Stone streets stretched ahead, cracked and overgrown. Statues of dragons and humans stood frozen in battle poses, worn down by centuries of wind and rain. Kale felt like he was walking through a memory rather than a city. Suddenly Draxus stopped. "Do you hear that?" Kale listened. Footsteps. Not theirs. He raised his staff just as a shadow moved between two broken pillars. A figure stepped into the open. Not a dragon rider. Not a soldier. A traveler. The man wore a long dust-covered cloak and carried a curved blade at his side. His face was young but hardened by the road. His eyes locked onto Kale and then slowly shifted to Draxus. Instead of fear there was recognition. "So," the stranger said quietly, "the Sky Herald is real." Kale tensed. "Who are you?" The man raised his hands slightly, showing he meant no harm. "My name is Rin. I follow stories. And right now your story is the loudest one in the world." Draxus lowered his head, smoke curling from his nostrils. "Stories attract danger." Rin nodded. "That's why I'm here. The enemy is coming to Dracoria. Not just riders. Not just dragons." Kale's heart sank. "Then what?" Rin's voice dropped. "Something older." The ground beneath them trembled. Just slightly. Draxus spread his wings. "We are not alone." From deep within the ruins, a low, ancient sound echoed through the broken city. Not a roar. A call. Kale felt it in his bones. Whatever the heart of Dracoria truly was, it had just awakened. And they were standing directly in its path. The ancient call faded into silence, but the feeling it left behind did not. The air inside Dracoria felt thick, heavy, like the ruins themselves were watching Kale, Draxus, and Rin with unseen eyes. Kale tightened his grip on his staff. "That sound, it wasn't a dragon." Rin shook his head slowly. "No. And that's what scares me." Draxus stepped forward, claws scraping stone. "This city was built around something powerful. Whatever you heard was not a warning. It was a response." "To us?" Kale asked. "To you," Draxus corrected. They moved deeper into the ruins. Broken towers rose on both sides like the ribs of a fallen beast. The streets narrowed, forcing them into a long stone path lined with cracked statues. Every statue showed the same scene. A human standing beside a dragon, both facing forward, both equal in size and stance. Rin ran his hand over one of the stone carvings. "This place tells a different story than the world we know." Kale nodded. "In my village, dragons are legends. Weapons. Or monsters. And here," Rin said, "they were partners." A sudden gust of wind rushed through the street, carrying dust and ash with it. Kale coughed, eyes stinging. When the air cleared, something stood at the far end of the path. It was tall. Taller than any man. Its body was made of stone and metal fused together, carved in the shape of a dragon standing on two legs. Its eyes glowed with a dim blue light. Draxus growled low in his chest. "A guardian." Rin drew his blade. "Of course it is." The guardian took one step forward. The ground shook. Kale raised his staff. "We don't want to fight." The guardian did not answer. It took another step. Draxus spread his wings. "It does not listen. It tests." The guardian's eyes flared brighter. With a slow, heavy motion, it lifted one massive arm and slammed it into the ground. A wave of stone surged toward them like a living wall. "Move!" Rin shouted. Kale dove to the side as the stone wave smashed where he had been standing. Draxus leapt into the air, wings beating hard to avoid the impact. The guardian turned its glowing eyes toward Kale. It pointed. Kale felt something pull at his chest. The Sky Herald mark burned like fire. He dropped to one knee, gasping. Draxus roared. "Stop!" The dragon blasted fire at the guardian, but the flames washed over its stone body without leaving a mark. Rin ran forward, slashing at the guardian's leg. The blade sparked against metal and stone, but did little more than leave a scratch. "This thing doesn't bleed," Rin shouted. Kale forced himself to stand, pain still pulsing through his chest. "It doesn't want to kill us." Rin stared at him. "It just tried to crush you." "It wants something," Kale said. "Not our lives. Our proof." "Proof of what?" Rin asked. Kale looked at Draxus. Draxus slowly lowered himself to the ground beside Kale. "Of unity." Kale stepped forward, ignoring the pain. He placed one hand on Draxus' scales and raised his staff with the other. We stand together, he said, voice steady. Human and dragon. Not as master and beast. Not as weapon and shield. As equals. The guardian froze. Its glowing eyes flickered. Kale took another step forward. We seek the heart of DracoWar. Not to control. Not to conquer. But to protect. The ground stopped shaking. Slowly the guardian lowered its arm. The blue light in its eyes softened, shifting to a pale gold. Rin let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. I think, you passed. The guardian stepped aside, revealing a massive stone door behind it. The door was carved with the same symbol as Kale's mark. Draxus bowed his head slightly. The path is open. Kale walked to the door and pressed his palm against it. The stone rumbled. The door began to move. Inside, a vast chamber opened before them. Light poured from a crystal at the center of the room, floating in the air like a beating heart made of fire and sky. Kale felt its power immediately. Rin whispered, "That's it. The heart of DracoWar." The crystal pulsed, sending waves of warm light across the chamber. Kale stepped closer, drawn to it like a flame to the wind. Draxus followed, cautious but curious. "This is what united our kind long ago," Draxus said. "And what tore us apart." Kale reached out but stopped just short of touching it. "What happens if I do?" Draxus' voice was quiet. "You will be seen. Not just by this world. But by all who seek power." Rin tensed. "That includes the enemy." As if summoned by the words, a distant roar echoed through the ruins. "Not one dragon. Many." Kale's heart sank. "They found us." The crystal flared brighter, reacting to the danger. The chamber walls began to glow with ancient symbols, lighting up one by one. Draxus spread his wings. "The heart is waking fully." Rin tightened his grip on his blade. "Then we're about to be very popular." Kale looked from the glowing crystal to the dark tunnels leading back into the city. He felt the weight of choice pressing down on him. Take the heart and become a target. Or leave it and risk the enemy claiming it. He clenched his jaw. "We're not leaving it here." Draxus nodded. "Then the world will change." Outside the chamber, the sound of wings and armor grew louder. The first riders were already entering DracoWar. And this time they were not coming for a village. They were coming for the power to rule everything. Kale stood before the heart of DracoWar, its golden red glow reflecting in his eyes. The warmth of the crystal reached into his chest, pulsing in rhythm with the Sky Herald mark. He could feel Draxus tense behind him, wings flexed, muscles ready for flight and combat. Rin's hand tightened on his sword, eyes darting toward the tunnels leading deeper into the ruins. "They're here," Rin said, voice low but urgent. "The enemy riders. Dozens of them already entered DracoWar." Kale swallowed hard. He had known the heart would attract danger, but the sound of wings and battle cries made it real. "We can't leave it," he said. "If they get it first, the war ends before it even begins." Draxus lowered his massive head, smoke curling from his nostrils. "The heart recognizes you, Kale. It will respond to your intent. You must be ready. Once we touch it, we cannot retreat." Kale took a deep breath and stepped forward. He raised his hand, letting the warmth of the crystal flow into him. His Sky Herald mark glowed brighter, harmonizing with the pulse of the heart. He could feel the crystal recognizing him, responding to his courage, his resolve, and his bond with Draxus. "Do it," Draxus urged. "We fight together now and always." Kale's fingers brushed the surface of the heart. A surge of energy shot through him, light spilling across the chamber. Symbols on the walls blazed like fire, ancient magic awakening after centuries of slumber. Rin shielded his eyes, sword held high as the chamber trembled. Then a deafening roar echoed through the ruins. Shadows moved at the edges of the chamber. Dozens of enemy dragons swooped in, black scales glinting under the glowing light of the heart. Their riders called out, voices amplified by the air itself, demanding the crystal be handed over. Kale stepped back, feeling the weight of the world pressing down. They wanted all of it. Draxus leapt into the air, wings flaring wide, claws ready. "Then they shall have to take it from us." The first clash began in a torrent of fire and steel. Draxus dove into the enemy ranks, flames erupting in arcs, dragons screeching and colliding midair. Kale and Rin worked together, blocking charging riders, flinging firepots, and guiding villagers who had secretly followed to the chamber to defend the heart. Kale could feel the crystal thrumming faster, reacting to every strike, every movement, every choice. It was alive, yes, but it was also dangerous. If the enemy succeeded, it could warp their very minds, bending dragons and humans to their will. One black dragon swooped directly at Kale, rider brandishing a long glaive. Draxus intercepted, talons raking the attacker's wings, sending them spiraling. Kale ducked under the rider's swing, staff clashing against steel. Sparks flew, echoing off the stone walls. Rin leapt to Kale's side, slashing at another rider. "Keep moving," he shouted. "The heart amplifies their power." The chamber became a storm of wings, fire, and magic. Dragons twisted and collided, stone cracked under the force of their landings, and the villagers dodged, ducked, and retaliated with every tool they could grasp. Kale realized the enemy leader was present, riding the largest black dragon he had ever seen. Its wings cast a shadow across the entire chamber. Its eyes glowed red, fixed on the heart. The leader's aura radiated power, but Kale felt something else, a shadow of fear. The enemy did not expect the heart to respond to a human's touch. Kale's pulse quickened. Now he thought, "We strike together." He raised his staff, focusing the energy from the heart into a single beam. Draxus mirrored his movement, channeling fire into the same direction. The combined force hit the enemy leader head-on, sending him and his dragon crashing into the far wall. The impact shook the chamber, dust and debris raining down. Rin and the villagers pressed forward, keeping enemy survivors at bay. Kale's heart pounded. The heart's light surged, bright enough to push back the shadowed enemy dragons. They faltered, confused by the crystal's recognition of Kale as its true protector. But the enemy was relentless. Another wave of riders and dragons came from the tunnels. Kale realized they were testing him, probing for weakness. Every decision mattered. One wrong move and the heart could fall into the wrong hands. "Draxus, we hold them here," Kale commanded. "Do not let them reach the heart." The dragon roared and surged forward, claws slicing through the attacking dragons. Kale followed closely, using the staff to deflect magical blasts and flames. Rin flanked with precision, cutting down riders who tried to breach the chamber. The villagers, emboldened by Kale's leadership, began to fight with determination they had never known. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but the tide gradually turned. The enemy dragons faltered, their formation breaking apart as the heart's energy reinforced Kale, Draxus, and their allies. One by one, riders fell, dragons retreated, and the chamber returned to relative silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the survivors. Kale stepped forward, exhausted but resolute. The heart of DracoWar floated in the center, pulsing gently as if approving the victory. Draxus landed beside him, wings folding with a slow, deliberate grace. Rin lowered his sword, wiping sweat from his brow. "I've fought many battles, Kale. But I've never seen anything like this. A human standing with a dragon, channeling ancient power." Kale nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility once more. "We've won today, but this is only the beginning. The enemy knows the heart exists now. They will come again. Stronger. Smarter. And next time they will bring more than dragons and riders." Draxus' eyes glimmered. "Then we prepare. We train. We grow. And we fight, together." Kale gazed at the heart of DracoWar. Its light bathed the chamber in a golden-red glow, a reminder of the bond between humans and dragons, a promise of power and responsibility, and a challenge that would shape the fate of all who lived under the skies of this world. From the shadows of the ruined city, distant wings beat. The enemy had not given up. They were regrouping, preparing for the next assault. Kale's jaw tightened. "This war," he whispered, "has only just begun." The chamber was quiet now, but the echoes of battle lingered in the air. Smoke drifted from scorched stone, and fragments of shattered dragon's armor and broken weapons lay scattered across the floor. Kale lowered his staff, exhaustion heavy in his limbs, but his eyes remained locked on the heart of DracoWar. Rin leaned against a cracked pillar, breathing hard. "I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. We actually survived that." Draxus curled one massive wing protectively around Kale. "The heart protects those it trusts," he said. "And it has chosen you as its guardian." Kale's fingers hovered over the crystal. Its light pulsed softly as if acknowledging his presence. "I understand," he said quietly. "It's not just a weapon. Not just a prize. It's a responsibility." The distant sounds of approaching wings reminded them that their battle was far from over. The enemy was regrouping, no doubt preparing to strike again. Kale knew that the heart's protection would not last forever. They needed to move before reinforcements arrived in greater numbers. Rin sheathed his sword. "So what now? Do we take it with us?" Kale nodded. "Yes. Draxus, help me lift it carefully. It's magic, it's alive. We can't just grab it like an ordinary artifact. The dragon lowered his massive head and, with careful precision, extended a claw to cradle the glowing crystal. Kale placed his hands on it, letting the energy flow through him as Draxus lifted off the ground, wings spreading wide. Together they rose into the air, the heart glowing between them, casting warm light across the ruined city. Below, the villagers watched in awe. They had come to see Kale as a leader, yes, but now they also understood the magnitude of his role. The world they had once known was changing. Where do we go? Rin asked, holding tight as Draxus gained altitude. Kale's eyes scanned the horizon. Beyond Dracoria, vast deserts stretched under a scorching sun. We head to the desert nomads, he said. If the enemy learns about the heart, we will need allies. And I've heard tales that the desert tribes know ancient secrets about dragons that no one else remembers. Draxus flapped his wings, stirring the air into a whirlwind. Then it is decided. We journey to the sands. But be warned, deserts test more than courage. They test the mind, the body, and the heart. As they soared above the ruined city, the heart pulsed gently, its light reflecting off Draxus' scales and Kale's determined face. The artifact was alive, yes, but more than that, it was a guide. A warning. A promise. Below, the ruins of Dracoria seemed almost to sigh in relief, the ancient stones settling as though acknowledging Kale's victory. He understood that this chapter had ended, but the story was far from over. New threats loomed, and the power of the heart was now a beacon, drawing both friend and foe toward it. Hours later they reached the edge of the eastern cliffs. The desert stretched before them like a golden ocean, heat rising in waves, mirages dancing across the horizon. Kale squinted against the sun, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. The desert nomads, Kale whispered. They may hold the knowledge we need. Or they may test us in ways we cannot yet imagine. Draxus circled above, wings cutting through the heat haze. Whatever comes, he said, we face it together. Rin wiped sweat from his brow, sword still at the ready. I have a feeling this journey is going to be even harder than the last battle. Kale nodded, adjusting the heart between his hands. It will be. But if we survive, if we learn, then the power of the heart can be used to unite dragons and humans once more. And maybe, just maybe, we can change the world before the enemy destroys it completely. The three of them, human, dragon, and warrior, rose into the skies above the desert, the heart of Dracoria glowing brightly, casting long shadows across the dunes below. The journey ahead was uncertain, perilous, and full of danger, but Kale felt a surge of resolve. This was no longer just about survival. It was about destiny. And Kale was ready to face it, one step, one flight, one battle at a time. Above the endless sands, a shadow passed, silent and massive. Kale's eyes narrowed. The enemy was watching, waiting. But now they had a target, a beacon, and a human who would not yield. The first battle of Dracoria was over. The next challenge, desert secrets, nomadic tribes, and ancient dragons, awaited. And the war for the heart had only just begun. The Desert Nomads, an unexpected ally appears, Part 4. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from and join Kale's epic journey. The desert stretched endlessly beneath Kale, Draxus, and Rin. Heat shimmered off golden dunes, creating mirages that twisted reality. The heart of Dracoria pulsed softly between Kale's hands, guiding them like a compass. Yet even with its glow, the path forward seemed uncertain. Kale squinted against the sun. We've flown for hours. If the maps are correct, the Nomad's oasis should be nearby. But I don't see any signs yet. Draxus hovered above the dunes, wings slicing through the hot air. The desert is deceptive. Distances stretch and shrink depending on perception. Trust the heart, it knows where it leads. Rin tightened his grip on his sword, eyes scanning the horizon. I've traveled deserts before, but nothing like this. These sands, they feel alive. Kale nodded slowly. Alive, yes. And dangerous. But if the desert is alive, it can also protect. It can hide allies. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, scorching the travelers, testing their endurance. Every dune seemed to ripple with heat, every shadow stretched and twisted like a mirage. Kale could feel the fatigue creeping into Rin and even Draxus, though the dragon hid it well. Finally, the heart pulsed stronger, almost vibrating in Kale's hands. He looked up and saw it, a faint shimmer in the distance, a cluster of tents surrounded by wind-carved stone walls. Smoke curled lazily above them. An oasis. There, Kale whispered. That must be the desert nomads. As they approached, the air seemed to shift. A group of figures emerged from the dunes, moving swiftly and silently. They were mounted on large desert lizards, their skin patterned to blend with the sands. Their eyes glimmered with intelligence and suspicion. Rin muttered, "I've never seen anything like this. Desert lizards that size, and riding them?" Kale landed Draxus near the edge of the oasis, careful not to frighten the nomads. The dragon's massive shadow stretched across the sand. The nomads stopped, watching. They were armed with long spears, curved blades, and something strange, a crystal orb that glowed faintly with a light similar to the heart. A woman stepped forward, her face partially covered with desert cloth. Her eyes were sharp, golden, and assessing. "Who are you?" she demanded, voice carrying authority and caution. Kale straightened. "I am Kale, Sky Herald. This is Draxus, my dragon. And this is Rin. We come seeking knowledge and help." The woman's gaze softened slightly, but she did not relax. "Knowledge is earned here, Sky Herald. And help is not given lightly." Kale felt the heart pulse again, almost urging him forward. "We carry the heart of Dracoria. It is sought by enemies who wish to control all dragons. We need allies who understand dragons and their history." The nomad woman's eyes widened at the mention. She whispered something in her own language, and the others lowered their spears slightly. "I am Celera," she said, voice steady. "If what you say is true, then the desert has awaited your arrival. But first, you must prove yourselves worthy." Rin raised an eyebrow. "Prove ourselves? How?" Celera gestured to the dunes behind them. "The desert test. Only those who survive its trials may earn the trust of its people, and the guidance you seek." Kale stepped forward, determination in his eyes. "We will do whatever is necessary." Celera studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Very well. Draxus, the heart is known to you. Kale, you have courage. Rin, you have skill. But all of you must face the sands or you will learn nothing." The trials began immediately. The first test was endurance. Kale and Rin were forced to navigate a labyrinth of shifting dunes while Draxus flew above them, guiding their path with precise movements. The sand was hot enough to burn, and each step threatened to sink them into hidden pits and whirlpools of loose earth. Kale felt the sweat stream down his face. "Keep moving," he told Rin. "The heart will guide us." They climbed and fell countless times, heat draining strength and resolve. But every time Kale reached for the heart, its glow seemed to empower them, lending energy and focus. Draxus' shadow above them provided protection, fending off small sand serpents and natural hazards. Finally, as the sun began its descent, they emerged from the labyrinth to a massive dune where Celera and her warriors waited. The nomad's leader looked at them, assessing their exhaustion and determination. "You have passed the first trial," Celera said. "Endurance alone is not enough. The desert tests your bond as well. Tomorrow you will face the second trial, one that measures trust between human and dragon. Fail and you may never leave this place alive." Kale looked at Draxus, whose eyes glimmered with understanding. "We'll face it together," Kale said. The heart pulsed gently between Kale's hands, its light casting warm shadows across the sand. For the first time since leaving Dracoria, Kale felt a small measure of hope. Allies. Knowledge. The path forward was dangerous, yes, but it was a path worth walking. As the sun set over the desert, painting the dunes in shades of red and gold, Kale, Draxus, and Rin prepared themselves for the trials ahead. The desert was vast, mysterious, and unforgiving, but it was also full of secrets, ancient magic, and the promise of power that could change the course of the war for all dragons and humans. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the enemy watched, wings folded, waiting for the chance to strike again. But Kale was no longer alone. And for the first time he felt that maybe, just maybe, they could turn the tide. The first light of dawn shimmered over the desert, casting long shadows across the golden dunes. Kale, Draxus, and Rin were awake before the sun fully rose, standing at the edge of a massive canyon that Celera had designated for the second trial. "This is the test of trust," Celera explained. "The desert does not forgive hesitation. You must move together, human and dragon, as one mind and one body. Fail to trust, and the desert will claim you." Kale's hand rested lightly on Draxus' scales. "We trust each other," he said quietly. "No matter what happens, we face it together." Rin tightened his sword strap, eyes scanning the jagged canyon walls. "Let's hope that's enough." Celera waved her hand and the trial began. From the canyon depths, enormous sand guardians rose. They were sculpted from the dunes themselves, massive serpentine creatures with jagged stone scales and glowing eyes. Each guardian slithered through the sand with terrifying speed, reshaping the terrain as they moved. Kale's heart raced. Draxus, stay close. We move together. The dragon lowered his wings to keep low, coiling around Kale protectively as the first guardian shot forward. Its stone body cracked and ground crunched as it lunged at them. Kale raised the heart, letting it emit a protective wave of energy that pushed back the creature momentarily. Rin darted forward, leaping onto a smaller sand ridge to intercept another guardian. His blade struck stone, sparks flying, but the guardian twisted around, testing his speed and focus. Kale realized that the trial was not just about fighting, it was about movement, coordination, and instinct. He had to feel Draxus' intentions as much as his own, responding instantly to danger without hesitation. Now! Draxus roared, taking flight. Kale clung tightly to his back as the dragon twisted and dove, narrowly avoiding the swinging claws of a sand serpent. The heart pulsed in Kale's hands, amplifying their connection. He could sense the desert, feel its rhythm, almost as if it were breathing beneath them. Every step Draxus took, every beat of wings, had to be mirrored in Kale's focus. One slip, one hesitation, and they would be crushed by the Guardians. Hours seemed to pass in minutes. The Guardians attacked relentlessly, forcing Kale and Draxus to weave through narrow canyons, dodge falling boulders, and leap across shifting sand pits. Rin covered the rear, cutting off stragglers and warning of traps. Kale realized that trust was more than instinct. It was understanding the limits of each other, Draxus' strength, his own timing, and Rin's skill. They were a single unit now. Finally, they reached the center of the canyon, a vast hollow where the largest sand guardian awaited. Its eyes glowed brighter than the heart itself, and it rose like a tower, shifting the sand to create walls, spikes, and massive obstacles. Kale's chest tightened. This is it. Draxus, we move as one. Rin, be ready for anything. Draxus nodded with a low rumble. Together they charged, Kale guiding the heart to emit waves of energy that kept the guardian at bay. They dodged attacks, countered with fire and magic, and moved fluidly through the shifting terrain. The guardian slashed its massive tail, sending sand flying in deadly arcs. Kale leaned into Draxus' movements, letting the heart flow through him. He felt the pulse of the desert beneath them, a rhythm they had learned to follow. At the perfect moment, Draxus leapt high, Kale raising the heart above his head. The energy radiated outward in a blinding wave, striking the sand guardian directly. The creature shrieked, stone cracking and sand exploding in all directions. The guardian fell, collapsing into a pile of harmless sand. Silence followed, broken only by the soft rustle of the wind. Kale's heart pounded, but he knew they had succeeded. Celera emerged from the canyon edge, a rare smile breaking across her face. You have passed the second trial. You and your dragon move as one, and that is all the desert asks. Few can achieve this. Fewer still with a human guiding a dragon. Kale dismounted Draxus, knees shaking but steady. Rin clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. I've never seen anyone handle a dragon like that. You two, you really are a team. The heart pulsed gently, almost approvingly. Kale realized that the desert had not only tested their physical skill but had strengthened their bond even further. It was now more than trust. It was unity, the kind of connection that could withstand even the deadliest battles. Celera approached, extending her hand. You have earned our respect, Sky Herald. There is one more trial, wisdom. The desert will test your judgment and your heart. Only then will we reveal the secrets you seek about dragons and their ancient power. Kale nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility once again. We will face it, whatever comes. As the sun began to set over the desert, casting long golden shadows across the dunes, Kale, Draxus, and Rin prepared themselves for the final trial. The desert had already tested their endurance and trust, but the ultimate challenge, one that would define their journey, was still ahead. Above them, the heart pulsed brighter, guiding their path. And somewhere far beyond the horizon, the enemy's eyes remained fixed on the desert, aware that Kale had reached the nomads, and that the balance of power was shifting. The desert was alive, yes. Dangerous, yes. But it had also accepted them, for now. And Kale knew, deep in his chest, that their greatest challenge was only beginning. The golden sun dipped lower, painting the desert in hues of amber and crimson. The first two trials had tested endurance and trust. Now, Celera led Kale, Draxus, and Rin to a secluded canyon, the air heavy with a strange, almost magical stillness. This is the trial of wisdom, Celera said, her voice echoing off the canyon walls. The desert tests your mind, your judgment, and the strength of your heart. A single wrong choice can doom not just yourself, but all who travel with you. Kale nodded, feeling the weight of the heart of Dracoria pressing against his chest. Its glow seemed to intensify here, guiding him. He realized the artifact was not just a tool, it was a teacher, a judge, and a beacon. The canyon opened into a circular chamber carved into the rock. At its center was a pool of water, perfectly still, reflecting the setting sun. Surrounding the pool were 12 statues of dragons, each different, each majestic and lifelike, their eyes seeming almost alive. Celera motioned toward the center. To complete this trial you must select the path forward. Only one of the 12 statues is the guardian of the nomad's secret. Touch the wrong one, and the desert will claim you. Kale's eyes scanned the statues. Each one was imposing, each one radiated a quiet power. He felt Draxus tense beside him, wings partially unfurled. "This is impossible," Rin whispered. "How are we supposed to know?" Kale closed his eyes, focusing. He placed his hand on the heart. A soft pulse ran through him, a subtle vibration guiding his thoughts. "The heart will show us the way," he murmured. Step by careful step, Kale approached the statues. Each pulse of the heart seemed to hum louder as he neared the correct one. The desert had tested their bodies and bonds. Now it was testing insight, intuition, and understanding. Finally, Kale's fingers hovered over a dragon carved with wings spread wide, eyes looking forward with a serene, knowing expression. The heart thrummed louder than ever, and Kale knew this was the choice. He placed his hand on the statue. A shock of golden energy shot through him, enveloping the chamber. The pool at the center rippled violently, and from its depths rose a figure, a dragon unlike any Kale had seen. Its scales shimmered like molten gold, eyes bright with wisdom and age. "I am Amarthis," the dragon said, voice deep and resonant. "Guardian of the nomad's secret. You have passed the trials of endurance, trust, and wisdom. You and your dragon are worthy of the knowledge you seek." Kale stepped back, awestruck. Draxus lowered his head in respect, wings folding. Rin gripped his sword, eyes wide. Amarthis continued, "Long ago dragons and humans shared secrets, knowledge, and power. The desert nomads were keepers of this history, guarding the balance between humans and dragons. But with war rising, many secrets were lost. Now Kale, the heart of Dracoria, has chosen you to restore that balance." Celera stepped forward, pride shining in her eyes. "You have proven yourselves. The desert trusts you. And Amarthis will guide you, but you must remember, knowledge alone does not make victory. You must act with courage, wisdom, and unity." Kale nodded, feeling the weight of the words sink deep into his heart. "We will. We have no choice. The enemy will not stop until they claim the heart. We must be ready." Amarthis lowered one massive claw toward Kale. "Place your hand upon my scales. Let your bond with Draxus extend to me. Learn and understand, and you will gain insight into the strength you will need for the battles ahead." Kale approached carefully, heart pounding. He placed his hand on the dragon's scales. Warmth flooded him, thoughts, memories, and visions flowing through his mind. He saw the ancient alliance of humans and dragons, the victories, the betrayals, the lessons lost over centuries. He understood that power without trust was dangerous, that knowledge without courage was useless. Rin watched in silence, realizing that Kale was absorbing not just history but strategy, understanding, and connection. Draxus nudged Kale gently, as if guiding him to embrace the lessons fully. Finally, Kale stepped back, breathing heavily. "I understand now," he said. "We cannot simply fight. We must unite. Protect. And only then can we use the heart wisely." Celera smiled. "Then you are ready. Tomorrow you will leave the desert. You will face enemies who seek the heart, and you will need all the wisdom and strength you have gained here. But know this, an unexpected ally awaits, one who may tip the scales in your favor." Kale's eyes narrowed. "Who?" Celera shook her head. "You will see when the time comes. For now, rest. Tomorrow the journey continues, and the desert will guide you to what comes next." As night fell, the desert cooled, stars blazing across the sky like diamonds scattered on black velvet. Kale sat beside Draxus, the heart of Dracoria glowing softly between his hands. He thought of the battles ahead, of Dracoria, of the enemy who would not stop, and of the allies they had just gained. The desert had tested them, shaped them, and revealed secrets long forgotten. Kale realized that every step, every trial, every heartbeat had prepared them for what was coming next. And somewhere, far beyond the dunes, Kale sensed the presence of the unexpected ally. The war for dragons, the heart, and the future of their world was only beginning. Kale whispered into the night wind, "We are ready. Whatever comes, we will face it together." Draxus lowered his massive head, eyes glowing faintly. "Yes, Kale. Together we will face it." The desert winds howled, carrying the pulse of the heart and the promise of challenges yet to come. And the journey toward destiny continued. The first light of dawn spread across the desert, illuminating the oasis in golden hues. Kale, Draxus, and Rin had rested after the trials, and the calm of morning was deceptive. The desert had tested them, shaped them, and now it was ready to reveal the final secret, the unexpected ally Celera had promised. Celera approached, her voice carrying authority and anticipation. The trials are complete. You have proven endurance, trust, and wisdom. Now it is time to meet the one who will join you on the next stage of your journey. He is unlike any ally you have known, and his arrival will change the course of your mission. Kale's pulse quickened. Who is it? Celera smiled faintly. You will see soon enough. But first, the desert will lead you. She gestured toward a hidden path winding through the dunes, a narrow passage concealed by heat and shadow. As they followed, a low rumble echoed across the sands. The ground vibrated beneath their feet and claws, and Kale felt the pulse of the heart intensify, as though warning him of what was coming. From the horizon emerged a figure riding a massive beast, unlike any creature Kale had seen. Its scales shimmered like silver under the sun, wings folded but clearly powerful, and its eyes glowed with intelligence. The rider was cloaked, face hidden, moving with a grace and confidence that immediately set Kale on alert. The rider stopped a few meters away, raising one hand in greeting. The massive beast beneath him lowered its head, a display of respect. The rider's voice rang clear across the desert. I am Arion, Keeper of the Sands. I have heard the call of the heart of Dracoria, and I have come to aid you. Kale stepped forward cautiously. How do we know we can trust you? Arion's eyes, golden and piercing, met Kale's. Because I, too, seek balance between dragons and humans. And because the heart has guided me here as it guides you. Draxus growled softly, wings flexing, but did not attack. He too seemed to sense the truth in Arion's words. Rin, however, remained cautious, sword at the ready. Celera nodded. Arion has been trained in the ways of the desert, dragons, and guardianship. You will be a valuable ally. But the desert does not give its trust lightly. Kale, you must choose wisely. Will you accept him? Kale glanced at Draxus, then Rin. Both gave subtle nods of agreement. He extended a hand toward Arion. Then welcome. Together we will protect the heart and face whatever comes next. Arion placed his hand in Kale's, a silent pact formed. The silver-scaled beast beneath him lowered its massive head, acknowledging Draxus. Two dragons, once strangers, now recognized each other as allies. The calm of the oasis was suddenly shattered by a distant roar. Kale's heart sank. The enemy. Solara's expression hardened. They have not forgotten Dracoria. The desert has delayed them, but only briefly. You must leave before they regroup. Kale adjusted the heart, feeling its power surge in response to the imminent threat. Then we move. Draxus, Arion, Rin, we fly together. We cannot let the heart fall into enemy hands. Draxus extended his wings and Arion's beast mirrored him, powerful and graceful. Kale mounted Draxus, Rin following while Arion led the way. Together they soared above the desert, leaving the oasis and the trials behind. Below, the sand stretched endlessly, but the desert had revealed its secrets. Knowledge, strength, unity, and an unexpected ally. Kale understood that the enemy would come, that battles would rage, and that the heart's destiny was intertwined with theirs in ways they had only begun to understand. Hours passed in flight, the desert stretching like a golden ocean beneath them. Kale looked at Arion, who rode the silver beast effortlessly. Where are we headed? He asked. To the mountains beyond the desert, Arion replied. There lies the next piece of the puzzle. An ancient forge, hidden by dragons long ago, where weapons of both fire and steel can be crafted. You will need them. Kale's eyes narrowed. And the enemy? They will pursue, Arion said. But together we stand a chance. Draxus roared in agreement, wings beating with determination. Rin gripped his sword, looking ready for anything. Kale felt the pulse of the heart, steady and guiding, as if acknowledging the arrival of their new ally and the journey ahead. The desert sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that stretched across the dunes. Kale felt a strange mix of exhaustion and hope. The trials had strengthened them, the heart had guided them, and now, with Arion joining their ranks, they were no longer alone in the battles to come. From the distant horizon, a shadow passed, a reminder that the enemy was relentless, waiting for a chance to strike again. But Kale's resolve was firm. The desert had tested them, revealed secrets, and forged bonds that could withstand even the deadliest threats. As night fell, stars blazed across the desert sky. Kale, Draxus, Rin, and Arion flew together, the heart of Dracoria glowing brightly, illuminating the path ahead. They were ready for the next stage of their journey, the mountains, the ancient forge, and the battles that would define the fate of dragons and humans alike. Kale whispered into the wind, "The desert has taught us well. Now we move forward. Together." Draxus lowered his head, wings folding gracefully. Arion's silver beast matched the dragon's movement. And Rin, ever vigilant, prepared for the challenges to come. The desert behind them faded into shadows, but the journey forward shone with the promise of adventure, allies, and the unyielding pulse of the heart of Dracoria. And the war for dragons, the heart and the future of their world was far from over. Storm in the skies. Lightning Dragons Attack, Part 5. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as Kale's war in the skies truly begins. The mountains rose like jagged spears from the horizon, their black peaks cutting into a sky bruised with storm clouds. Kale felt it before he saw it, the tension in the air, the way the heart of Dracoria pulsed faster against his chest, as if warning him that something ancient and violent waited ahead. Draxus beat his wings harder, fighting the rising winds. "The sky is angry," the dragon growled. "These storms are not natural." Arion flew beside them on his silver-scaled beast, eyes narrowed as lightning flickered in the distance. The lightning dragons claim these skies. They are territorial, ruthless, and bound to the storms themselves. If they've awakened, it means the balance is shifting. Rin leaned forward behind Kale, gripping the leather straps. "Of course it is. The moment we get a new ally, the sky decides to kill us." The clouds above them rolled like a living ocean, thunder echoing across the mountains. The wind howled, slamming into Draxus' wings and forcing him to tilt sharply to stay airborne. Kale tightened his grip, feeling the cold rain sting his face. The heart glowed brighter, casting a golden light over Draxus' scales. Kale closed his eyes for a moment, focusing. The artifact wasn't just warning him, it was guiding him. "Up there," Kale said, pointing toward a break in the clouds. "That's where they are." As if summoned by his words, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, blinding and deafening. From the flash emerged a massive silhouette, wings spread wide, scales crackling with raw energy. A dragon. Then another. Then 3 more. They descended like living storms, their bodies wrapped in arcs of lightning that danced across their claws and jaws. Their roars shook the air itself, thunder made flesh. "Lightning dragons," Arion muttered. "And not just scouts. That's a full hunting wing." Draxus roared in response, a deep, defiant sound that rolled across the clouds. "They challenge us. I will not flee." Kale felt his heart pound. "We don't have a choice. If we turn back, they'll follow us all the way to the forge." Rin drew his sword, even though he knew steel meant little against creatures made of storm. "Then we fight in the sky. Wouldn't be the first time I almost died today." The first lightning dragon struck without warning, diving straight toward Draxus. Kale barely had time to shout before Draxus twisted, the bolt of lightning grazing his wing instead of his chest. The impact sent a shock through Kale's entire body, his vision flashing white. Draxus roared in pain but stayed airborne, beating his wings harder. "They are fast. Faster than fire dragons." Arion surged forward, his silver beast releasing a piercing cry. A wave of shimmering energy rippled outward, colliding with one of the lightning dragons and knocking it off course. Kale raised the heart, feeling its power surge through him. The artifact responded, projecting a faint golden shield around Draxus just as another bolt of lightning slammed into them. The shield held, but only barely. "They're testing us," Kale shouted. "They want to see how strong we are before they finish us." The sky exploded into chaos. Lightning dragons circled them, striking from all sides. Thunder cracked like the roar of 1,000 war drums. Rain poured in sheets, blurring Kale's vision and turning the air into a battlefield of shadow and light. Rin leaned low, shouting over the wind. "We can't outfly them. They own the storm." Arion shouted back, "Then we don't fight the storm, we become part of it." He raised his arm and strange symbols on his armor began to glow. His silver beast spread its wings wide, absorbing the lightning that struck it instead of being harmed by it. The energy flowed along its scales like liquid fire. Kale stared. "You can control it?" Arion shook his head. "No. I can guide it. There's a difference." Draxus dove, pulling Kale and Rin with him through a break in the clouds. The lightning dragons followed, their glowing eyes locked on them like predators. Kale felt the heart burn hot in his hands. He realized something then: these dragons weren't just attacking. They were responding. To the heart. They feel it, Kale said. The heart is calling to them. Or challenging them. Draxus growled. Then let them come. I will show them who leads the skies now. One of the lightning dragons lunged, jaws wide, electricity crackling between its teeth. Draxus met it head-on, fire and lightning colliding in a blinding explosion of light. The shockwave sent all of them spinning. Kale screamed as gravity vanished. The world became wind, rain and falling sky. Draxus twisted at the last second, catching himself and leveling out just above the clouds. Rin laughed, half hysteria, half adrenaline. I'm officially too alive for this. Arion wasn't laughing. He pointed ahead. Kale followed his gaze and felt his breath catch. Through the storm, barely visible, rose a massive stone structure carved into the side of a mountain. Ancient, colossal, and glowing faintly with runes that pulsed in rhythm with the heart. The forge, Arion said. We're close. But the lightning dragons saw it too. They roared in unison, a sound that shook the clouds themselves, and surged forward in a final, furious charge. Kale raised the heart high. The golden light flared, cutting through the storm like a second sun. Draxus! Kale shouted. Straight at them. The dragon roared and obeyed. Fire and lightning collided as Kale, Draxus, Rin and Arion charged into the heart of the storm, the sky itself tearing apart around them. For a moment, Kale felt something ancient awaken inside him. Not fear, not doubt, but certainty. The skies were no longer just a battlefield. They were his. And this was only the beginning. The world became a tunnel of wind and light. Kale clung to Draxus' scales as they tore through the heart of the storm, fire trailing behind them like a comet's tail. Lightning dragons swarmed from all sides, their wings beating thunder into the air, their scales flashing like living blades. The heart of DracoWar blazed in Kale's hands, its golden glow pushing back the darkness of the clouds. He could feel something changing inside him, a connection forming not just with Draxus, but with the sky itself. Left. Rin shouted. Draxus rolled, a bolt of lightning slicing through the space where his head had been a heartbeat earlier. The smell of ozone filled Kale's lungs. Arion surged past them, his silver beast rising high, wings spread wide. They're hurting us, he called. Trying to drive us away from the forge. Kale gritted his teeth. Then we don't let them. A lightning dragon dove from above, jaws wide, electricity crackling along its throat. Kale reacted without thinking. He raised the heart and shouted, now! The artifact pulsed. The air around Draxus shimmered, and a wave of golden force erupted outward. The lightning dragon slammed into it like a wall, its charge broken. Draxus seized the moment, unleashing a blast of fire that sent the creature spiraling downward, vanishing into the storm below. Rin stared. Did we just take one down? Draxus roared in triumph. Yes. And the skies will remember it. The remaining lightning dragons shrieked in fury, their formation tightening. They circled faster now, more aggressive. Kale could feel their anger like a pressure in his skull. Arion's voice cut through the chaos. The forge. It's waking up. Ahead, the ancient structure carved into the mountain began to glow brighter. Runes etched into the stone flared with blue and gold light, responding to the heart's presence. The storm around it twisted unnaturally, clouds spiraling as if being pulled toward the mountain. The forge isn't just a place, Arion said. It's a defense. A guardian. And it doesn't like being approached by hostile dragons. As if to prove his point, beams of light shot from the mountain's surface, slicing through the clouds. One struck a lightning dragon square in the chest, sending it crashing into the mountainside in a shower of sparks and stone. The skies trembled. Kale felt a surge of awe and fear. This place, it's alive. It was built by dragons and humans together, Arion replied. Back when we still trusted each other. Another lightning dragon charged, faster than the rest, its scales glowing white-hot. Draxus braced, but Kale felt the heart tug at him, guiding his hands. He didn't raise it. He pointed it. A thin beam of golden light lanced out, striking the lightning dragon's chest. The creature froze midair, electricity flickering wildly across its body. Then slowly it veered away, retreating to join the others. Rin blinked. You didn't hit it. You changed it. Kale's hands trembled. I didn't mean to. I just felt what it was feeling. Rage. Pain. Confusion. Arion stared at him. That's not just power, Kale. That's command. The remaining lightning dragons hesitated now, circling at a distance. Their roars were quieter, uncertain. Draxus lowered his wings slightly, sensing the shift. They recognize you. Not as prey. Not as enemy. Then what? Gil asked. As something new, Draxus said. Something they don't yet understand. The forge loomed closer, its massive gates slowly grinding open, stone moving like muscle. A warm light spilled out, cutting through the storm and calming the winds around it. Arion guided his silver beast toward the entrance. We need to land. Whatever happens next, it's better to face it on solid ground. The lightning dragons watched as they descended, their glowing eyes tracking every movement. None attacked. Not yet. They landed on a massive stone platform carved into the mountainside. The air here was still, warm, and humming with energy. Inside the forge, Kale could see enormous anvils, channels of molten metal, and ancient symbols glowing faintly on every surface. Rin whistled. This is where legends get made. Before Kale could respond, a shadow fell over them. He looked up. All the lightning dragons had gathered above the platform, forming a wide, circling ring. The storm clouds behind them pulsed with light, as if the sky itself was holding its breath. Arion stepped forward. They're not attacking. They're waiting. For what? Rin asked. Kale felt the answer in the heart. For me. He took a step forward, raising the artifact. The golden light reflected in the lightning dragon's eyes. I don't want to fight you, Kale called out, his voice echoing across the stone and sky. But I won't let you destroy what we're trying to protect. This world belongs to all of us. One of the lightning dragons descended, landing heavily on the edge of the platform. It was larger than the others, its scales etched with natural patterns that looked almost like runes. Its eyes locked onto Kale's. It spoke. Not with sound but with feeling. Kale's vision blurred, and suddenly he wasn't standing on the platform anymore. He was in the storm. He felt the wind as wings, the lightning as breath, the sky as home. A voice echoed in his mind, ancient and powerful. You carry the heart. But do you carry the will to lead the skies? Kale clenched his fists. I don't want to rule. I want to protect. There was a pause. Then the feeling shifted. Then prove it. Kale gasped as he was pulled back into his body. The lightning dragon stood before him, waiting. Arion whispered, What did it say? Kale swallowed. It challenged me. Draxus stepped forward, placing himself at Kale's side. Then you will not face it alone. The lightning dragon reared back, wings spreading wide, lightning crackling across its body. The storm above responded, thunder rolling like a drumbeat of war. Kale raised the heart, its light blazing brighter than ever. The challenge had begun. The platform trembled as thunder rolled overhead, a deep, ancient sound that seemed to rise from the bones of the mountain itself. The lightning dragon before Kale unfurled its wings, each scale crackling with raw energy. The storm responded, clouds swirling faster, lightning arcing like veins of living light across the sky. Draxus stepped forward, fire flickering along his jaws. If it is a duel they want, they will have one. Kale raised a hand. Wait. The heart of Dracoria pulsed, not with warning, but with invitation. Kale could feel the storm pressing against his thoughts, testing him, measuring him. This was not just a battle of strength. It was a question. Arion moved closer, voice low. Storm dragons respect only power or purpose. Show them the second and you might not need the first. Kale took a slow breath and stepped past Draxus, standing at the very edge of the platform. Wind tore at his cloak, rain stung his face, and lightning lit the world in blinding flashes. He lifted the heart. I will not fight you for the sky, Kale shouted into the storm. I will fight for what lives beneath it. The lightning dragon's eyes flared brighter. The air snapped. A bolt of lightning struck the platform just feet from Kale, shattering stone and sending shards flying. Rin lunged forward, but Draxus blocked him with one massive wing. Trust him, the dragon growled. Kale didn't move. He held the heart steady as another bolt slammed down, closer this time. The ground cracked, molten light seeping through the fractures in the stone. The lightning dragon roared, a sound that shook the forge itself. Then it lunged. Draxus exploded into motion, slamming into the storm dragon midair. Fire and lightning collided in a blinding flash, the shockwave ripping through the clouds and hurling Kale and Rin to the ground. Kale rolled, the heart clutched tight against his chest. He looked up just in time to see Draxus and the lightning dragon spiral into the storm, locked together, tearing at each other with claws and wings. Draxus! Kale shouted. Arion hauled him to his feet. This is their fight now. You have yours. Kale turned as the forge behind them began to change. The runes carved into the stone walls glowed brighter, shifting, rearranging. The massive anvils inside rumbled, and channels of molten metal began to flow, lighting the interior like rivers of fire. "What's happening?" Rin asked. "The forge is responding to the heart," Arion said. "It's preparing to awaken." Above them, Draxus and the lightning dragon crashed through the clouds, fire and storm ripping the sky apart. Draxus roared in pain as a bolt of lightning tore across his side, leaving scorched scales in its wake. He retaliated with a blast of fire that sent the storm dragon tumbling. Kale felt every hit like it was his own. The heart burned in his hands hotter than ever. He realized then that this wasn't just about commanding dragons or unlocking ancient weapons. This was about choice. Kale ran to the edge of the platform, lifting the heart high. "Stop," he shouted, his voice raw. "Both of you stop." The storm didn't stop. The dragons didn't stop. Kale closed his eyes and focused on the bond he shared with Draxus, on the lessons of the desert, on the unity Amarthus had shown him. He reached outward, not with power but with connection. The heart responded. A wave of golden light erupted from Kale, surging into the sky like a rising sun. The storm froze mid-roar. Lightning hung suspended in the air. Wind fell silent. Draxus and the lightning dragon were locked in place, hovering, wings outstretched, eyes wide. Kale felt the storm dragon's presence in his mind, ancient, fierce, proud. "You would bind the sky?" The voice thundered. "No," Kale answered. "I would share it." He poured everything he had into the heart, not strength, not command, but purpose. Images flashed through his mind, humans and dragons standing together at the forge long ago, building instead of destroying, protecting instead of conquering. The storm dragon hesitated. Then, slowly it released Draxus and drifted back. The storm resumed, but softer now, gentler, like a sky catching its breath. Draxus landed heavily on the platform, chest heaving. Kale ran to him, pressing a hand against his scorched scales. "You're hurt." "I have been hurt before," Draxus rumbled. "But I have never been prouder." The lightning dragon descended, landing opposite them. The other storm dragons circled above, watching, waiting. The leader lowered its massive head. Not in submission. In acknowledgement. Arion exhaled slowly. "You didn't defeat them." Kale shook his head. "I didn't need to." The forge behind them roared to life. A massive central anvil rose from the floor, surrounded by flowing channels of molten metal that glowed like captured sunlight. The runes on the walls flared, projecting images into the air, blueprints of weapons, armor, and constructs unlike anything Kale had ever seen. Rin stared awestruck. "This place can build an army." Arion nodded. "Or it can build a shield." The lightning dragon leader turned its glowing eyes toward the forge, then back to Kale. "The storm will not stand against the heart," the voice echoed in Kale's mind. "But it will watch." With a powerful beat of its wings, the dragon rose into the sky. The others followed, melting back into the clouds, leaving only fading thunder behind. Silence fell over the platform. Kale let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "They're gone." "For now," Rin said. "But I get the feeling we just made the skies complicated." Draxus snorted softly. "Better complicated than hostile." The forge's light bathed them in gold and blue. Kale stepped forward, feeling the heat, the power, the history of the place. Arion placed a hand on his shoulder. "You didn't just survive the storm, Kale. You changed it. Word of this will spread, among dragons and among men." Kale looked at the heart, its glow steady and calm once more. "I don't want to be a symbol." Arion smiled faintly. "Too late." From the depths of the forge, a new sound rose, the slow, steady rhythm of something ancient waking up. The heart pulsed in answer. And Kale knew that whatever the forge was about to reveal, it would change the course of the war forever. The forge thundered like a waking giant. Deep within the mountain, gears older than kingdoms turned. Stone shifted, metal rang, and rivers of molten gold flowed through carved channels, illuminating the vast chamber with a light that felt less like fire and more like memory. Kale stepped forward, the heart of Dracoria glowing in rhythm with the forge's pulse. "This place, it recognizes you," Rin said, awe softening his usual edge. Arion nodded. "It doesn't just recognize him. It was waiting." At the center of the chamber, the massive anvil split apart, revealing a core of pure, radiant crystal suspended in the air. Runes spiraled around it, ancient words etched in light and shadow. Kale felt a pull in his chest, a familiar warmth, like the first time he had touched the heart. Draxus lowered his head, wings folding in reverence. "This is not a weapon," the dragon murmured. "This is a bond made solid." The crystal descended slowly, stopping just before Kale. Images flooded his mind, dragons and humans standing shoulder to shoulder, forging not blades but promises. Shields formed from light, armor shaped from trust, and symbols meant to remind both sides of what they could be together. Kale reached out. The moment his fingers touched the crystal, the world vanished. He stood in a vast sky, endless and clear, no storm in sight. Before him hovered countless dragons of every shape and color, and behind him stood humans in ancient armor, faces strong, hopeful, unafraid. A voice echoed, "Neither dragon nor human but both. The heart binds. The forge remembers. But only you can choose what the world becomes." Kale swallowed. "I choose protection. Not conquest. Not control." The sky flared with golden light. Kale was thrown back into the forge chamber, gasping. The crystal shattered into fragments of glowing metal and light, which flowed like liquid across his arms, chest, and shoulders. The energy burned but did not harm. When it faded, Kale stood clad in a new form of armor, light as air, glowing faintly with golden runes that pulsed in time with the heart. A long blade formed in his hand, not of steel but of solid light, its edge humming softly. Rin stared, jaw hanging open. "I leave you alone with a forge for 5 minutes and you come back a legend." Arion dropped to one knee. "Sky Herald, you now carry the aegis of Accord, the symbol of the ancient alliance." Kale looked down at himself, overwhelmed. "I didn't ask for this." The forge answered, its glow dimming, its purpose fulfilled. "You didn't need to," Draxus said. "You earned it." The moment was shattered by a distant horn blast, low, deep, and unmistakably human. Arion's expression hardened. "That sound, that's not the desert. That's a war call." Kale ran to the edge of the platform, peering into the distance beyond the clouds. Far below, on the plains at the foot of the mountains, he saw them, an army moving like a dark tide. Banners snapped in the wind, marked with a sigil Kale had seen in his visions, a broken dragon crowned in iron. "The enemy," Rin muttered. "And they brought friends." The heart pulsed urgently. Arion clenched his fists. "They shouldn't have been able to reach this place so fast." "Unless," Kale said slowly, "they weren't following us." Draxus growled. "They were waiting for the forge to awaken." The sky darkened again, not with storm clouds but with wings. Shapes moved on the horizon. Not lightning dragons this time, but darker, heavier silhouettes, warbred dragons, their scales dull and scarred, eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. "They've enslaved them," Kale whispered. "They've turned dragons into weapons." Rin drew his sword. "Then it's official. I hate these people." Arion mounted his silver beast. "We don't have time to evacuate or hide. If they take this forge, they can build an army that will burn the world." Kale lifted the blade of light, feeling the heart and the aegis respond together, power flowing through him like a second heartbeat. "Then we make our stand here," he said. Draxus stepped forward, wings spreading wide, fire building in his chest. "Let them come. The skies will remember this day." Kale turned to Rin and Arion. "We hold the line. We protect the forge. And we show them that dragons and humans are not tools to be owned." The first of the enemy's war dragons roared, a harsh, broken sound that echoed with pain and fury. The ground forces below began to advance, shields locking, banners rising. The mountain trembled as the forge's last runes flared, projecting a massive shield of light around the platform. Rin grinned, teeth flashing. "Now this is a battlefield." Kale closed his eyes for just a moment, feeling the wind, the heart, Draxus' presence, and the weight of everything he now carried. He wasn't just a traveler anymore. He wasn't just the Sky Herald. He was a bridge between worlds. He opened his eyes and raised the blade. "Dragons of the free sky," Kale shouted, his voice carrying across the clouds and plains alike. "Hear me. Humans who still remember honor, stand with us. Today we do not fight for land or crowns." The heart flared, its light reaching far beyond the mountain. "We fight for each other." Draxus roared, a sound so powerful it shook the clouds apart. Arion's silver beast screamed in answer. From the distant sky, a faint rumble responded, thunder that did not belong to a storm. The enemy hesitated. Just for a heartbeat. Kale stepped forward into the light of the shield, blade raised, armor glowing, dragon at his side, allies behind him. The war for the skies had truly begun. Shadows of betrayal, who can you trust? Part 6. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as the skies prepare for war. The first blow fell from the sky. A war dragon crashed against the glowing shield of the forge, its massive body slamming into the barrier like a living meteor. Light rippled outward in a blinding wave, and the mountain groaned beneath the impact. Kale staggered, the aegis of a cord flaring across his armor as the heart of Dracoria pulsed against his chest. "That shield won't hold forever," Rin shouted, raising his sword as another dark-shaped dove from the clouds. Draxus roared and launched himself forward, wings beating with thunderous force. Blue flame tore from his jaws, striking the second war dragon mid-air. The enslaved beast spiraled away, smoke pouring from its scorched scales, but it did not fall. Red light burned in its eyes, driving it back toward the shield with mindless fury. "They don't feel pain," Arion said grimly, guiding his silver dragon into a defensive arc. "Something is controlling them." Kale lifted the blade of light, feeling its hum grow louder as the enemy pressed closer. Below them, the human army reached the base of the mountain. Lines of soldiers spread out, hauling massive ballistae into position. Their banners, black cloth marked with the broken dragon sigil, snapped violently in the wind. "They came prepared," Rin muttered. "Too prepared." The shield flared again as another impact rocked the platform. Cracks of light spiderwebbed across its surface. Kale turned to Arion. "We can't just defend. We need to break whatever's controlling those dragons." Arion nodded. "Then you need to see who's leading this army." He pointed toward the center of the enemy formation. A tall figure stood on a raised platform of black stone, cloaked in iron-gray armor. In one hand, he held a staff crowned with a glowing red crystal that pulsed in time with the war dragon's movements. "The Chainbinder," Arion said. "A general of the Iron Dominion. If he's here, this isn't just a raid. It's an invasion." Kale clenched his jaw. "Then he's my target." Before anyone could stop him, Kale stepped through the shield. The world exploded into wind and sound. The barrier parted around him like water, then sealed behind him, cutting him off from Draxus, Rin, and Arion. "Kale?" Rin shouted. Kale didn't look back. He dropped through the clouds, armor glowing, blade blazing like a falling star. The air screamed past him as he aimed straight for the Chainbinder. The general looked up and smiled. The red crystal on the staff flared. Every war dragon in the sky turned at once, eyes locking onto Kale. "Oh, that's bad," Kale muttered. They came at him like a storm of wings and claws. Kale slashed through the first with a sweep of light, the blade cutting clean through scale and shadow. The dragon fell, its red glow fading as it crashed into the plains below. The second clipped Kale's shoulder, sending him spinning through the air. The aegis flared, absorbing the impact, but the force still knocked the breath from his lungs. "Focus," Kale growled, steadying himself. "Just like Draxus showed you." He closed his eyes for a heartbeat and felt the heart of Dracoria pulse. When he opened them, the world slowed. Kale moved between the war dragons like a streak of lightning, striking at joints, wings, and the glowing veins of red energy running beneath their scales. One by one they fell not dead but free. The red light vanished from their eyes as they tumbled toward the ground. The Chainbinder's smile faded. "So," the general's voice echoed across the battlefield, amplified by the staff. "The Sky Herald bleeds after all." Kale landed hard on the black stone platform, blade raised. "Let them go." The general laughed. "You don't understand, boy. They were never free. Dragons, humans, kingdoms, all of them need chains. Someone has to hold the world together." He slammed the staff into the stone. The ground split. Dark energy surged upward, wrapping around Kale's legs like living shadow. He swung the blade, cutting through the tendrils, but more rose to replace them. High above, Draxus roared in fury and dove toward Kale, only to be intercepted by two massive war dragons. Rin watched from behind the shield, helpless. "Get to him. That staff is controlling everything." Arion's eyes narrowed. "No. Something else is wrong." He turned, scanning the platform behind them. The forge chamber was empty. The guards were gone. And standing near the heart of Dracoria was a figure Arion recognized. One of their own. A man in silver-trimmed armor, bearing the sigil of the Skybound Alliance. An officer who had fought beside them since the desert. "Commander Vare," Arion whispered. "No, it can't be." Vare placed a device against the heart, its surface glowing with the same red light as the Chainbinder's staff. Rin's blood ran cold. "We brought a traitor into the forge." The heart pulsed violently, its golden light flickering. Back on the platform below, Kale felt it. A sudden sharp pain tore through his chest. He staggered, dropping to one knee. The chainbinder leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Do you feel that? That's what happens when hope has a weakness. Kale looked up at the forge, barely visible through the clouds, and saw the light faltering. Rin, he whispered. Arion. The battlefield raged around him, but Kale only saw one thing now. The heart of Dracoria was being stolen. And the enemy hadn't just come with an army. They had come with a traitor. The forged chamber rang with the sound of alarm crystals shattering. Rin sprinted across the stone bridge, boots skidding on glowing runes as another shockwave rippled through the platform. Above them, the sky flashed with dragonfire and lightning, the war in the clouds casting flickering shadows across the heart of Dracoria. Commander Vare stood at the center of the chamber, his back to them, one hand pressed against the strange device latched onto the heart. Red veins of energy pulsed from the machine into the ancient crystal, draining its golden light. Vare. Rin shouted. Step away from it. Now. Vare turned slowly. His face was calm. Too calm. I was wondering when you'd notice, he said, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. You were always sharp, Rin. That's why I kept you close. Arion's silver eyes burned. You swore an oath to the Skybound Alliance. You swore to protect the heart. I did, Vare replied. And I meant it. But the Alliance is weak. It hides behind legends and hopes humans and dragons will magically get along. He gestured toward the sky, where a distant roar shook the mountain. This world doesn't need harmony. It needs control. Rin raised his sword. You're working with the Iron Dominion. Vare smiled. I'm working with the future. He twisted a dial on the device. The heart of Dracoria screamed. The sound wasn't something that reached the ears, it went straight into the bones, a vibration that made Rin's vision blur and Arion stagger back. High above, Kale cried out as the pain in his chest exploded into fire. He slammed into the stone platform, barely catching himself with one hand. The chainbinder loomed over him, staff glowing brighter with every pulse from the heart. Yes, the general whispered. That's it. Let it flow. Kale forced himself to his feet, blade shaking in his grip. You're killing it. The chainbinder laughed. No. I'm teaching it who's in charge. The shadows surged again, wrapping around Kale's arms and legs. He roared and tore free, the aegis flaring as he charged forward, slashing at the staff. The chainbinder parried with a flick of his wrist. The impact sent a shockwave across the platform, hurling Kale backward. He skidded across the stone, stopping just at the edge, clouds swirling beneath him. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. He wasn't winning. Inside the forge, Rin and Arion advanced together. Last chance, Rin said. Turn it off. Vare's eyes flicked to the heart, now dim and cracked with veins of red light. I can't. Even if I wanted to. Arion's wings flared. Then you're a dead man. Vare drew his blade, a long, narrow sword humming with dark energy. I expected that. They clashed. Steel rang against silver as Rin and Vare locked blades, sparks flying across the glowing floor. Arion leapt over them, slamming into Vare from the side, wings buffeting the traitor back toward the heart. Vare rolled, coming up on one knee. You don't understand what you're protecting. Rin pressed the attack, driving him back. Then explain it while you're still breathing. Vare slashed, forcing Rin to parry, then kicked him away. The Iron Dominion has seen what's coming, Vare said. A storm that will wipe out dragons and humans alike. The chainbinder is building an army to stop it. Arion froze. What storm? Vare hesitated. Just for a second. That was all Rin needed. He lunged, knocking Vare's sword from his hand. Arion pinned him to the ground, silver talons pressing against his chest. Talk, Arion growled. Vare coughed, blood on his lips. There's something beyond the skies. Beyond the stars. The old legends weren't stories. They were warnings. The heart pulsed weakly behind them. If the chainbinder takes its power, Vare continued, he can build a shield around the world. A cage. Nothing gets in. Nothing gets out. Rin's grip tightened. And how many lives does he burn to do it? Vare closed his eyes. As many as it takes. Above them, Draxus finally broke through the enemy line. The great blue dragon tore through the clouds, lightning crackling along his wings. He smashed into one of the war dragons, sending it spiraling away, then dove straight toward the black stone platform. Kale? Draxus roared. Kale looked up just in time to see the chainbinder raise the staff. A beam of red energy lanced out, striking Draxus in the chest. The dragon screamed, his flight faltering. Something inside Kale snapped. He surged forward, faster than before, blade blazing like a newborn sun. The aegis flared, shattering the shadows in his path as he drove straight at the chainbinder. Their weapons collided. This time Kale didn't get pushed back. He leaned in, teeth clenched. "You don't get to decide who lives in chains." The chainbinder snarled. "You're just a man." Kale smiled. "Not today." He twisted the blade, slicing through the red crystal at the top of the staff. The sky went silent. The war dragons froze mid-air, their eyes clearing. The red glow faded from the clouds. The chainbinder screamed as the staff shattered in his hands, dark energy exploding outward and hurling them both apart. Kale hit the stone hard, rolling to a stop. The chainbinder lay still. But the victory was short-lived. Inside the forge, the device on the heart began to overload. Arion felt it first, a rising hum that made his scales vibrate. Rin turned, eyes wide. "That thing's going to blow." Vare laughed weakly beneath Arion's claws. "You're too late. Even broken, it's still draining the heart. If it collapses, so does your precious alliance." Kale staggered to his feet, looking up at the forge as cracks of red light tore through the mountain. "Rin," he shouted. "What's happening?" Rin didn't answer. The heart of Dracoria flared one last time. Then it began to fall apart. The mountain screamed. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling, a deep vibration that rattled through stone, scale, and bone alike. Cracks tore across the forge chamber floor, glowing with the same red light that now poured from the fractured heart of Dracoria. Rin staggered back, nearly losing his footing as the ancient platform tilted. "Arion," he shouted. "We're losing the mountain." Arion spread his wings, silver feathers scraping against the stone as he braced himself. The heart was holding this place in the sky. Without it... The rest of the sentence was swallowed by a thunderous crack as a massive section of the forge wall sheared away and vanished into the clouds below. High above, Draxus beat his wings desperately, fighting the wild currents as the air itself seemed to twist and collapse around the falling mountain. Kale watched in horror as the forge began to sink. "Rin!" he roared again, launching himself into the air. Inside the chamber, Vare lay pinned beneath Arion's talons, blood streaking down his temple. He looked up at the breaking heart and laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "You see," he gasped. "This is what happens when you cling to old power. It fails." Rin grabbed the glowing device still attached to the heart. The metal burned his hands, but he didn't let go. "There has to be a way to stop it." Vare coughed. "There is. But you won't like it." Arion's eyes narrowed. "Speak." "The heart isn't just a machine," Vare said. "It's a living bond. It needs a will to anchor it. A mind. A soul." Rin stared at him. "You're saying someone has to replace it?" Vare nodded weakly. "Not replace. Become part of it. A herald. A bridge between sky and stone." Rin's blood ran cold. Outside, Kale reached Draxus, grabbing hold of the great dragon's scales as they circled the falling mountain. "What's happening?" Kale demanded. Draxus's voice rumbled in his mind, heavy with fear. "The heart is dying. If it falls, everything bound to it falls with it." Kale looked at the forge, now sinking through the clouds like a dying star. "There has to be something I can do." Draxus hesitated. "There is," he said at last. "But it will change you." Inside the forge, Rin turned to Arion. "He's talking about Kale, isn't he?" Arion's wings trembled. The legend spoke of a sky herald who could bind the heart to himself. "We thought it was a myth." Vare smiled faintly. "It's real. And he's already chosen." The chamber lurched violently as another section of the mountain broke away. Rin activated his comm crystal. "Kale? Do you hear me?" Kale's voice came through, distorted by wind and thunder. "I hear you. Tell me what to do." Rin swallowed. "Vare says the heart needs a living anchor. Someone has to bind with it. Become the herald." There was a long silence. "Meaning?" Kale finally asked. "Meaning," Rin said softly, "you might not come back the same. Or at all." Kale looked down at the world below, at the army scattered across the plains, the freed dragons circling in confusion, the sky itself tearing apart. Then he looked at Draxus. "I didn't come this far to watch it fall," he said. Draxus roared in anguish. "Kale, the bond could burn you from the inside." Kale smiled grimly. "Then don't let it." He let go of Draxus and Dove. The forged chamber roof was gone now, open to the storming sky. Kale crashed through the clouds and landed hard on the cracked platform, rolling to a stop just a few steps from the shattered heart. The red light flared, reacting to him. Rin ran to his side. "You don't have to do this." Kale pushed himself up. "Yeah. I do. Arion stepped back, clearing a path. The heart will test you. Every fear. Every doubt. Every part of you that wants to let go. Kale approached the heart. It loomed before him, a massive, fractured crystal of gold and red, floating above the collapsing floor. Energy lashed out in wild arcs, scorching the stone around it. He raised his hand. The moment his fingers touched the light, the world vanished. Kale stood in a vast, endless sky. No ground. No horizon. Just stars and storm clouds swirling around him. A voice spoke, not Draxus's, not Rin's, but something ancient. Why do you seek to bind the sky to your flesh? Kale clenched his fists. Because someone has to stand between the world and the dark. Images flooded his mind, his home burning. Dragons falling from the sky. The chainbinder's smile. Vare's cold eyes. You are afraid, the voice said. Yeah, Kale admitted. Terrified. The storm around him intensified. Then why do you step forward? Kale thought of Draxus bleeding in the clouds. Of Rin standing his ground against impossible odds. Of humans and dragons fighting side by side for the first time in generations. Because if I don't, he said, they stand alone. The storm stilled. The light surged into him. In the real world, the heart of Dracoria flared blindingly bright. Rin shielded his eyes as Kale's body lifted into the air, surrounded by a cocoon of gold and blue energy. Draxus roared, diving toward the forge, lightning dancing across his wings. Hold on, little brother, he growled. The mountain shuddered one last time. Then, slowly it stopped falling. The cracks sealed, glowing gold instead of red. The storm clouds parted, revealing clear sky beyond. Kale descended back to the platform, collapsing to one knee, smoke rising from his armor. Rin ran to him. Kale? Kale looked up. His eyes glowed faintly with the same light as the heart. It worked, he whispered. Behind them, Vare stared in awe and terror. You've become what the chainbinder feared. Arion stepped forward. What does that mean? Vare swallowed. It means the storm beyond the stars will notice you now. Far above, beyond the clouds, something moved. Something ancient. Something awake. The sky above the forge darkened. Not with clouds. With shadow. It rolled across the heavens like a living tide, swallowing the stars one by one. The air grew cold, so cold that frost crept across the edges of the stone platform and along the metal of Rin's sword. Draxus circled low, wings beating slowly now, his usual thunderous presence subdued by the weight of something vast and unseen. Kale stood at the center of the platform, the golden glow in his eyes pulsing in time with the faint light still radiating from the heart of Dracoria behind him. What is that? Rin whispered. Arion's voice was barely audible. The storm. The shadow shifted, and for a moment, Kale thought he saw shapes within it, vast silhouettes moving behind the darkness, like giants swimming beneath the surface of a black ocean. Vare laughed softly, a broken sound. You've done it, Sky Herald. You've rung the bell. Rin turned on him. You said the chainbinder was trying to stop this. He was, Vare replied. In his own twisted way. He wanted to build a cage around the world. Use the heart to seal us off from what's coming. And you? Arion demanded. I wanted to decide who stood inside that cage, Vare said. Kale stepped forward, the air around him shimmering. You used us. You used the Alliance. You almost destroyed everything. Vare met his gaze, unflinching. And now you've bound the heart to yourself. You've painted a target on this world so bright even the stars can see it. A low rumble rolled through the sky, like distant thunder. Draxus growled. Whatever is out there, it knows you now, little brother. Kale swallowed, but he didn't look away from the shadow. Then it can come. The platform shook as a beam of pale, alien light pierced the clouds far above, stopping just short of the forge. The air screamed around it, bending and twisting like glass under pressure. Rin stumbled back. That's not dragon fire. Arion shook his head. No. That's something else entirely. Vare struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his armor. This is as far as I go. Rin raised his sword. You're not walking away from this. Vare smiled sadly. I wasn't planning to. He reached into his armor and pulled out a small glowing shard, the same red crystal that once crowned the chainbinder's staff. Arion lunged. Don't. Too late. Vare crushed the shard in his hand. The energy exploded outward, throwing Rin and Arion back. A column of red light shot into the sky, striking the shadow above. The darkness responded. A massive shape pushed through the clouds. Not a dragon. Not anything Kale had ever seen. It was like a mountain made of night, its surface rippling with stars that weren't really stars, eyes perhaps, or windows into something deeper. The air around it warped, bending reality itself. Draxus roared, lightning crackling wildly across his scales. That is not of this world. Kale felt the heart surge inside him, a burning pressure behind his ribs. The light in his eyes flared, and the platform around him glowed with ancient runes he had never learned, but somehow understood. Rin crawled to his feet. Kale, what do we do? Kale closed his eyes. And the sky answered. He reached out, not with his hands but with the bond he now felt stretching across the world. He felt the freed dragons in the air, their wings beating in fear and awe. He felt the soldiers below, human and dragon alike, looking up at the impossible shape in the sky. He felt the heart of Dracoria. And he pulled. The light surged upward, meeting the shadow in a blinding collision. The air tore open with a sound like the world itself breaking. For a moment there was nothing but white. When Kale opened his eyes, the shadow was gone. The sky was clear. The stars burned bright and familiar. Kale dropped to his knees, gasping, the glow in his eyes dimming to a faint ember. Rin ran to him, catching him before he fell. You did it? You actually did it? Arion looked up at the empty sky, awe and fear warring in his expression. You didn't destroy it. Kale shook his head weakly. No. I pushed it back. Vare lay on the ground, his armor cracked, his breath shallow. Rin knelt beside him. Why? Rin asked quietly. After everything, why help at the end? Vare coughed, a thin smile on his lips. Because I was wrong. Control isn't strength. It's just another kind of fear. His eyes found Kale. You don't lead with chains. You lead with choice. Remember that, Sky Herald. His hand went limp. The wind swept across the platform, carrying the sound of dragons crying out in relief across the sky. Draxus landed heavily beside Kale, lowering his massive head until their foreheads touched. You scared me, the dragon rumbled. Kale managed a weak laugh. Get in line. Rin looked out over the battlefield. The armies were retreating. The war dragons, now free, were turning away, disappearing into the clouds. This isn't over, Rin said. Arion nodded. The storm will come again. And next time it won't just test you. It will try to take you. Kale stood, leaning on his blade. Then we'll be ready. The heart of Dracoria glowed softly behind him, no longer cracked, no longer wild, its light steady and warm like a living thing at rest. High above, beyond the stars, something ancient stirred. And for the first time in a very long time, was afraid. Dragonfire and Steel. An epic battle begins, Part 7. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as the world marches toward its greatest war. The plains of Eralis burned under a red dawn. Ash drifted through the air like falling snow, settling on broken banners, shattered shields, and the scorched earth where dragons and men had clashed only hours before. The retreating armies of the Iron Dominion were little more than dark lines on the horizon now, fleeing toward the distant mountains like shadows trying to escape the light. Kale stood at the edge of the floating forge platform, looking down at the world below. The glow in his eyes had faded to a faint, steady ember, but he could still feel the heart of Dracoria inside him, quiet, watchful, like a second pulse beneath his own. Rin joined him, wiping soot from his armor. You've been staring at the horizon for a long time. Kale exhaled slowly. I can still feel it. The storm. It's gone, but it's not far. Draxus landed behind them, the ground trembling under his massive weight. The great blue dragon's scales were cracked and blackened from the battle, but lightning still flickered faintly along his wings. The sky is restless, Draxus rumbled. The winds whisper of war not from the stars, but from the world itself. Arion descended moments later, folding his silver wings with a sharp snap. Scouts report Iron Dominion forces regrouping at the Black March. They're not retreating. They're preparing. Rin frowned. For another push? For a crusade, Arion replied. Every fortress between here and the southern seas is lighting their signal fires. Kale clenched his fist. Then they're not just coming for the heart anymore. No, Arion said. They're coming for you. Below them the Allied camp came to life. Human soldiers moved in tight formations, repairing armor and reforging weapons at portable forges. Dragons of every size and color circled overhead, their roars echoing across the plains as they gathered in growing numbers. For the first time in history they were not separated by fear or legend. They were one army. Rin looked out at the gathering forces. We can't keep reacting. We need to take the fight to them. Kale nodded slowly. Where does the Iron Dominion rule from? Arion's jaw tightened. The Citadel of Ash. A fortress carved into a volcano at the edge of the Black March. It's been their seat of power for generations. Draxus growled. A lair worthy of cowards who hide behind fire and stone. Kale turned to him. Can you get us there? Draxus lowered his massive head, lightning crackling brighter. I can carry you to the gates of their hell. A horn sounded from below. A deep, steady call that rolled across the plains like a heartbeat. Rin looked down. That's the council call. Moments later, they stood in the center of the Allied camp, surrounded by commanders, dragon elders, and human generals. The air buzzed with tension and barely contained excitement. A towering dragon with obsidian scales and glowing amber eyes stepped forward. His voice was like grinding stone. I am Vorther, elder of the Flame Brood. We have watched your kind for centuries, Sky Herald. His gaze fixed on Kale. You have bound the heart. You have called us into a war that will shape the skies for an age. Kale met his stare. I didn't choose this war. But I won't run from it. A human general with a scarred face and a battered helm slammed his fist against his chest. The Iron Dominion burned my city. They took my sons. If you're marching on their citadel, my army marches with you. One by one voices joined in. Dragon. Human. Warrior. Elder. The sound swelled into a single, thunderous roar of agreement. Arion raised a wing and silence fell. Then hear this, he said. The Citadel of Ash is not just a fortress. It is a weapon. The Iron Dominion has been building something within its walls. Something powered by the same energy the Chainbinder tried to steal. Kale felt the heart stir inside him. What kind of weapon? Rin asked. Arion hesitated. One designed to wound the sky itself. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Draxus bared his fangs. Then we strike before they finish it. Vorther nodded slowly. The Flame Brood will fly with you, Sky Herald. But know this, if you fall, the bond you carry may tear the skies apart. Kale swallowed. No pressure. Rin smirked faintly. You always did like high-stakes plans. The council broke, the camp exploding into motion. Soldiers formed ranks. Dragons lined up along the plains, their wings stretching wide, blotting out the rising sun. Kale climbed onto Draxus's back, gripping the ridges between his scales as the great dragon crouched low. Rin mounted behind him, securing his harness. Try not to fall off this time. Kale laughed. No promises. Arion and Vorther took to the air, joined by dozens of dragons that rose like a living storm. Draxus roared, the sound rolling across the plains like thunder. The army moved. They swept south in a massive wave of wings and marching steel, a sight that would have been called impossible only days before. As they flew, Kale felt it again. A pull. Not from the stars. From the earth. Far ahead, beyond the Black March, something burned with a dark, hungry energy that made the heart inside him throb in warning. Rin felt it too. You sense it, don't you? Kale nodded. The weapon. Whatever they're building, it's calling to the heart. Draxus growled. Then we answer with fire. The Black March came into view, an endless stretch of cracked, blackened land where nothing grew and the air shimmered with heat. At its center rose the Citadel of Ash. A towering fortress of obsidian and molten stone, built into the side of a living volcano. Rivers of lava ran down its walls like veins of fire. And above it, the sky was wrong. Dark clouds churned in a perfect circle, as if something beneath them was stirring the heavens themselves. Kale tightened his grip. Looks like they're ready for us. From the citadel walls, horns began to sound. The Iron Dominion's army poured out onto the Black March, ranks of soldiers in black armor, massive siege engines rolling into place. Above them, chained war dragons were being forced into the sky once more. Draxus roared, lightning exploding across his wings. Then let the world remember this day. Kale raised his blade, the light flaring bright enough to be seen across the battlefield. Dragons and humans, he shouted, his voice carrying through the bond, echoing in minds and hearts alike. Today we don't fight for crowns or walls. He pointed the blade toward the Citadel of Ash. We fight for the sky itself. The army roared back. And the first wave of dragonfire streaked toward the fortress as steel and wings crashed together in the opening moments of a battle that would become legend. The first impact shook the world. Dragonfire slammed into the outer walls of the Citadel of Ash, turning obsidian stone into rivers of glowing magma that poured down the fortress like molten blood. The air filled with the sound of cracking rock, screaming metal, and the thunder of wings beating in unison. Kale felt the heart of Dracoria surge inside him as Draxus dove, lightning exploding from the dragon's wings and striking the battlements in blinding arcs of blue-white light. Towers shattered, and lines of Iron Dominion soldiers were thrown from the walls, their black armor flashing briefly before vanishing into the lava flows below. Rin loosed a volley of explosive bolts from his mounted launcher, each one bursting into a sphere of flame as it struck siege engines lining the Black March. "Direct hit," he shouted. "They're scrambling." Below them the Allied armies clashed. Steel met steel in a roar of sound as human soldiers surged forward under the cover of dragonfire. Shields locked, spears thrust, and the ground became a storm of dust, ash, and blood. Above, dragons tangled in violent spirals, claws raking scales as fire and lightning tore through the sky. Arion swooped past Kale, his silver wings catching the light of the burning citadel. "The outer gate is weakening. We need to punch through before they bring up their reserves." Kale nodded, raising his blade. The light flared, brighter than before, and he felt the bond stretch outward, through Draxus, through the other dragons, through the soldiers on the ground. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. The army felt him. With a unified roar, dragons and humans surged toward the gate. The Iron Dominion answered. From the heart of the citadel, a deep, grinding sound rolled across the battlefield. The ground trembled and a section of the fortress wall split open like a wound. Something massive stepped out. It was a war dragon, but unlike any Kale had seen. Its scales were fused with black iron plates, glowing red from the heat beneath. Chains were wrapped around its body, embedded into its flesh, and along its spine rose jagged metal spines that pulsed with dark energy. The beast roared, and the sound alone knocked soldiers off their feet. Draxus snarled. "They've turned a dragon into a weapon." The monstrous dragon spread its wings and unleashed a blast of fire so intense it turned the air itself into a wall of flame. A line of allied soldiers vanished in a flash of white light, the ground beneath them fused into glass. Rin's voice shook. "That thing will tear through the army." Kale felt the heart surge again, hot and urgent. "Then we don't let it." Draxus banked hard, climbing rapidly. "Hold on." They shot upward, the sky opening around them as they gained height above the battlefield. From this angle, Kale could see the full scope of the war, the Black March lit by fire and lightning, the citadel bleeding lava and smoke, the skies filled with dragons locked in deadly dance. And at the center of it all, the chained war dragon, roaring defiance at the heavens. Draxus dove. They hit the beast like a thunderbolt. Lightning and fire collided in an explosion of light that rippled across the clouds. The war dragon screamed, twisting in the air as Draxus tore into its armored neck, fangs scraping against metal and scale. Kale leapt from Draxus's back, landing on the monster's spine. The heat was unbearable, his boots smoking against the glowing plates as he drove his blade into one of the chains. The light flared. The chain shattered. The war dragon roared again, this time in pain, and something else. Confusion. Its eyes flickered, the red glow dimming for a moment. Almost there. Rin shouted from above, firing bolts into the creature's wing joints. The beast bucked violently, throwing Kale into the air. He barely caught a ridge of metal hanging over a sea of fire and smoke below. The war dragon twisted its head, jaws opening wide. Draxus slammed into it again, locking jaws with the monster in a brutal clash of teeth and flame. The two dragons spiraled downward, crashing into the outer wall of the citadel in a cascade of falling stone and sparks. Kale rolled to his feet, coughing, and ran along the beast's back toward its head. Below them, the Iron Dominion's inner gates began to open. From within the citadel, lines of elite soldiers poured out, their armor glowing with the same dark energy that powered the chained dragon. They moved with unnatural precision, cutting into the allied ranks like a blade through cloth. Arion swooped low, scattering them with a blast of silver flame, but more kept coming. "Kale?" Rin shouted. "They're deploying something else, look." At the heart of the citadel's courtyard, a massive structure rose from the ground, a towering spire of black stone and glowing red crystal, crackling with unstable energy. Kale felt the heart inside him throb violently. "That's the weapon," he said. "That's what's calling to me." The war dragon beneath him thrashed, nearly throwing him off again. Kale plunged his blade into the final chain, pouring everything he had into the strike. The light exploded outward. The chain shattered. The red glow vanished from the war dragon's eyes. For a moment, it hovered, wings beating uncertainly. Then it looked at Draxus, and bowed its head. Draxus froze, stunned. Kale stared in disbelief. "It's free." The freed dragon roared, not in rage but in defiance. It turned and unleashed its fire on the Iron Dominion's ranks, scattering their soldiers and tearing into their siege lines. A cheer rose from the Allied army. But the victory was short-lived. The spire in the courtyard flared, sending a wave of dark energy across the battlefield. Dragons cried out, their flight faltering. Soldiers dropped to their knees, clutching their heads as the air itself seemed to scream. Kale fell to one knee, the heart burning like a brand in his chest. Arion landed beside him. That weapon is tuned to you. Is trying to tear the bond out of your body. Kale gritted his teeth. Then I guess I have to tear it down first. He looked toward the spire, standing tall amid the chaos, a wound in the world itself. Draxus, he said, forcing himself to stand. Get me inside that citadel. The great dragon growled, wings spreading wide. With pleasure. High above, the storm clouds began to churn again. Something beyond the sky was watching. Kale gripped Draxus's scales tightly as the great dragon swooped low over the Black March. Smoke, ash, and fire rose from the battlefield, and the cries of dragons and soldiers alike formed a chaotic symphony that rattled the bones. The inner gates won't hold, Kale said through the bond. We go over. Draxus's massive wings beat against the turbulent air, lifting them above the outer walls. Below, the Allied army surged forward, pushing back the Iron Dominion soldiers who still clung to their positions. Dragons, freed from chains, circled the enemy lines, tearing through formations and scattering siege engines. Rin clutched his bow, eyes narrowed as he aimed at the black spire in the citadel courtyard. The spire is the key. Whatever's powering it, if we destroy it, the Iron Dominion loses their advantage. Kale nodded, focusing on the heart pulsing inside him. The bond between himself and the heart thrummed like a living heartbeat, warning him of danger and guiding his path. Every pulse carried the weight of the dragons, the soldiers, and the fate of the world. Draxus, dive now. Kale commanded. The dragon plunged toward the inner gates, fire streaking from his wings, lightning crackling along his scales. Kale launched himself from Draxus's back, landing on the molten stone roof of the gatehouse. The heat seared his boots, but he barely noticed. His eyes were locked on the spire in the courtyard, glowing with dark energy, pulsing in sync with the heart inside him. Rin followed, landing beside him with a graceful roll. You ready for this? Kale clenched his jaw. As ready as I'll ever be. Together, they sprinted across the roof, leaping over broken stone and molten rivers that hissed beneath them. The gates shook violently as Draxus collided with the Iron Dominion's defenders below, sending shockwaves through the courtyard. Inside the citadel, the air was thick with the smell of sulfur and burning stone. Red energy licked the walls, forming veins of power that stretched up into the spire. Kale could feel it tugging at the heart, trying to overwhelm the bond. Rin glanced at him. It's feeding off the heart. You need to stabilize it or we won't get far. Kale nodded, focusing inward. He drew the light of the heart, spreading it through his arms, legs, and senses. The pull of the spire lessened, though only slightly. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure emerged. Tall, armored, and unmistakably human, but something was wrong. The eyes glowed faintly red, echoing the spire's dark energy. It was Commander Vare's lieutenant, Sir Malric, a veteran of the Skybound Alliance. Kale's eyes widened. Malric? The figure bowed mockingly. Not anymore. Today I serve the Iron Dominion. Before Kale could react, Malric lunged, twin blades glowing with the same dark energy as the spire. Rin fired an explosive bolt, but Malric deflected it with a wave of his hand, hurling it aside as if it weighed nothing. Kale dodged a strike, rolling to the side. He's been corrupted. Rin's arrow flew, striking Malric in the shoulder. He growled, staggering back for only a moment before pressing forward. You don't understand power, he hissed. I've embraced it. Kale met his charge, sword clashing against dark steel. Sparks exploded with each impact, the echo filling the chamber. The heart throbbed, warning him that the longer the fight continued, the more the spire's energy would corrupt even him. Draxus landed behind Kale with a thunderous roar, shaking the citadel's walls. Kale? I've cleared a path to the spire. Go now. Kale nodded, driving Malric backward with a series of strikes, pushing him toward the edge of the roof. With a final swing, he sent the corrupted warrior tumbling into a pit of molten stone below. The red energy around Malric dissipated in a burst of light, leaving nothing but smoke and ash. Rin exhaled sharply. That was too close. Kale's attention returned to the spire. It loomed above, a monolithic tower of blackened stone and pulsing red crystal. The energy emanating from it resonated with the heart inside him, and he could feel its power trying to overwhelm his mind. He took a deep breath. Rin, cover me. I have to bind it even for a moment. Rin nodded, raising his bow. You got it. Just don't die. Kale stepped forward, climbing the spire's side, the surface hot to the touch. Each handhold burned, but he pressed on, guided by the heart. The pulsing energy grew stronger with every step, and he could feel the spire responding to his presence. At the top, Kale reached out and touched the crystal. The world exploded in light. The red energy surged into him, and for a moment, it felt as if the spire itself were alive, trying to rip his soul apart. The heart pulsed in response, pushing back, anchoring him. He gritted his teeth, focusing all of himself into the bond. Draxus roared below, unleashing a wave of lightning that shattered the spire's outer defenses, sending shards of black stone and crystal raining down into the courtyard. Kale's body trembled as he drew the heart's power into himself, channeling it into the spire. A brilliant wave of golden light shot outward, burning away the dark energy and sending the spire cracking and crumbling. The courtyard shook violently as the citadel of ash began to collapse, lava spilling from fissures in the ground. Rin shouted, Kale, get down from there. Kale jumped from the top of the spire, landing on Draxus's back with a thud that rattled his bones. The dragon flapped his wings, lifting them into the air just as the spire imploded in a burst of golden light, sending dark energy scattering across the battlefield. The Black March shook violently as soldiers and dragons scrambled for balance. Kale's body pulsed with the heart's energy, glowing faintly in rhythm with Draxus's heartbeat. Is it over? Rin asked, leaning against Kale for support. Kale shook his head slowly. Not yet. That was only the beginning. The citadel is destroyed, but the weapon inside, it called to the heart. Something bigger is coming. Draxus roared, circling high above. Then we prepare. Whatever waits beyond the mountains, we will meet it together. Kale looked down at the battlefield. The allied armies were cheering, dragons free, soldiers alive, but his eyes remained on the distant horizon, where the first hints of a new storm stirred beyond the Black March. And he knew, deep in his chest, that the real war was only beginning. The citadel of ash lay in ruins. Blackened stone and molten rivers crisscrossed the battlefield, the echoes of collapsing walls reverberating across the plains. The air was thick with smoke, ash, and the acrid scent of scorched metal. Dragons circled overhead, their cries a mixture of triumph and exhaustion, while the surviving Iron Dominion soldiers scattered in panic, trying to escape the chaos. Kale stood atop Draxus, surveying the battlefield. His body still pulsed with the heart's golden energy, but fatigue tugged at him. He had never felt such a strain, nor had he ever faced such concentrated evil in one place. Yet the heart anchored him, steadying the storm within. Kale, Rin called from Draxus's back. The leaders, they've taken refuge in the volcano's inner chamber. They're trying to escape with what's left of the weapon. Kale's eyes narrowed. Then we end this. They dove toward the molten fissure that led to the volcano's inner chamber, fire and ash whirling around them. The ground trembled violently with every beat of Draxus's wings and the rumble of the volcano beneath. Lava bubbled and hissed as it erupted through cracks, sending waves of heat that threatened to knock them off balance. Inside the chamber, the remaining Iron Dominion generals were frantically trying to stabilize a smaller version of the sky-wounding weapon. The energy pulsed like a living thing, red veins snaking across the walls, glowing and thrumming with power that felt alive. One of them, a woman clad in black armor with a crown of molten gold, turned at their arrival. So, the Sky Herald comes to finish what he cannot understand, she hissed. You cannot stop the heart from answering. Kale leapt from Draxus's back, landing on the edge of the inner chamber. The heart's energy flared violently in response, warning him of the weapon's pull. It's over, he said calmly. No more death. No more chains. The generals laughed, their voices distorted by the humming energy. Then, in a blur, they activated a secondary device. A crystal amplifier that fed off the heart itself, sending a wave of energy that threatened to tear Kale from Draxus's back. Kale braced himself. The heart flared, golden and fierce, pushing back against the surge. The chamber shook violently. Lava splashed from the fissures and a storm of molten shards rained down around them. Draxus roared, diving at the nearest general, wings slicing the air like blades of lightning. The black-armored leader swung a weapon of energy, striking the dragon's wing, sparks flying. Draxus growled, spinning to avoid another strike, and unleashed a blast of lightning that sent the general flying against the chamber wall. Rin leapt, firing explosive bolts that shattered crystal conduits. Sparks and fire erupted everywhere. Kale? The amplifier, it's feeding faster than we can destroy it. Kale clenched his fists, drawing the heart into himself. The golden energy surged, streaming through his veins, twisting and reshaping his power. He could feel the spire's dark energy fighting him, but this time he controlled it. He reached for the amplifier with his mind, linking the heart's pulse to the device. The room trembled violently, stones cracking under the strain. Kale's eyes glowed brighter. Now Draxus, strike the amplifier. The dragon slammed his claw into the device, shattering it into fragments that exploded into molten shards. A shockwave of golden energy surged outward, knocking everyone to the ground. The dark energy dissipated in an instant, leaving the chamber silent except for the hiss of cooling lava. Kale dropped to his knees, breathing hard. Rin helped him to stand. "Is it done?" he asked, voice shaky. Kale looked around. The generals were gone, scattered and defeated. The remaining Iron Dominion soldiers surrendered, dropping their weapons as they stared at the heart glowing in Kale's chest. "For now," Kale said. "But there's more coming. The storm beyond the stars, it knows we're here." Draxus lowered his head to Kale. "You've done it, little brother. You've saved the Allied armies. But the world, the sky itself, has felt your power. And it will remember." Kale nodded slowly, the golden light dimming to a steady pulse. He felt the weight of responsibility heavier than ever before. This battle was won, but the war, the true war, was only beginning. Rin looked out at the battlefield. The army's in one piece. Dragons are free. We can finally regroup. Kale's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the first hints of a dark storm swirled beyond the mountains. "We can regroup," he said quietly, "but we have to prepare. Whatever is coming, it won't be just the Iron Dominion." Draxus growled, wings stretching wide. "Then we train. We fight. And we make sure that when the storm arrives, it finds us ready." Kale placed a hand over the heart, feeling its warmth and life within him. "The heart chose me. It chose us. And as long as it beats, we will fight." Above the citadel of ash, the sky began to clear, but a faint shimmer lingered at the horizon, a warning of the challenges yet to come. The sun rose, casting golden light over a battlefield that had witnessed fire, steel and courage beyond measure. Kale turned to Rin, Arion and the allied leaders. "We've won this battle," he said. "But the war will test everything we believe. And when the time comes, we'll face it together." The dragons roared, the soldiers cheered, and the heart pulsed once more, steady and unwavering. The citadel of ash lay in ruins, but the legend of the Sky Herald had only just begun. The Hidden Throne, Ancient Secrets Revealed, Part 8. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as ancient powers awaken and legends unfold. The sun rose over the shattered plains of the Black March, casting long shadows across the battlefield. Smoke from the citadel of ash still spiraled into the sky, carrying with it the acrid scent of burned stone and molten metal. But despite the devastation, a calm settled over the Allied army. Dragons soared freely overhead, their cries triumphant, and soldiers moved among the wounded, tending fires and repairing armor. Kale stood on a rocky outcropping overlooking the battlefield, Draxus's massive form coiled beside him. The heart of Dracoria pulsed gently in his chest, its light steady but subdued, like the calm after a storm. His eyes swept over the horizon, where the distant mountains loomed dark and foreboding. "The storm isn't over," Kale muttered. Rin, crouched beside him, nodded grimly. "No. That weapon, the energy it released, it was just a taste. Something bigger waits beyond those peaks." Arion glided down from the sky, landing softly on the rocks. "The heart is guiding you. It's pointing us toward the ruins the dragons spoke of, the Hidden Throne. Ancient dragons left it behind centuries ago, before humans walked the world." Kale's gaze hardened. "Then that's where we go. We need answers before the next wave hits." Draxus rumbled, wings stretching wide. "The path is treacherous. Those mountains are alive with old magic. And the ruins, they remember those who were not worthy." Kale climbed onto Draxus's back, Rin following, and Arion flanked them from above. Together, they took to the skies, the Allied army watching as their champions disappeared toward the mountains. The journey was long and perilous. Jagged peaks pierced the clouds, rivers of black ice twisted through narrow valleys, and hidden geysers of fire erupted without warning. But Kale felt the pull of the heart guiding them, a steady beacon in the chaos of nature itself. Finally, after 2 days of flight, they reached a plateau hidden within the folds of the highest peaks. There, half buried in ice and stone, lay the ruins of an ancient city, dwarfed by a massive throne carved from a single mountain of black crystal. Dragons of old were etched into the sides of the throne, their eyes embedded with gemstones that glimmered faintly. Kale landed Draxus gently, eyes wide with awe. This is the hidden throne. Arion landed nearby, wings folding gracefully. It was said to hold the memories of every Sky Herald who came before. The knowledge, the power, the burdens, all of it preserved here. Rin approached the throne cautiously. And it's not guarded? A low, resonant hum filled the air. The ground beneath their feet vibrated slightly. The throne was far from empty. Shadows moved in the corners of the plateau, barely visible, as if the ruins themselves were alive and observing. Kale stepped closer, feeling the heartbeat of the throne resonate with the heart inside him. It's alive, he whispered. It's waiting for me. The first step onto the black crystal throne triggered a cascade of light. Ancient glyphs carved into the stone began to glow, bathing the plateau in golden radiance. The air shimmered with energy and Kale felt visions flash across his mind. Dragons soaring above ancient kingdoms, humans wielding powers long forgotten, battles that shaped the sky itself. Kale? Rin said softly, alarm in his voice. Be careful. That power, it's not just history. It's judgment. Kale's eyes narrowed. I know. But I need to understand. If the storm is coming, we need every advantage we can get. The visions intensified. Kale saw the first Sky Herald standing before dragons, forging bonds that would echo through generations. He saw their triumphs, their failures, and their deaths. Each moment left an imprint on the throne, feeding the knowledge into him. A sudden roar cut through the visions. Kale blinked, finding himself back in the present. A figure emerged from the shadows of the ruins. A human, cloaked in dark robes, eyes glowing with the same red energy as the Iron Dominion weapon. You shouldn't be here, the figure said. No one touches the hidden throne without paying a price. Kale raised his blade, the heart flaring in response. Who are you? The figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed across the plateau. A guardian, or perhaps the last remnant of those who sought to control the heart before you. My name is irrelevant. Only the truth matters. Rin stepped forward, bow raised. Step aside. This doesn't have to end in blood. The figure's eyes flickered. Blood is inevitable. Knowledge demands sacrifice. And the Sky Herald must choose, power, or mercy. Draxus lowered his head, wings tensing. Kale. Whatever comes, trust yourself. The heart chose you. Kale took a deep breath, placing a hand on the black crystal of the throne. Golden energy surged through him, flowing into the plateau, creating a protective barrier around them. The robed figure staggered back, shielding their eyes from the light. Visions returned, faster now, more intense. Kale saw the Iron Dominion's plan laid bare. A chain of corrupted rulers, each trying to harness the heart for their ambition. He saw the coming storm, not just an army but a force that could rend the sky itself. Now I understand, Kale said, voice firm. I see the path. We won't just fight to survive. We fight to prevent history from repeating. The robed figure stumbled back, lowering their hands. So, the Sky Herald will rise. Kale's eyes burned with determination. Not rise, soar. And anyone who stands against the world will feel the fire of dragons and the will of the heart. Above the plateau, dragons circled, sensing the surge of ancient power. The air was alive with energy, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next move. Rin looked at Kale. What now? Kale gazed toward the mountains beyond, where storm clouds swirled, dark and foreboding. Now we prepare. The hidden throne has revealed its secrets, but the storm waits. And when it arrives, we will be ready. Draxus roared in agreement, wings beating a thunderous rhythm, echoing across the ancient plateau. And far beyond the peaks, in the shadows of the mountains, eyes watched. Not human. Not dragon. Something older. Something hungry. And it knew that the heart had chosen its next challenger. Kale took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the hidden throne beneath his feet. The plateau had settled into an eerie calm after the surge of energy from the heart, but the robed figure still lingered in the shadows, eyes glowing with a quiet intensity. Follow me, the figure said, voice calm now, almost coaxing. If you want to understand the heart, you must walk the path of those who came before. Only then will you wield it without destroying yourself, or those you protect. Kale glanced at Rin, who nodded silently. We're with you, Rin said, tightening his grip on his bow. Draxus's wings folded, scales shimmering in the golden glow of the throne. Be cautious. The tests here are not mere illusions. They can shape your mind, and bend your soul. The robed figure led them through a narrow corridor carved into the mountainside, the walls glowing faintly with ancient glyphs. The air grew colder as they descended, and shadows seemed to twist and shift at the corner of Kale's vision. "You must confront them," the figure said. "The Sky Heralds who came before will judge your worth." The corridor opened into a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in darkness. Ethereal figures hovered in the air, translucent yet detailed, each one bearing the form of a human bonded to a dragon. They moved as if frozen in time, faces etched with triumph, sorrow, and determination. Kale felt the heart react violently, its pulse accelerating. "These are the past Sky Heralds," he whispered. The first figure stepped forward, a tall man with silver hair and golden eyes, holding a blade that glowed faintly. "You claim the heart, but do you understand its burden?" the figure asked. His voice was not loud, but it resonated directly in Kale's mind. I am learning," Kale replied, voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. "I will protect it and those who cannot protect themselves." Another figure appeared, a woman with dark scales trailing from her shoulders like wings. "Many have claimed this power," she said, "but few survive the temptation to dominate instead of protect. Can you resist?" Kale felt the visions around him intensify. He saw himself in countless battles, some won, some lost. He saw dragons faltering, cities burning, and allies turning against him. The chamber seemed endless, stretching through time itself, forcing him to confront every possible failure. Rin stepped beside him, whispering, "Kale, focus. You're not alone. The heart chose you for a reason." Kale nodded, taking a deep breath. He extended his hand, letting the golden energy of the heart expand, washing over the chamber. One by one the ethereal figures bowed, acknowledging his resolve. "Very well," the first figure said. "You have passed the trials. But knowledge is not enough. You must wield power." The chamber shifted, revealing a pedestal at its center. On it lay a weapon forged in an age before time was counted. A long, curved blade glowing faintly with the same golden energy as the heart. Dragons were etched along its length, their eyes embedded with gemstones that pulsed with life. "This is the Dawnfang," the robed figure said. "It is a weapon that can channel the heart's energy beyond what any Sky Herald has achieved. But it demands a bond of trust and sacrifice. Will you claim it?" Kale stepped forward, hand hovering above the blade. The heart throbbed in resonance as if encouraging him. "I will," he said firmly. As his fingers closed around the hilt, visions of the past Sky Heralds flooded him again, showing how each wielded the weapon, the victories and the mistakes. The energy surged through him, illuminating every corner of the chamber, binding the weapon to the heart inside him. Rin and Draxus felt the power radiate, awe striking their hearts. "It's incredible," Rin whispered. "I can feel it through the bond." Kale turned, gripping the Dawnfang. "We have the weapon. Now we prepare. The storm isn't just coming from the mountains, it's coming from beyond the stars." The robed figure's eyes narrowed. "One final warning, the heart's power draws attention. Forces older than the Iron Dominion will awaken. Be vigilant. Allies may falter and even the dragons may be tested." Kale's jaw tightened. "Then we train. We fight. And we ensure that nothing can threaten our world again." From the shadows, the chamber door opened, revealing a figure Kale had not expected. Commander Vare, his former mentor and confidant, eyes filled with doubt and suspicion. "Kale," Vare said quietly, "I've seen what you've done. But not everyone in the Alliance believes in you. There are whispers, people who will try to stop you." Kale's grip on the Dawnfang tightened. "Then we root out the doubt. We show them the heart isn't a weapon to dominate, but a force to unite." Rin stepped forward. "We don't just fight dragons and armies anymore. We fight for trust, for loyalty, and for the future." Kale nodded. "And the first step is understanding the full scope of what the heart can do. The hidden throne has given us knowledge and now, we act." Above the mountains, a shadow passed through the clouds. Something vast and ancient, moving with purpose. Kale felt the stir of energy in the heart, a warning that their trials were only beginning. The hidden throne had revealed its secrets, but the next challenge awaited. Not in the mountains, not in the battlefield, but in the hearts of allies and enemies alike. Kale raised the Dawnfang, letting its golden light flow outward, a beacon to dragons, humans, and every being who fought for the sky. The plateau trembled, and the air shimmered with the promise of war, unity, and discovery. And somewhere, far beyond the horizon, the first whispers of a returning ancient enemy stirred, sensing the power of the Sky Herald and the weapon he now wielded. Kale stepped out of the chamber, the Dawnfang's golden light trailing behind him like a comet. The plateau stretched before him, icy winds whipping against the black crystal ruins. He felt the pulse of the heart within him, steady but aware, as if it too was preparing for what was to come. Rin landed beside him, bow slung across his back. Kale, the heart's energy, it's changing the dragons. Some of them are restless, even the older ones. Draxus snorted, shifting his massive wings. Restless is one word. Agitated is another. They can feel the weapon's power the same as you. It calls to them, demanding loyalty and obedience. Kale placed a hand on Draxus's scaled neck. They'll follow. We've proven ourselves on the battlefield and the heart binds us. But we need to ensure unity. If even one dragon falters, the Iron Dominion, or whatever comes next, will exploit it. As if on cue, a shrill cry cut through the air. A dragon from the allied ranks, smaller but older than most, darted violently toward the plateau's edge, wings flailing. Its rider, an acolyte of the Alliance named Leora, struggled to maintain control. Hold her! Kale shouted. Draxus lunged, catching the smaller dragon midair with his tail and wings, stabilizing it. Leora collapsed onto Draxus's back, pale but unharmed. Kale's eyes narrowed. The heart is amplifying emotions, not just power. Fear, doubt, anger, it feeds on them. Rin muttered, then we train them. Every dragon, every rider, we need them to withstand the heart's influence. Kale nodded. Agreed. But there's something else. I can sense a fracture within our own ranks. Someone is hiding their true intentions. Rin's brow furrowed. You think it's a spy? Kale's hand tightened on the Dawnfang. Not just a spy, someone who sees the heart as a tool for themselves. We'll need to find them before the storm arrives. The day passed in a tense flurry of training. Kale moved among the dragons, testing their endurance and focus, guiding them through maneuvers that pushed both dragon and rider to their limits. The heart pulsed stronger with each test, recognizing Kale's resolve, but also highlighting the doubts lingering in some of the riders. As evening fell, Kale stood atop a frozen outcrop overlooking the ruins. The sun dipped below the mountains, painting the sky with streaks of red and gold. In the distance, a low rumble echoed, not from the volcanoes but from the mountains themselves. Storms are gathering, Draxus murmured. But that's not the sound of wind, it's movement. Something alive, awakening. Kale's pulse quickened. The heart sensed it too. Whatever comes, we need to be ready. The Iron Dominion was just the beginning. Then came the whisper, soft, almost imperceptible at first, carried by the wind. It twisted around the peaks, echoing in the shadows. Kale froze, Dawnfang glowing faintly as the whisper became a chant, repeating words older than the mountains. Rin stepped closer. What is it? Kale's eyes narrowed. The storm beyond the stars, it's calling. And it's aware of us. Suddenly, a shadow streaked across the plateau. Kale's heart leapt as a figure emerged from behind the ruins, Commander Vare. His armor was unmarked, but his eyes glinted with unease. Kale, Vare said, voice low. You need to see this. Kale followed him to the edge of the plateau. There, etched into the ice and stone, were tracks, large, clawed, and impossibly deep. They led toward a valley hidden behind jagged peaks. Dragons? Rin asked, frowning. No, Kale said quietly. Something bigger. Something that hunts dragons, or something that could control them. Draxus growled low in his throat, wings tensing. It's coming and it's intelligent. The heart has sensed it. The pulse, it's different. Kale lifted the Dawnfang, letting its golden energy flow outward. The tracks glimmered faintly as the energy passed over them, revealing more details. Scorch marks, remnants of armor, signs of struggle. The storm beyond the stars was closer than anyone had realized. Rin swallowed. If it can move this fast, and it's already here, we might not be ready. Kale's jaw tightened. We'll be ready. We have the heart, the Dawnfang, the dragons, and the knowledge from the hidden throne. We just need to stay united. Trust each other completely. But even as he spoke, Kale felt a flicker of doubt. Someone in the Alliance had been whispering behind his back, someone who might see the storm as an opportunity. The heart had shown him hints of betrayal, subtle, almost invisible, but enough to set him on edge. Kale glanced at Draxus. We start our search at dawn. Find the spy. Train the dragons. Prepare for what's coming. The storm beyond the stars won't wait. The dragons roared in agreement, wings beating against the cold mountain air. The plateau trembled faintly under their power, the ancient ruins echoing with the promise of war, loyalty, and fire yet to come. And somewhere deep in the valley, hidden behind shadow and ice, the first sign of the ancient enemy moved silently, eyes glowing with hunger. The heart pulsed in response, alert, aware, and ready. Kale raised the Dawnfang toward the horizon, golden light streaming across the plateau. "We fight," he whispered. "We prepare. And we do not fail." The mountains shivered under the rising wind, the clouds darkened, and the distant storm beyond the stars began to coil like a predator circling its prey. The night settled over the hidden throne, cold and still, yet tense with the heartbeat of the heart of Dracoria. Kale stood with Draxus atop the plateau, the golden light of the Dawnfang casting long shadows over the icy ruins. The visions from the throne lingered in his mind, reminding him of the immense responsibility that came with this power. But the calm was deceptive. From the shadows of the ruins, movement stirred, silent, deliberate. Kale's instincts, sharpened by battles past, flared. "Rin, did you feel that?" Rin's eyes narrowed, scanning the darkness. "Something's out there. I can feel it." Draxus growled, wings spreading as if ready to strike. The heart pulsed faster, a warning that rippled through Kale's chest. "Not a dragon," he murmured. "Human, or something that once was." From behind a broken column stepped a figure clad in black armor. Subtle, familiar. Kale froze, his heart sinking. "It can't be. Vare." Commander Vare stepped fully into the golden light, eyes cold and calculating. "I warned you, Kale. Not everyone believes in the Sky Herald." Kale tightened his grip on the Dawnfang. "You've been working against us? After everything?" Vare smirked faintly. "I serve the future, Kale. And the heart is a tool. It should be wielded by those with the strength to dominate, not just protect." Rin drew his bow, arrows ready. "You betray your own army, your own dragons. For what? Power?" Vare laughed, a hollow sound that echoed over the plateau. "For survival. For control. For the storm that comes, only those who command the heart will endure." Kale's pulse accelerated. The heart surged in response to his emotions. Anger, betrayal, determination. The Dawnfang glowed brighter, golden light flowing outward like a river. "You misjudged the heart," Kale said. "It chooses bonds, loyalty, courage, not tyranny." Without warning, Vare lunged, twin daggers infused with dark energy aimed at Kale's chest. Draxus reacted instantly, wings striking the ground and sending a gust that deflected Vare's attack. Kale countered, slashing with the Dawnfang in a golden arc. Sparks clashed against dark energy as the two forces met. The heart's power thrummed violently, sending waves of golden light through the plateau. Vare staggered, but his eyes glowed brighter, reflecting the pulse of a weapon once thought dormant, the remnants of Iron Dominion energy he had secretly absorbed. Rin fired an explosive arrow, striking Vare's side. He grunted but remained on his feet, his movements precise, lethal, and fueled by ambition. "You think you can stop me with tricks?" Vare hissed. Kale's mind sharpened. "I don't need tricks. I have the heart, and the Dawnfang." He swung the blade, sending a concentrated beam of golden energy toward Vare, who blocked it with a shimmer of dark force. The two powers collided, creating a shockwave that rattled the ruins, sending ice shards and stone flying. Draxus roared, diving at Vare, claws extended. The commander sidestepped, slashing with one dagger, grazing the dragon's scaled wing. Draxus bellowed in pain, but Kale pressed forward, driving the Dawnfang closer to Vare. The fight intensified, a deadly dance of gold and shadow. Vare was strong, but Kale could feel the heart guiding his every movement, every strike, every parry. The ancient energy from the hidden throne flowed into him, lending strength and clarity. Suddenly Vare faltered. The heart's light penetrated his defenses, revealing the corruption within. For a brief moment, Kale saw doubt flash in Vare's eyes. "The heart, it's not a weapon," Kale said firmly, stepping closer. "It's a bond. And bonds cannot be broken by force alone." With a final surge, Kale channeled the Dawnfang's power, a golden torrent that struck Vare directly. The energy enveloped him, purging the dark remnants of the Iron Dominion weapon, leaving him unconscious on the icy ground. Rin exhaled, lowering his bow. That was too close. Kale placed a hand on Draxus's neck, feeling the dragon's heartbeat. "We can't let anyone betray the heart again. Not in the midst of the storm." Above the mountains, the distant winds shifted. The storm beyond the stars was approaching, its presence felt in the shiver of the ice and the pulse of the heart. Kale turned to the ruins, the hidden throne's golden light still shimmering. "We've uncovered its secrets," he said quietly. "We've faced betrayal, tested dragons, and claimed the Dawnfang. But the storm, it will challenge us in ways we cannot yet imagine." Draxus's wings stretched wide. "And when it arrives, we'll be ready. Together." Kale gazed toward the horizon, where the clouds darkened unnaturally, swirling with energy beyond the mortal eye. "The hidden throne has shown us the past. The storm will show us the future. And we will rise." Rin stepped beside him, eyes scanning the distant mountains. "What now?" Kale gripped the Dawnfang tightly, feeling the heart's pulse synchronize with the dragon's. "Now we prepare. We train. We gather the allies. And we wait for the storm beyond the stars." As night fell over the plateau, the golden light of the Dawnfang cut through the darkness. Dragons roared in agreement, echoing across the mountains. The air was alive with energy, anticipation, and the promise of battle yet to come. Somewhere in the shadows of the distant peaks, eyes watched, ancient and intelligent. The heart had awakened them, and the Sky Herald was now fully visible on the world stage. The war was far from over. The storm beyond the stars was coming. Storm scale rising, the dragon's true power, Part 9. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as dragons awaken and the storm approaches. The morning air was crisp, sharp against Kale's skin, carrying the faint scent of smoke from the citadel ruins below. The hidden throne's plateau glowed faintly in the sunrise, the golden light from the Dawnfang reflecting across the ice and stone. Draxus's wings beat slowly, stretching after the intense battles and trials of the past days. Yet there was no time for rest. Kale surveyed the dragons gathered around him, dozens of them each bound to a rider, all responding to the heart's pulse. But something was different today. The dragon's scales glimmered faintly with golden threads, as if the heart's energy was weaving itself into their very forms. Even the older, stubborn dragons seemed calmer, more attuned, but also more alert, their instincts sharpened beyond normal perception. Rin stepped forward, scanning the skies. "Go. I've never seen them like this. The heart, it's amplifying something. It's unlocking something in them." Kale nodded, hand resting on Draxus's massive neck. "They're awakening. The power they've carried for centuries, the legacy of their ancestors, it's rising now. But we have to control it. Unchecked, it could be as dangerous to us as to the storm." Draxus lowered his head, eyes meeting Kale's. "Do you feel it, little brother? The energy, it calls to them and to us. The storm beyond the stars isn't just coming, it's reacting to the heart. They will know we are ready." Kale drew the Dawnfang, letting its golden light flow across the plateau. The dragons responded immediately, roaring, wings stretching, claws digging into the ice. The golden threads pulsed along their bodies, forming patterns that mirrored the ancient glyphs of the hidden throne. Each dragon seemed more than a creature, they were conduits of the heart's energy, alive with purpose. "Form ranks," Kale shouted, voice carrying across the plateau. "We train for what's coming. Every dragon, every rider, focus on the bond." The training began in earnest. Dragons swooped and dived through the plateau's narrow valleys, twisting around jagged peaks, their movements precise and coordinated. Riders practiced aerial maneuvers, letting the heart guide their instincts, while Kale and Rin tested combat formations with lightning-fast strikes. As the hours passed, Kale noticed subtle changes. Draxus's lightning now surged in response to Kale's thoughts almost instantly. Rin's arrows, imbued with the heart's energy, left trails of golden light that could slice through stone and ice. Even the smaller dragons began to emit bursts of energy from their mouths, scales and claws, proof that the heart's influence extended beyond just Kale and the Dawnfang. Kale paused, taking a deep breath. "We're ready, but the storm isn't yet here. And I can sense, someone is watching." From a distance, hidden in the jagged peaks, a shadow stirred. Its movements were deliberate, calculated. It was massive, larger than any dragon Kale had ever seen, yet its eyes glowed with intelligence. The heart pulsed violently in Kale's chest, alerting him to the presence of a predator attuned to ancient energy. Rin frowned. "That's no dragon. That's something else." Draxus growled low, wings tensing. "The storm, its scouts. They move ahead of the main force. This one has intelligence. It watches, it learns, and it waits for the right moment to strike." Kale tightened his grip on the Dawnfang. "Then we don't wait. We confront it. But we do so together." The dragons roared in response, and the allied riders formed a defensive formation, ready to meet whatever challenge came. Kale lifted the Dawnfang high, releasing a pulse of golden energy that washed over the plateau, a signal and a shield in one. From the shadowed ridge, the massive creature stepped forward, a dragon-like being, scales darker than night, eyes glowing with crimson fire. Its wings spread wide, creating a gust that sent smaller dragons tumbling. The heart thrummed wildly in Kale's chest, warning him of the creature's raw power. "Everyone hold your positions," Kale shouted. Draxus lunged, meeting the creature head-on, lightning crackling along his scales. The two dragons clashed midair, sending shockwaves across the plateau. Kale leapt onto Draxus's back, Dawnfang ready as the battle began. The golden energy of the heart surged through him, guiding Draxus's strikes and coordinating the other dragons. Rin and the allied riders fired arrows and energy blasts, creating a dance of light, fire, and lightning that illuminated the entire plateau. The enemy dragon was powerful, its every movement precise, calculated, and deadly. But the heart and the Dawnfang gave Kale and Draxus an edge. They anticipated, countered, and struck with a synergy that grew stronger with each clash. Hours passed in a blur of fire, energy, and wings, until finally, Kale and Draxus maneuvered the creature toward a frozen cliffside. With a coordinated strike from the Dawnfang and a surge of lightning, the enemy dragon was forced to retreat, wings scorched and eyes glowing with fury. Kale landed Draxus on solid ground, breathing heavily. "This was just a scout. The storm is here, but it's testing us, measuring our strength." Rin nodded, wiping sweat and soot from his brow. "If that was a scout, what the hell are we facing next?" Kale's gaze lifted toward the horizon, where clouds churned unnaturally, dark and menacing. "Whatever it is, we'll face it. And the dragons, our true power, will rise with us." Draxus lowered his head, wings coiling. "The Sky Herald commands them, and they will follow. But the storm beyond the stars, it will not be easily defeated." Kale tightened his grip on the Dawnfang, golden light flowing through him and into Draxus. "Then we prepare. We train harder, fight smarter, and remain united. The heart has chosen us, and the storm will learn that we are not to be underestimated." Above the plateau, the sky darkened further, as if responding to Kale's declaration. Lightning flashed and a distant roar echoed across the peaks. A warning, a challenge, and the first signs of the storm's arrival. Kale turned to the allied dragons and riders. "This is our moment. Train, fight, bond. And when the storm comes, we rise as one." The dragons roared, wings beating a thunderous rhythm, their golden energy shimmering against the darkening sky. The plateau trembled, alive with anticipation, power, and the promise of a legendary confrontation yet to come. And far beyond the mountains, the storm beyond the stars gathered strength, its first champions preparing to strike at the heart of the Sky Herald's newfound power. The plateau was alive with golden light, each dragon pulsing with the heart's energy, scales shimmering like molten metal. Kale stood atop Draxus, Dawnfang in hand, eyes scanning the jagged horizon. The wind howled, carrying with it the distant roar of creatures unlike any dragon they had ever faced. "Kale," Rin shouted over the gust, "the scouts weren't the only ones. I see movement below, armies and something else." Kale's eyes narrowed. "Then we strike first. Draxus, take the lead. Everyone follow my command. Focus, unity and power." Draxus responded instantly, wings beating with the force of a storm, sending a shockwave across the plateau. The other dragons echoed the movement, forming a tight formation with riders ready to unleash their full potential. Below, the enemy forces emerged, colossal creatures, some dragon-like, others entirely alien, moving with precision and strategy. Their eyes glowed with a crimson energy that mirrored the storm beyond the stars. The scouts had tested them, now the real strike had begun. Kale took a deep breath, letting the heart surge through him. The Dawnfang glowed brighter, golden threads connecting him to Draxus and through the bond to every allied dragon. He could feel their instincts, their fear, their power, all channeled through the heart. "Attack formation," Kale commanded. "Let the storm learn our name." Dragons dove in unison, wings slicing the cold air. Draxus struck first, lightning crackling across his scaled body, striking one of the alien creatures midair and sending it crashing into the frozen cliffs. Others followed, emitting bursts of fire, energy and sonic force. Rin fired from above, arrows leaving golden streaks that cut through enemy ranks with precision. Even smaller dragons, previously hesitant under the heart's influence, now unleashed blasts of energy that shattered rock and sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Kale felt the heart thrumming violently, powerful but strained. Every creature they struck was feeding back energy into the storm, testing the limits of their strength. He gritted his teeth. Push harder. Synchronize with the heart. Draxus roared, diving between two enemy creatures and knocking them together. Kale swung the Donfang, releasing a wave of golden energy that enveloped the area, striking multiple enemies simultaneously. The sheer force of the attack created a vortex of wind, ice, and golden light, reshaping the battlefield. The enemy forces adapted quickly. One massive creature lunged at Draxus, wings beating like battering rams, teeth snapping at Kale. Draxus twisted midair, dodging with precision, but the force rattled Kale in the saddle. The heart surged, warning him of the danger, and the Donfang responded, extending golden energy tendrils that lashed out, striking the attacker and knocking it back. Rin's voice rang out. Kale? The heart? It's amplifying their attacks too. They're feeding off our energy. Kale realized the truth. The heart's power was a double-edged sword. While it strengthened their dragons, it also made the enemy more aware, more capable of countering. He had to think, not just strike. Focus on control. Kale shouted. Don't just attack. Direct the heart's energy with precision. The dragons responded, their movements coordinated under Kale's command. Golden energy surged, forming barriers, guiding attacks, and deflecting enemy strikes. Draxus struck again, this time sending a blast of lightning into the sky, creating a shockwave that disoriented several enemy creatures. Rin fired another volley, arrows tracing glowing patterns that guided the dragon's attacks. Even the smaller creatures adapted, forming a defensive perimeter around the plateau while striking in coordinated bursts. Kale's focus intensified. The Donfang became an extension of his will, channels of golden energy lashing outward, creating a synchronized symphony of attack and defense. He could feel the heart responding to the dragon's thoughts, amplifying their instincts, sharpening their reflexes, and strengthening their bond. But the strain was apparent. Draxus staggered slightly mid-flight, wings quivering under the pressure of constant energy surges. Kale felt it in his chest, the heart's energy pushing him to the brink. Hold, Draxus. Kale shouted, voice steady but commanding. We are one. Synchronize. Draxus roared, wings beating with renewed strength as the other dragons followed suit. Together they unleashed a combined assault, golden energy converging into a massive strike that tore through the enemy ranks. The alien creatures faltered, many retreating, others falling under the relentless power of the united dragons. Kale landed Draxus on solid ground, chest heaving. The battlefield was littered with remnants of the enemy, scorched earth, and glowing marks from the heart's energy. He looked at the dragons, their scales shimmering, their eyes bright with understanding and loyalty. Rin approached, exhausted but exhilarated. They're ready. All of them. The heart, it's unlocked their true potential. Kale nodded, Donfang still glowing in his grip. We've only just begun. This was a test, a demonstration. The storm beyond the stars is still coming, and it will not be so easily defeated. Draxus lowered his head, massive wings coiling. The Sky Herald commands them, and they respond. The storm may be vast, but united, we are stronger. Kale turned toward the darkening horizon, where storm clouds swirled unnaturally. Lightning flashed, illuminating shapes moving within the clouds, hints of the storm's full force, unseen but already calculating. We prepare, Kale said quietly. We strengthen. And when the storm strikes fully, the dragon's true power will be unleashed and nothing will stand in our way. Above the plateau, the dragons roared in unison, wings beating a rhythm that echoed across the mountains. The heart pulsed within Kale, Draxus, and every dragon present, signaling unity, strength, and readiness. Far beyond, the storm beyond the stars gathered its forces. Its scouts had failed, but the main wave was coming. The true test of dragons, the heart, and the Sky Herald had only just begun. The mountains trembled under the rising wind, the sky darkened with anticipation, and the golden light of the Donfang cut through the gloom, a beacon of power, unity, and the promise of legend. The sky darkened unnaturally as the main force of the storm beyond the stars descended upon the plateau. Shadows twisted within the clouds, massive shapes moving with terrifying precision. Kale tightened his grip on the Donfang, feeling the heart thrumming violently, warning him of the approaching threat. Formation Delta. Kale shouted. Dragons, position yourselves. Focus on synchronization. Draxus leapt into the air, wings beating with explosive power, sending smaller allied dragons spiraling around him. The heart's energy radiated outward, amplifying the dragon's instincts, reflexes, and strength. The plateau trembled beneath their collective power. From the storm's depths, the enemy emerged, colossal creatures with jagged scales, wings like storm clouds, and eyes glowing crimson. They moved with intelligence, coordinating attacks that forced even the most experienced riders to adjust rapidly. Kale rose on Draxus's back, Dawnfang glowing bright. We fight as one. Let the storm see the might of dragons united by the heart. Dragons dove and struck, flames, lightning, and sonic blasts combining into a dazzling display of power. The enemy countered, claws raking, fire spurting, wings battering the air in attempts to disrupt the formation. Rin fired golden arrows, each strike guiding the dragon's attacks, helping them adapt midair to the storm's unpredictable movements. Even the smaller dragons, previously hesitant, now responded instinctively, coordinated through Kale's bond with the heart. Kale felt the energy surging through the Dawnfang, amplifying each strike, each defensive maneuver. He realized he could channel the heart's power into focused blasts, shaping energy streams that cut through enemy ranks with surgical precision. Draxus, flank left. Kale commanded. The massive dragon obeyed, wings slicing the air as golden energy arced from his scales, striking two of the storm's largest creatures. They roared, staggering under the blow but quickly regained balance. The plateau became a whirlwind of motion. Dragons collided with the enemy, armored riders on smaller dragons executed precise maneuvers, and the energy from the Dawnfang created golden shockwaves that pushed the enemy back. But the storm's force was relentless. From the clouds, shadowy creatures swooped down, striking at dragons and riders with claws and energy blasts. The heart pulsed violently in Kale's chest, warning him of the strain. Draxus roared in warning, muscles tensing as he intercepted a dive attack. Kale? Rin yelled. The heart can't sustain this. It's pushing them, pushing us, to the limit. Kale nodded grimly, Dawnfang glowing brighter. Then we adapt. Channel with precision, not force. Every strike, every movement, calculate, anticipate, dominate. He focused, letting the heart guide him. Streams of golden energy formed from the Dawnfang, lashing out to intercept incoming attacks and directing the dragon's responses. The plateau became a ballet of destruction and control, each movement precise, calculated, and devastating. Suddenly, one of the enemy's massive creatures lunged directly at Kale, faster than anything he had anticipated. Draxus twisted midair, but the force was overwhelming. Kale swung the Dawnfang, releasing a focused beam of golden energy that struck the creature squarely. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Smaller enemy scouts scattered, their coordination disrupted. Kale felt the heart surge in response, powerful, affirming, and demanding more. Now Draxus! Kale shouted. The massive dragon unleashed a combined lightning and fire strike, amplified by the heart and Dawnfang, obliterating the enemy's forward ranks. Rin and the allied riders pressed the advantage, guiding dragons to exploit openings. Energy blasts and golden arrows created chains of destruction, toppling enemy creatures with precision and speed. But even as they gained ground, Kale sensed something greater approaching. From the swirling storm above, a massive shadow descended, larger than any dragon they had ever seen. Its wings spanned the horizon, and its eyes glowed with an intelligence and malice that made Kale's pulse quicken. The leader, Draxus growled. The heart recognizes it, ancient, powerful, not just a creature but a force of nature itself. Kale tightened his grip on the Dawnfang. We've trained, we've fought, we've risen together, but this will be the ultimate test. Dragons, riders, brace yourselves. The true storm has arrived. The massive enemy descended onto the plateau, shaking the ground, wind gusting violently, and darkness spreading across the battlefield. Its roar echoed like thunder, rattling even the golden glow of the Dawnfang. Kale met its gaze, feeling the heart respond, not just fear but challenge, anticipation, and a call to mastery. He knew then that this was what the Hidden Throne had prepared them for. Not scouts, not small armies, but a trial of skill, unity, and the dragon's true power. Hold your ground, Kale shouted. Together we are unstoppable. The heart guides us, let its power flow. The dragons roared, wings beating in unison, golden energy surging outward, and the battle for the plateau intensified as the storm-scale creature tested every ounce of their strength. Kale felt the heart pulse violently, each beat resonating through Draxus and the other dragons. The massive storm-scale creature loomed above the plateau, wings spanning the horizon, eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. Its roar shook the mountains, scattering snow and sending smaller enemy scouts tumbling into the chasms. "Draxus, focus!" Kale shouted. "This is it, the culmination of everything we've trained for." Draxus roared, wings beating, lightning arcing across his scales. The other dragons formed a coordinated ring around Kale, their combined energy surging outward in golden currents. The heart responded, amplifying every movement, every instinct, every thought. Kale raised the Dawnfang high, feeling the golden threads of the heart connect not just to Draxus, but to every dragon and rider. "Now channel everything," he shouted. A synchronized wave of energy erupted from the plateau. Dragons unleashed fire, lightning and sonic blasts in precise coordination, guided by Kale's connection to the heart. The storm-scale creature countered, claws and wings striking, but the sheer precision and unity of the allied dragons pushed it back. Kale swung the Dawnfang, releasing a focused beam of golden energy that split into multiple arcs, striking the creature simultaneously from different angles. The shockwave shook the plateau, sending debris flying in all directions. Rin fired a volley of arrows, each glowing with the heart's energy, striking critical points and disrupting the creature's balance. Even the smaller dragons, previously cautious, now moved with instinctive precision, their combined power creating a barrier of golden light that shielded the riders from retaliatory strikes. The storm-scale creature lunged, attempting to crush Draxus with its massive claws. Kale focused, letting the heart flow through the Dawnfang. He extended his mind, guiding Draxus, the other dragons and the energy streams simultaneously. Lightning and golden energy converged in a perfect strike, colliding with the enemy midair. The collision created a massive explosion of energy, shaking the plateau to its core. The enemy staggered, wings faltering, eyes narrowing in realization. Kale pressed the advantage, coordinating another synchronized strike. "All dragons focus on me," Kale shouted. "Together we are unstoppable." The dragons roared in agreement, golden energy pulsing through every scale, claw and wing. Draxus lunged, delivering a crushing strike to the storm-scale creature, while the other dragons unleashed blasts from multiple angles. The Dawnfang's light wrapped around the enemy, binding it in golden energy. The creature struggled, but the heart's influence, combined with the unity of the dragons, was overwhelming. With one final roar, it was forced to retreat, disappearing into the dark clouds above the mountains. The plateau shook as the echoes of its departure reverberated across the peaks. Kale landed Draxus on solid ground, chest heaving, Dawnfang still glowing. Rin approached, eyes wide with awe. "We did it, they're retreating." Kale nodded, watching the horizon. This was only the first wave. The storm beyond the stars is larger, more intelligent, and it's still coming. But today we've proven something crucial. The dragon's true power, united under the heart, can overcome even the fiercest threat. Draxus lowered his head, wings coiling. The Sky Herald commands them, and they respond. The storm will think twice before attacking again. Kale turned to the other dragons and riders, pride swelling in his chest. "We train harder. We prepare smarter. The storm beyond the stars will not catch us off guard again. And when it returns, we will meet it as one, human, dragon, and heart united." Above the plateau, the clouds began to shift, revealing patches of sky. The golden light of the Dawnfang illuminated the battlefield, a symbol of victory, unity, and hope. But in the distance, Kale sensed the true storm moving, its full force yet to be revealed. "The hidden throne has shown us knowledge," Kale said quietly. "The heart has given us power. Now we must use it wisely, for the battles ahead will test not just strength, but loyalty, courage, and the bonds we share." Rin placed a hand on Kale's shoulder. "The dragons, they've never been stronger. And neither have we." Kale looked toward the mountains, the wind carrying the distant echoes of the storm beyond the stars. "Then we rise. The storm may come, but united, we are unstoppable. Storm scale has risen, and the dragon's true power will guide us." The dragons roared in unison, wings beating a rhythm that resonated through the mountains, signaling to all who watched that the Sky Herald and his allies were ready. Far above, the storm beyond the stars shifted, its massive forces regrouping, aware now of the strength they faced. The main wave had been repelled, but the storm's champions were preparing for the next, more devastating strike. Kale raised the Dawnfang high once more, golden light cutting through the darkening clouds. "Let them come. The dragons are ready, and so are we." The plateau trembled beneath their power, the heart pulsed in perfect synchronization with Draxus and every allied dragon, and the first real victory against the storm beyond the stars had been won. But Kale knew, deep in his chest, that this was only the beginning. The storm would return, stronger, smarter, and more relentless. And when it did, the Sky Herald and his dragons would face their ultimate challenge. The dawn broke over the Frost-Peak Mountains, painting the jagged cliffs in shades of gold and crimson. The plateau of the Hidden Throne glimmered faintly, reflecting the aftermath of the storm-scale battle. Kale stood atop Draxus, Dawnfang glowing with residual energy, surveying the allied forces. Dragons moved in organized formations, smaller creatures perched on cliff edges, their eyes alert, muscles tensed, and scales shimmering with golden threads of the heart. "We survived the storm's first wave," Rin said, his voice carrying over the wind. "But we've only delayed the inevitable. The main force will come, stronger and smarter." Kale's gaze swept over the plateau. "We need to solidify the bond, not just between dragons and riders but between us all. The heart responds to unity. If the alliance fractures, the storm will exploit it." Draxus growled, nudging Kale. "And there are fractures already. Subtle, hidden. Eyes that watch, hearts that waver. Loyalty must be proven or it will fail when the storm strikes." Kale dismounted, Dawnfang pulsing faintly in his hand. He moved among the dragons, placing a hand on each neck, feeling their pulse, their thoughts, their loyalty. Every dragon responded, but one smaller dragon hesitated, eyes darting toward the shadows. "Rin," Kale said quietly, "watch that one. Something isn't right." Before Rin could respond, a rider approached, cloaked in dark robes. Kale recognized him immediately, Commander Vare, recently subdued by the heart, now walking freely among the allies. His eyes glinted with an unreadable expression. "Kale," Vare said smoothly, voice calm. "The dragons are impressive. Your bond with them, it's extraordinary. But power alone won't protect your kingdom. The storm beyond the stars is vast. Even now, it gathers forces that will overwhelm us if we're unprepared." Kale's hand tightened on the Dawnfang. "You've betrayed us before. Why should I trust you now?" Vare inclined his head slightly. "I was tested. I failed. The heart reminded me of my place. I offer knowledge now. Knowledge of the storm's strategy and its next moves. If we work together, we might survive its next strike." Rin frowned. "And if we don't? If this is just another trick?" Kale's jaw tightened. "We'll monitor him closely. But for now, we need every advantage." The plateau rumbled faintly, the wind shifting unnaturally. Kale raised the Dawnfang, letting golden light flow outward. The dragons responded immediately, wings spreading, energy shimmering along scales. From the distant mountains, clouds swirled violently, dark shapes moving faster than natural winds could carry. The storm beyond the stars had begun its second wave. "Kale?" Rin shouted. "They're coming. Far more than last time." Kale mounted Draxus, Dawnfang ready. "Prepare the dragons. Focus the heart. Every strike must count." Draxus roared, golden lightning arcing along his scales. The smaller dragons followed suit, forming a defensive formation that expanded across the plateau. Riders readied weapons and energy blasts, their nerves steeled by the previous battle but aware that this challenge would test them further. Kale raised the Dawnfang high, golden energy streaming into the dragons' minds. "We are one. The heart guides us. Trust it. Trust each other. Trust yourselves." The dragons roared and the ground shook beneath their combined power. The enemy approached, creatures larger and more numerous than the first wave, some winged, others resembling massive beasts crawling over the mountainside, eyes glowing crimson. Kale focused, letting the Dawnfang flow through him. He extended his consciousness through the heart, reaching each dragon simultaneously. Energy pulses synchronized, wings, claws, and tails moving in perfect harmony. The first clash was catastrophic. Dragons struck with coordinated force, Dawnfang's energy slicing through the ranks, while enemy claws, fangs, and energy attacks collided with the golden shields. Rocks shattered, ice cracked, and the sky filled with flashes of gold and crimson. Rin fired a series of precision arrows, each tracing golden paths that guided the dragon's maneuvers. Even smaller dragons, previously untested in battle, moved instinctively, weaving through enemy attacks and returning strikes with perfect timing. But the storm's forces adapted. A massive creature larger than Draxus emerged from the clouds, wings beating with the force of a gale. Its roar echoed across the plateau, disorienting the smaller dragons. Kale felt the heart surge in warning, and Draxus staggered under the creature's assault. "Kale? Focus on it." Rin shouted. Kale nodded, eyes narrowing. He raised the Dongfang, channeling golden energy into a concentrated beam, striking the massive creature head-on. Sparks and wind erupted as the energy collided with the enemy's scales, sending it staggering backward but not down. Draxus, flank left. All dragons converge. Kale commanded. The dragons obeyed instantly, energy surging from their bodies as they moved in perfect unison, encircling the massive enemy. The creature lunged at Draxus, but Kale anticipated it. Dongfang's energy arc split and struck the enemy midair, staggering it again. The heart pulsed violently, amplifying every strike, every maneuver. From the shadows of the plateau, Vare whispered, "The heart is reaching its limit. Push it further and it may collapse." Kale's jaw tightened. Then we focus, not force. Precision, unity, strategy. The heart will not fail if we act as one. The dragons responded, their golden energy converging into a synchronized strike. Draxus lunged, wings and tail striking in tandem with the other dragons' attacks. The enemy staggered under the relentless assault, finally crashing into the icy mountainside with a deafening roar. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, only the wind and distant thunder remaining. Kale surveyed the plateau, dragons panting, wings folded, energy shimmering faintly, riders exhausted but alive. Rin approached, eyes wide. "We did it, but that was too close. Too many could have fallen." Kale nodded, Dongfang pulsing faintly. "This is only the beginning. The storm beyond the stars is not finished. The true test is coming and we need to prepare, consolidate and trust fully, not just in the heart but in each other." Draxus lowered his head, wings coiling. The Sky Herald guides them, and they respond. The alliance is strong but the storm will seek the weakest point. "Watch carefully, Kale." Kale turned to Vare, eyes sharp. "You've seen the battle. The heart is powerful but only united will we survive. Do you understand your role?" Vare inclined his head. "I understand. And I will serve, as long as the alliance stands and the heart leads." Kale exhaled, letting the tension ease slightly. "Then we prepare. Reinforce defenses, train the dragons and ensure every rider and creature is ready. The storm beyond the stars will return, and when it does, the fate of kingdoms and dragons will hang in the balance." The sun set behind the plateau, golden light mingling with shadows cast by dragons' wings. The heart pulsed faintly as if echoing Kale's determination. Dragons roared in unison, signaling readiness, unity and defiance against the approaching storm. And far beyond the mountains, the storm beyond the stars shifted, massive shapes moving within the dark clouds, aware now of the strength they faced. The ultimate confrontation was near. Kale raised the Dongfang high, golden light cutting through the darkening sky. "We will not fall. We will rise. And together we will face the storm, as one." The plateau hummed with anticipation. Dragons rested on jagged cliffs, wings folded but tense, their scales glowing faintly with the golden threads of the heart. Riders scouted the perimeter, eyes sharp, senses alert. Even with the victory over the storm-scale creature, Kale knew the real battle was approaching. "We can't underestimate them," Kale said quietly to Rin as they walked along the icy ridge. "The storm beyond the stars doesn't strike blindly. It learns, adapts, and uses fear as a weapon." Rin nodded, frowning. "And not everyone here trusts the heart, or each other. Some riders are uneasy and I've seen dragons hesitate, small things, but enough to make a difference in battle." Kale's hand rested on Draxus's massive neck. "Then we test the bond. Every rider, every dragon, every arrow, every strike, they must be synchronized. The heart can guide them but the mind must command it. Trust must be absolute." From the shadows of the plateau, Vare stepped forward, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. "Kale," he said smoothly, voice calm, "there are whispers among the allied ranks. Doubt, hesitation. Some question whether we can survive the storm. They may falter when the true wave arrives." Kale narrowed his eyes. "I will handle that. You keep watch. If anyone moves against the alliance you will stop them." Vare inclined his head. "Understood." The wind shifted abruptly, carrying the distant rumble of the approaching storm. Shadows flickered across the plateau, unnaturally long and fast, moving ahead of the visible clouds. Kale mounted Draxus, Dongfang glowing softly, its golden threads reacting to the pulse of the heart. "Rin, take your squad and reinforce the eastern cliffs," Kale commanded. "We need high vantage points. Any breach there could devastate the plateau." Rin nodded, mounting his dragon. "Understood. Let's make sure they don't get the first strike." Kale turned to the dragons gathered around him. Listen well. The storm beyond the stars is watching. They will test our defenses, probe for weakness, and attempt to fracture our bonds. Every dragon, every rider respond with precision. Trust the heart, trust each other, and act as one. The dragons roared, wings beating, sending shockwaves across the icy plateau. Even the smaller creatures emitted bursts of golden energy, signaling readiness. Suddenly, a shadow darted along the edge of the plateau, a rider cloaked in black, moving faster than the eye could follow. Kale's heart tightened. "Intruder!" he shouted, raising the Dawnfang. The cloaked figure landed on a jagged rock, revealing a familiar insignia, an alliance rider but one not fully loyal. Whispers of doubt and fear had turned into outright betrayal. Kale's pulse surged, the heart thrumming in alarm. "Rin!" Kale shouted. "Intercept. Draxus with me." The dragons launched into the air, wings cutting through the wind, golden energy lacing the air. The betrayer moved swiftly, summoning a smaller storm-scale creature hidden beneath their cloak. It lunged toward the eastern cliffs where Rin's squad had positioned themselves. Kale swung the Dawnfang, sending arcs of golden light that intercepted the creature midair. Draxus struck, claws extended, knocking the enemy off balance. But the betrayer's tactics were cunning. They twisted, ducked, and fired bursts of stolen energy at the dragons, testing defenses. "Keep them separated," Kale shouted. "We can handle one at a time, but not a coordinated strike." Rin's squad fired arrows infused with the heart's energy, striking the betrayer's creature and forcing it to retreat momentarily. The plateau shook under the energy blasts, ice and rock cracking beneath the stress. Kale focused, channeling the heart's power into the Dawnfang. Golden light streamed outward, weaving between dragons, creating barriers and guiding attacks. Draxus lunged again, striking the betrayer's creature directly. The impact sent it tumbling down the cliffside, its roar echoing into the mountains. The cloaked figure leapt to another ridge, energy surging through their weapon. Kale could sense the fear and doubt in their mind, feeding the storm-scale creature's energy. "The heart feeds on unity," Kale muttered. "Their bond is fractured, so their attacks are amplified." He raised the Dawnfang higher, golden energy connecting to Draxus and the surrounding dragons. "Focus on the bond," he shouted. "Strength comes from unity, not fear." The dragons responded immediately. Wings flared, claws struck in perfect synchronization, and energy pulses erupted from their bodies, forcing the betrayer to retreat again. The heart's golden threads wrapped around the plateau, connecting all dragons and riders in a network of instinct and precision. Kale saw an opening. "Now Draxus, channel all power into the heart strike." Draxus lunged, wings spread wide, while the other dragons circled the betrayer and their creature. The Dawnfang's energy surged through Kale and Draxus, striking in a concentrated golden beam. The enemy faltered, staggering under the combined force. Rin fired a final arrow, amplified by the heart, which struck the betrayer's weapon, shattering it. The cloaked figure tumbled, unarmed, powerless. The plateau fell silent for a brief moment, the tension breaking as the dragons landed, wings folding, scales glowing faintly in the golden light. Kale exhaled, gripping the Dawnfang. "The bond is tested and we have endured. But the storm beyond the stars is watching, learning. We must remain vigilant. Trust cannot be partial, it must be absolute." Draxus lowered his massive head, wings coiling. The Sky Herald guides them, and they follow. But the heart will be tested again and harder. The true wave is yet to arrive. Kale nodded. "Then we prepare. Reinforce defenses, strengthen the dragon's training, and ensure every rider is loyal. The fate of kingdoms, and dragons, depends on it." Above the plateau, the clouds churned violently, shadows stretching across the mountains, hinting at the storm's growing power. The heart pulsed faintly, synchronizing with Draxus and every allied dragon, a reminder of their unity and strength. Kale looked toward the horizon, determination in his eyes. "We've survived the test of betrayal. Now we prepare for the ultimate confrontation. The final bond will be the difference between survival and annihilation." The dragons roared in unison, wings beating a rhythm that resonated through the mountains, signaling readiness, defiance, and unity against the approaching storm. And far beyond, the storm beyond the stars gathered its forces, aware now that the alliance had endured the first challenges. Its most devastating strike was yet to come. The plateau had grown tense with anticipation. Every dragon shifted uneasily on the ice-cracked cliffs, wings partially spread, eyes glowing faintly with golden threads of the heart. Riders adjusted positions, checking weapons and energy channels, the sharp wind carrying the distant rumble of the storm beyond the stars. Kale mounted Draxus, Dawnfang pulsing softly with residual energy. He scanned the horizon. "The storm is coming," he said quietly, "and this time it will not hold back." Rin tightened his grip on the reins of his dragon, scales glinting. "I've never seen forces like this. Even the storm scale we fought before is nothing compared to what's coming." Kale's eyes narrowed. "Then we must fight smarter, not harder. The heart gives us power, but precision and unity will decide if we survive." From the clouds above, massive shapes descended, faster than natural flight. Lightning flickered within their forms, eyes glowing with intelligence and malice. Kale felt the heart surge in warning, resonating with the dragon's instinctive fear and alertness. "Formation Omega," Kale commanded. "Spread and circle, let the heart guide your strikes but maintain defensive cohesion. Every move must be calculated." The dragons responded instantly. Draxus led the central line, golden energy arcing along his scales, while smaller dragons flanked the sides. Their wings cut the icy air, creating shockwaves that disrupted the first wave of incoming attackers. Kale extended his consciousness through the heart. Golden threads connected to every dragon, synchronizing movements, instincts, and attacks. "We fight as one," Kale thought, letting his mind become the command center for the plateau's defense. The storm beyond the stars unleashed its most devastating weapon. Massive energy spires, black with crimson veins, shooting down from the clouds to smash the plateau and crush dragons midair. The ground shook violently with each impact. "Divert them. All dragons, focus energy on neutralizing the spires," Kale shouted. Golden arcs of energy shot from Draxus and the allied dragons, intercepting the spires mid-descent. Sparks flew, ice shattered, and smaller dragons emitted sonic pulses that destabilized the enemy's trajectory. But the spires were relentless, and some struck, sending riders tumbling and dragons reeling. Kale felt the heart pulse urgently. The energy strain was immense. "Draxus," he roared. "Channel every ounce of the heart through the Dawnfang. Synchronize every dragon's attack." Draxus roared, wings beating violently. Energy surged along his body, connecting with every dragon on the plateau. Golden currents intertwined with the Dawnfang's power, forming arcs and waves that tore through the enemy's spires, obliterating some while deflecting others. Rin maneuvered his dragon expertly, firing a continuous volley of arrows infused with golden energy, each strike shattering the smaller enemy attackers and guiding the dragon's movements with surgical precision. Yet even as they gained ground, Kale sensed a larger threat, a massive winged warship emerging from the storm clouds, its hull crackling with energy, pulsating in tune with the storm's destructive rhythm. "They've brought technology to this battlefield," Kale muttered. "Not just creatures, weapons designed to kill dragons and crush defenses." Draxus tilted midair, wings slicing through the storm wind. "The heart can protect, but we must strike strategically. Direct assault will fail." Kale focused on the terrain, jagged cliffs, narrow ridges, and hidden crevices that could amplify their attacks. "Use the plateau to your advantage," he shouted. "Dragons strike from above, below, and the sides. Force the enemy to scatter." The dragons surged forward in coordinated strikes. Draxus led a dive bomb attack against the warship's energy core, golden lightning from Dawnfang slicing into its hull. Other dragons followed, striking from multiple angles, creating shockwaves that shattered the enemy's formation. The warship retaliated, launching beams of energy that split the plateau, shattering ice and sending riders tumbling. Kale felt the heart surge violently, warning of the danger. Focus the heart. Not just power, precision. With a surge of concentration, Kale channeled the heart's energy into a single concentrated strike through Dawnfang. Golden light wrapped around Draxus and extended outward, enveloping the warship in a cocoon of energy. The hull groaned, sparks flying as the combined force of dragons, riders, and the heart tore through its defenses. The warship exploded in a flash of golden light, scattering the remaining storm forces. But the battlefield remained perilous. Spires still fell, smaller enemies swarmed, and the storm beyond the stars had not yet revealed its full strength. Kale glanced at Rin. "We've bought time, but the storm is learning. We need new tactics, new formations, and we must master the heart's ultimate potential." Rin nodded, breathing heavily. "Every dragon is exhausted, every rider pushed to the limit. But we're alive, and we've proven we can stand against them." Kale looked toward the horizon, clouds swirling ominously. the storm beyond the stars will return. Stronger, smarter, deadlier. But today we've taken the first real step toward mastering the final bond. And that bond will be the difference between survival and annihilation. Draxus roared, wings beating, golden energy pulsating across the plateau. The other dragons joined in, a synchronized display of power and unity. The heart pulsed in Kale's chest, echoing the dragon's rhythm, a perfect harmony of instinct, loyalty, and strength. Above the plateau, the storm beyond the stars shifted, massive forms moving within the clouds, aware now of the Alliance's capabilities. The true battle was yet to come, and the fate of kingdoms and dragons hung precariously on the strength of the final bond. Kale raised the Dawnfang high, golden light cutting through the storm clouds. We are ready. United we will not fall. Let the storm come, we will endure. The dragons roared, wings slicing the air, energy crackling across the plateau. The final confrontation approached, and the Sky Herald, Draxus and their allies prepared for the ultimate trial of power, unity, and courage. The sky above the Frost Peak Plateau was a swirling tempest of shadow and crimson light. Massive spires of energy fell from the clouds, smashing into the icy cliffs, sending shards of rock and ice flying like deadly missiles. The storm beyond the stars had unleashed its deadliest force yet, testing the Alliance to the absolute limit. Kale gripped the Dawnfang tightly, golden energy coursing along its blade, through him and into Draxus. The heart pulsed violently in response to the chaos, warning him of danger, but also offering guidance. Dragons! Kale shouted, voice echoing over the tumult. Focus. Every strike must be precise. Trust the heart. Trust each other. Trust yourselves. Draxus roared, wings slicing the violent wind, scales glowing with golden threads of energy. The other dragons followed, forming a coordinated formation, moving with instinctive precision. The battlefield became a symphony of fire, lightning, and energy, dragons weaving through falling spires, intercepting attacks, and striking at the storm's forces with perfect synchronization. From the clouds, a massive creature emerged, the apex of the storm beyond the stars, larger than any Kale had ever seen. Its wings spanned the horizon, eyes glowing with an intelligence that chilled the heart. Energy surged from its body, sending shockwaves across the plateau. Even the Dawnfang struggled to maintain control of the heart's energy. Rin shouted, Kale? That's massive. It's unlike anything we've faced. Kale's jaw tightened. Then we adapt. Draxus focused the heart through me. We hit them together. Every dragon, every rider, synchronized. Draxus responded immediately, golden energy surging as Kale extended the Dawnfang, streams of light connecting to every dragon. The heart pulsed violently, amplifying instinct, reflex, and power. Every dragon moved as one entity, wings beating in perfect harmony, claws and tails striking in synchronized arcs. The massive enemy lunged, energy lashes extending from its claws, tearing the ice beneath. Kale swung the Dawnfang, releasing a concentrated golden blast that met the enemy midair. The impact sent shockwaves across the plateau, knocking smaller storm creatures off balance. Now, all dragons combine attacks. Kale shouted. The dragons surged in unison, their combined energy forming a golden maelstrom, surrounding the massive enemy. Draxus dove at the creature's exposed flank, claws striking with amplified force. The heart responded, channeling energy from every allied dragon, magnifying every attack. The enemy roared, retaliating with energy beams and wing strikes. But Kale anticipated each move, guiding the dragons with precision. Dawnfang glowed brighter than ever, arcs of golden energy slicing through enemy attacks, creating openings. Rin led a squadron of smaller dragons in a flanking maneuver, striking critical points with pinpoint accuracy, disrupting the enemy's coordination. Kale felt the heart thrumming violently, every pulse magnified the dragon's power, but also pushed them to their limits. The apex creature attempted a final devastating strike, lunging at Kale and Draxus with a roar that shook the plateau. Kale raised the Dawnfang high, golden threads of the heart connecting to every dragon and rider. With a surge of focus, he unleashed the ultimate combined attack, a concentrated explosion of light, energy and golden fire that enveloped the enemy entirely. The impact was catastrophic. Shockwaves shattered cliffs, ice splintered, and the storm beyond the stars faltered. The apex creature screeched, battered by the unity of dragons, riders and the heart. With one final surge, it was forced to retreat, vanishing into the swirling clouds beyond the mountains. The plateau fell silent, only the faint crackle of residual energy and the wind echoing over the cliffs. Dragons landed, exhausted but triumphant, wings folding as golden light pulsed faintly across their scales. Riders checked weapons, breathing heavily, aware that this battle had tested every ounce of strength, skill and trust. Kale dismounted Draxus, Dawnfang still glowing faintly. He surveyed the plateau, eyes sharp. We've held the line, but the storm beyond the stars is far from defeated. The true test is yet to come. Rin approached, eyes wide with awe and exhaustion. Kale, we did it. But we barely survived. The heart? It's incredible, but even it has limits. Kale nodded. Limits can be pushed if we act as one. Today we've proven the power of unity, precision, and trust. The dragon's strength is unmatched when synchronized through the heart. But we must remain vigilant. Every advantage counts, every bond must hold. Draxus lowered his head, wings coiling, scales faintly glowing. The Sky Herald guides them, and they follow. The plateau stands, but the storm will return, stronger, deadlier, and more cunning. We must be ready. Kale turned to the horizon, watching the dark clouds swirl ominously. We prepare. We train, we fortify, and we strengthen the bond between humans and dragons. The heart is our guide, but the final bond will decide the fate of kingdoms. Above the plateau, the storm beyond the stars shifted, massive shadows moving within the clouds. Kale could sense it, the gathering of greater forces, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. He raised the Dawnfang high, golden light cutting through the darkening sky. Let them come. United we will not fall. The dragons are ready and so are we. Dragons roared in unison, wings beating, energy crackling across the plateau. The heart pulsed in Kale's chest, echoing the dragon's rhythm, a perfect harmony of instinct, loyalty, and strength. Kale looked to Rin and the other riders. Today we defended our home, our dragons, and our alliance. Tomorrow the storm will return. And when it does, the final bond will be tested to its fullest. We will rise, or kingdoms will fall. The sun set behind the plateau, casting long shadows, and the golden light of the Dawnfang illuminated the battlefield. The alliance had survived, but Kale knew the ultimate confrontation, the one that would define the fate of dragons, humans, and the kingdoms, was still coming. The heart pulsed once more, strong and steady, a reminder that unity and trust could overcome even the deadliest of storms. And far above, the storm beyond the stars waited, patient, calculating, and ready to strike again. Kale's voice echoed over the plateau. The final bond will decide everything. And we will not break. Whispers in the Wind, A Lost Dragon Returns, Part 11. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as a legendary dragon long thought lost returns to the battlefield. The plateau was quiet in the early dawn, the golden glow of the heart still faintly pulsing across Draxus and the other dragons. Kale stood atop a jagged cliff, Dawnfang in hand, eyes scanning the horizon. After the catastrophic assault from the storm beyond the stars, the alliance needed rest, but Kale knew danger lingered beyond the clouds. Kale, oh look, Rin whispered, pointing toward the eastern sky. A ripple of wind cut through the icy peaks, carrying a strange vibration. At first it was subtle, a distant hum, but then it intensified into a deep, resonating roar that made the dragons shiver. The golden threads of the heart pulsed violently in Kale's chest, alerting him to a presence he had not felt in decades. That's impossible, Kale muttered. It can't be. From the clouds, a massive shape descended, wings stretching wider than any dragon Kale had seen. Scales shimmered with iridescent hues of silver, sapphire, and crimson, catching the sunlight in dazzling flashes. The wind tore across the plateau as the dragon landed, each step sending tremors through the ice. Draxus growled low in his throat, wings flicking nervously. The other dragons tensed, instinctively sensing the magnitude of the newcomer. Kale raised the Dawnfang, golden light lacing through his veins. Draxus, calm. This is not an enemy. I feel it through the heart. The dragon lowered its massive head, eyes glowing with intelligence and recognition. Memories of old battles, long-lost alliances, and whispered legends flowed through Kale's mind. He had heard tales of this dragon, a guardian of ancient knowledge, thought lost to the storm decades ago. And now it stood before him, alive and magnificent. Rin, do you feel that? Kale asked. The heart, it's responding differently. Stronger, sharper, but also ancient. This dragon carries knowledge we need, and power beyond our understanding. Rin nodded, eyes wide. It's enormous. It's energy. I've never felt anything like it. The dragon lowered itself gracefully, massive wings folding, revealing intricate patterns along its scales, patterns that pulsed faintly, resonating with the heart. Kale stepped forward cautiously, Donfang glowing softly. "I am Kale, Sky Herald," he said firmly. "I command the heart and I lead the alliance of dragons and riders. Who are you, and why have you returned?" The dragon's voice resonated not in words but in thought, carried directly through the heart. "I am Solyara," it conveyed, "guardian of lost knowledge, keeper of ancient bonds. I have returned because the storm beyond the stars rises again. The fate of dragons and of kingdoms rests upon your shoulders, Sky Herald." Kale felt a shiver run through him. The heart pulsed more intensely as if recognizing Solyara's presence. Every dragon on the plateau responded, scales tingling, energy thrumming in sync. Even the smaller dragons raised their heads, sensing the arrival of a being far beyond their experience. You knew this storm was coming?" Kale whispered. "Yes," Solyara replied, scales glinting in the sunlight. "It grows in strength, learning from every battle. Only those united through the heart can withstand it. And only through knowledge, strategy, and the final bond can you survive the trials ahead." Kale's mind raced. "Then, we must prepare. Teach me. Teach us. Whatever knowledge you carry, it could turn the tide." Solyara shifted, wings stretching, sending gusts of wind across the plateau. "The heart has limits, Kale. It channels power, yes, but only when guided with understanding. I carry knowledge of the ancient bond, the connection between dragons and humans that predates the storms beyond the stars. To master the heart fully, you must learn these ways. And time is short." Rin stepped forward, awestruck. "So, this dragon, it's been waiting for the right moment? To guide us?" "Yes," Solyara's thoughts flowed calmly. "The storm beyond the stars seeks to fracture unity. Doubt, betrayal, hesitation, these are its weapons. You will face them again. But with knowledge and trust, the dragons will rise beyond even the power you wielded today." Kale clenched his jaw, determination hardening in his chest. "Then we learn. We master the bond. The heart. Draxus, every dragon here, we will not fail. Not now. Not ever." Draxus lowered his massive head, nudging Kale gently, wings flicking. Golden threads of the heart intertwined with Solyara's pulses. Kale felt a surge of energy unlike anything before, power, wisdom, and unity flowing together. "You are ready to begin," Solyara's voice echoed in Kale's mind. "We must strengthen the heart's connection, link every dragon fully, and prepare for the storm's deadliest strike. The final bond will soon be tested beyond anything you have faced." Kale's hand tightened around Donfang, golden energy sparking. "Then we start. Today we train. Today we prepare. The storm beyond the stars will learn what it means to face the true power of united dragons." Above the plateau, the clouds twisted ominously. Far in the distance, the rumble of the storm's approach could be heard. But now the alliance had hope. Solyara had returned, carrying the knowledge and strength necessary to tip the balance in their favor. Kale turned to Rin and the other riders. "Today marks a new era. Dragons and humans, united like never before. And when the storm strikes again, the final bond will not falter. It will endure. It will conquer." The dragons roared in unison, wings beating the air, scales shimmering with the heart's golden threads. Solyara lifted into the sky, circling above Draxus and the allied dragons, an immense beacon of power and wisdom. Kale felt the pulse of the heart in perfect synchronization with the ancient dragon. Knowledge, energy, and instinct flowed through him, Draxus, and the plateau's defenders. A new force had awakened, a force capable of confronting the storm beyond the stars in ways previously unimaginable. And as the sun rose fully over the plateau, golden light scattering across the icy cliffs, Kale knew one thing with certainty. The final battle was coming, and the true power of the dragons and the heart was only just beginning to reveal itself. The plateau buzzed with energy as the dragons spread out, stretching wings and testing muscles that had been tense for days. The golden threads of the heart pulsed steadily, resonating with each creature, but now intertwined with a new force, Solyara's presence. The ancient dragon circled above, her massive wings creating gusts that rippled across the icy cliffs, guiding movements and testing reflexes. Kale mounted Draxus, Donfang pulsing faintly with residual energy. He felt the surge of Solyara's power through the heart, a stream of ancient knowledge and instinct weaving itself into his mind. The warmth of understanding flowed through him, teaching him subtle nuances of synchronization he had never mastered before. "Today we push the boundaries," Kale announced, voice steady, carrying across the plateau. The storm beyond the stars will test us, but we will be ready. Every dragon, every rider must learn to act as one, faster, smarter, stronger. Soyara will guide us and we will follow. Soyara dipped low, landing gracefully between Draxus and the other dragons. Focus your senses, Kale. Feel every heartbeat, every pulse of the heart, every breath of the wind. Only then can you synchronize fully with your dragons. Kale nodded, extending his mind. Draxus responded, golden energy coursing through scales, muscles, and wings. Kale felt the dragon's thoughts, instincts, and reflexes blending seamlessly with his own. He extended that connection to the other dragons, sending pulses of guidance and receiving instant feedback. Rin watched, awestruck. Kale, you're controlling them, almost like they're part of you. Kale focused. Not controlling. Synchronizing. The heart allows guidance, but trust is key. Every dragon has to act willingly, instinctively. That's what Soyara is teaching us. Soyara's massive form rose, wings slicing the air. Observe. Learn the patterns. The storm beyond the stars strikes where bonds are weak. If your link falters, they will exploit it. Practice until instinct and heart are inseparable. The training began in earnest. Draxus and Kale led a series of aerial maneuvers, diving spirals, wing flares, synchronized tail strikes. Smaller dragons mirrored the movements, their golden threads glowing as they responded to Kale's guidance. Soyara intervened occasionally, correcting trajectories, teaching new forms of energy manipulation, and showing how the heart could amplify instinct beyond natural limits. Kale's pulse quickened. Every movement, every beat of wings, every energy arc felt like an extension of his own body. He guided Draxus through a dive, looping under Soyara's massive wings, then arcing upward to strike a formation of smaller storm creatures Soyara had summoned for training. Golden lightning streaked across the sky, weaving through the enemies with precision, leaving no collateral damage to the plateau. Excellent. Soyara's thoughts resonated through Kale. Your focus is sharp, your bond strong. But remember, the heart is not infinite. Strength is meaningless without control. Master the connection and you can direct it to overwhelm the storm's greatest weapons. Suddenly, the horizon darkened as the storm beyond the stars tested them once more. A wave of smaller yet fast and deadly storm-scale creatures descended, testing the newly trained dragons. Kale's heart surged. This is the real test. Remember everything. Trust the heart. Trust each other. Dragons flared into coordinated formation. Draxus led the front line, golden arcs of energy pulsing with each strike. Smaller dragons weaved around, striking with precision, avoiding collisions, and intercepting the enemy with calculated arcs of power. Kale guided the attack mentally, the heart pulsing violently. Every dragon responded in perfect synchronization, countering the storm creature's aggressive maneuvers. Rin's squad performed intricate flanking attacks, shooting golden arrows that split and redirected with the heart's amplification. Even Soyara joined the fray, massive wings and energy blasts displacing swarms, teaching the dragons in real time how to combine instincts with guidance. Kale marveled at the effect. The heart has limits, but coordinated, focused, amplified by knowledge, this is power beyond imagination. The storm creatures retreated after repeated strikes, their formation shattered. Kale landed Draxus beside Soyara, breathing heavily but exhilarated. The smaller dragons circled the plateau, wings folding, scales shimmering faintly. Soyara lowered her massive head, eyes glowing softly. The storm beyond the stars will strike harder next. You have made progress, Kale, but now you must learn strategy. Energy alone is not enough. Observe the battlefield, anticipate the enemy's moves, and use the heart to channel focus, not just force. Kale nodded. Then that's what we'll do. Draxus, we train the mind as well as the wings. Every maneuver, every strike, every tactic must be precise, flawless. The training continued for hours, the sun rising higher, reflecting off scales and icy cliffs. Every dragon learned, every rider adjusted, and Kale felt the heart grow stronger, its pulses now echoing Soyara's ancient wisdom. As dusk approached, Kale surveyed the plateau. Dragons rested but remained alert, wings partially spread, golden threads faintly pulsing across every scale. Riders checked weapons and energy channels, fatigue tempered by exhilaration. Rin approached, expression both awed and cautious. Kale, this training, it's incredible. The dragons, the heart, even I feel different. Stronger, faster, sharper. But I worry. The storm beyond the stars is still out there, and now it knows we've grown. Kale's jaw tightened. Then we continue. Soyara's knowledge will prepare us, but the ultimate test will come soon. Every bond, every strategy, every skill must be perfect. We've taken a step forward, but the final battle is still ahead. Solyara lifted into the sky, circling Draxus and the allied dragons. The heart has grown, but growth is dangerous if unchecked. Use caution, Kale. Every move must be deliberate. The storm beyond the stars watches, waiting for the first sign of weakness. Kale raised the Dawnfang, golden light pulsing along its blade. Then we train harder. The final bond will be flawless. And when the storm returns, it will learn what it means to face united dragons and humans. We will not fail. Above the plateau, the storm beyond the stars shifted ominously, clouds swirling, shadows stretching. But now the Alliance had new hope, new strength, and the guidance of a dragon thought lost for decades. Kale turned to Rin. Tomorrow we will test our limits further. Every maneuver, every strike, every pulse of the heart, must be perfected. The storm beyond the stars will strike again and we will be ready. Rin nodded, eyes reflecting determination. Then let's make every moment count. For dragons, for kingdoms, and for the heart. The plateau shimmered faintly as the sun set, golden light reflecting off the scales of dragons and the icy cliffs. Solyara hovered above, wings spread like a beacon of ancient power, and Kale felt the true weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. The storm beyond the stars would return. And when it did, the final bond, tested, perfected, and strengthened, would decide the fate of all. The plateau shivered under the rising winds of the approaching storm beyond the stars. Clouds churned violently, carrying the faint scent of ozone and energy that made the air heavy with anticipation. Kale stood atop Draxus, Dawnfang glowing faintly, its golden energy reflecting the rising tension. Beside him, Solyara hovered, wings spread wide, casting shifting shadows across the icy cliffs. The heart can guide power, but instinct must lead, Solyara's thoughts resonated through Kale's mind. Energy without foresight is wasted, and precision without trust is deadly. Today we test both. Kale's chest tightened. Then we begin. Draxus, follow my lead. Every maneuver counts. Every strike must be flawless. The dragons launched into the sky, wings cutting through the turbulent winds. Kale extended his mind through the heart, feeling Draxus's instincts, amplifying his own reflexes and synchronizing with the smaller dragons. Golden threads of energy pulsed between them, forming a web of instantaneous communication. Solyara dove from above, initiating the first challenge. Massive storm-scale creatures, faster and more intelligent than before, emerged from the clouds, attacking with coordinated strikes. Each one carried energy similar to the heart, making them unpredictable and dangerous. Rin flanking formation. Keep your squad tight and anticipate their moves. Kale shouted, guiding not only his own dragon but providing mental commands to the other riders through the heart. The dragons responded immediately. Draxus spiraled downward, golden arcs of energy trailing in precise patterns, striking two storm creatures midair. Smaller dragons darted between the larger predators, intercepting energy beams, redirecting attacks and maintaining formation. Kale's pulse raced. The heart amplified reflexes, instinct and intuition, but even he felt the strain. Focus, anticipate, move as one, he thought, letting Dawnfang extend the golden threads across the battlefield. Solyara's massive wings shifted, sending gusts of energy that disrupted enemy formations. Feel the battlefield, Kale. Every movement, every beat of a wing, every pulse of the heart. Let them guide your strategy. Your dragons will follow your intent. Kale responded instantly. Draxus lunged toward a cluster of storm-scale creatures, sweeping two aside with a powerful wing strike while Kale guided golden energy to deflect incoming beams. A smaller dragon followed, firing a volley of arrows amplified through the heart, striking a weak point Solyara had highlighted. The storm creatures roared, retreating briefly before regrouping with calculated speed. Kale's mind raced. They learned fast, faster than we expected. Draxus counter their flanks, Rin intercept their rear. Dragons surged through the turbulent air, golden energy arcs weaving between them like threads of sunlight. Kale felt every strike, every movement, the battlefield folding into his awareness. Even the smallest dragon's instincts were visible, their reactions amplified and synchronized with the heart. Suddenly, one of the storm-scale creatures shifted tactics, attempting a coordinated attack on Draxus while simultaneously targeting the eastern cliffs where the riders had positioned themselves. Kale's heart surged. They're testing our bond. They know that if the heart falters we lose. Draxus now. Kale shouted. Dongfang pulsed with golden energy, arcs shooting out in precise, interwoven patterns that intercepted the enemy's attack. Draxus twisted midair, claws striking the creature while Kale guided another pulse to knock its companion off balance. Rin and the other riders adjusted their formations instantly, sending streams of arrows enhanced by the heart toward the attackers. The combination of energy, instinct, and coordination forced the storm forces to retreat once more, leaving the plateau momentarily quiet. Kale exhaled, gripping Dongfang tightly. Good, but not enough. They adapt too quickly. We need more control, more strategy. Soyara, show us how to link energy pulses without losing focus or reflex speed. Soyara circled above, wings creating a vortex of wind and energy. Kale, your instincts are strong, but your understanding of multi-dragon coordination is limited. Focus on patterns, not just power. Let the heart guide intention, not force. Kale nodded. Understood. He extended the heart further, linking not only energy but thought, intent, and strategy. Golden threads pulsed faster, weaving through Draxus and the smaller dragons, synchronizing not just movement but decision-making. The storm beyond the stars responded immediately, sending another wave of smarter, faster creatures. But this time, the dragons anticipated every strike, countering with precision, exploiting patterns Soyara had taught. Golden arcs struck the lead creatures, and Draxus swept through the ranks, coordinated perfectly with every rider and dragon. Even Rin's squad noticed the difference. It's incredible, Rin said, awe in his voice. The heart, it's guiding us, but we're choosing every strike together. We're unstoppable when we move like this. Kale's eyes burned with determination. Then we keep pushing. Every move, every pulse, every strike, must become instinct. If the storm returns, we will be ready. The final bond is not just power, it's foresight, unity, and trust. The training extended into the late afternoon. Every dragon, from Draxus to the smallest fledgling, adapted to the advanced techniques. The heart pulsed in perfect harmony with Kale, Draxus, and Soyara, weaving a tapestry of instinct, energy, and strategy across the plateau. As dusk fell, Kale looked over the plateau. Dragons were exhausted but disciplined, wings folding slowly, scales glowing faintly with golden threads. Riders checked weapons, adjusting energy channels, breathing heavily, yet filled with renewed confidence. Soyara descended, massive wings casting shadows across the plateau. You have learned well, Kale. But strength alone will not win the battles to come. Strategy, foresight, and unity will be tested against the storm's deadliest weapons. The final bond must remain unbroken. Kale nodded. Then we train harder tomorrow. We anticipate, we adapt, and we strengthen. The heart will guide us and we will not fail. Above the plateau, dark clouds swirled, shadows stretching over the mountains. But Kale felt something he hadn't in months: hope and the renewed power of unity. The storm beyond the stars was coming, but the alliance was no longer the same. They had evolved, guided by the heart, the wisdom of Soyara, and the indomitable courage of dragons and humans alike. Kale raised Dongfang, golden light cutting through the darkening sky. The final bond is alive, and when the storm strikes again, it will find not fear but force, unity, and precision. The dragons roared in unison, wings slicing the wind, scales glinting with golden light. The heart pulsed stronger than ever, resonating with Draxus, Soyara, and the entire alliance. The final battle was coming, and the storm beyond the stars would face its most dangerous adversary yet. The evening sky over Frost Peak Plateau was a turbulent canvas of dark clouds and streaks of fading sunlight. The heart pulsed faintly, golden threads glimmering across Draxus and the other dragons. Kale felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily in his chest. The training had been rigorous, pushing every dragon and rider to their limits, but the storm beyond the stars was already testing them again. Kale, look! Rin shouted, pointing toward the northern ridges. A wave of storm-scale creatures, faster, sharper, and smarter than any before, surged from the clouds. Their energy flickered with chaotic brilliance, striking unpredictably at the plateau below. Kale's pulse surged. Draxus, to the skies. All dragons, prepare for full engagement. This is no simulation. The storm is probing our strength. Soyara swooped in from above, wings casting massive shadows across the plateau. Focus your mind, Kale. The heart will guide power, but instinct must lead. Trust every dragon, every rider, every pulse. The dragons lifted off in a coordinated sweep. Draxus's wings beat powerfully against the gusting winds, golden energy arcing across his scales. Kale extended the heart, linking every dragon with his intent, forming an invisible network of guidance and instinct. The storm creatures attacked in perfect coordination, aiming to overwhelm the dragons and test the strength of their bond. Kale guided Draxus in tight spirals, arcs of golden energy intercepting the first wave. Smaller dragons darted through gaps, striking the enemy with precision while avoiding collisions and energy backlash. Rin, flank left. Support the smaller dragons. Kale's thoughts extended through the heart, reaching every rider and creature in the formation. Rin responded instantly, directing his squadron to intercept an aggressive pack of storm-scale hunters. Golden arrows, amplified through the heart, struck with surgical accuracy, taking down two of the lead attackers. Solyara circled above, massive wings creating gusts that disrupted enemy patterns. Observe the battlefield, Kale. Anticipate their strategies. The storm beyond the stars adapts, so must you. Kale felt every motion, every pulse of the heart, every instinct of Draxus. He adjusted the formation, weaving the dragons through complex maneuvers that combined attack and defense. Golden arcs streaked through the sky, energy crackling as dragons struck in perfect harmony. The storm creatures regrouped, launching a coordinated strike at Draxus and Kale. Massive claws and energy blasts collided with golden barriers created through the heart. Draxus twisted midair, claws striking two attackers while Kale directed a pulse to neutralize their energy surge. Hold formation. Every strike must be precise. Kale shouted. The heart guides, but focus determines the outcome. The dragons responded with unmatched coordination. Smaller dragons feinted, drawing attackers into traps set by larger dragons. Draxus lunged through the enemy, Dongfeng releasing concentrated golden arcs that shattered the leading storm creatures. Even Rin's squadron executed intricate flanking maneuvers, exploiting weaknesses Solyara had identified. The combined forces of dragons, riders, and the heart began to turn the tide. But then, a massive wave of storm energy erupted from the northern sky, a dark, pulsing cloud that twisted and writhed with malevolent intelligence. Kale felt the heart warn him, this was no ordinary attack. This was the first hint of the storm beyond the stars' true strategy. Brace yourselves. Kale roared. Draxus's wings cut the wind, golden threads of energy pulsing like lightning. The dragons weaved through the massive energy surges, countering with synchronized attacks. Solyara descended, massive claws striking the storm wave, dispersing a portion of its energy while teaching the dragons how to combine instinct and power without losing control. The heart can shield, can strike, can guide, but it is not invincible. Learn to wield it with precision or all will be lost. Kale felt the strain as he pushed Draxus and the heart to the absolute limit. Every pulse of energy, every coordinated strike, every defensive maneuver demanded focus, reflex, and instinct. The dragons responded flawlessly, but Kale knew the storm beyond the stars was learning, adapting to their patterns. After what felt like hours, the first major skirmish ended. The storm creatures retreated, leaving the plateau battered but intact. Dragons landed, wings trembling, scales faintly glowing with golden threads. Riders dismounted, exhausted but exhilarated, their bonds with dragons and the heart stronger than ever. Kale looked to Solyara. This was incredible. But the storm, it's smarter than ever. We pushed ourselves to the limit, but it knows we're learning. Solyara nodded, massive wings folding. You have learned well, Kale. But the storm beyond the stars will not rest. Every gain will be tested, every bond questioned. The heart's true potential remains untapped, and only through unity, strategy, and trust will you withstand what comes next. Rin approached, breathing heavily, eyes wide. Kale, we've changed. The heart, it feels different. Stronger, sharper. But I can feel the danger. The storm is still out there, and it knows we're prepared. Kale clenched Dongfeng. Then we keep pushing. Every dragon, every rider, every pulse of the heart, must become instinct. The final bond will endure. And when the storm strikes again, it will find not fear but force, precision, and unity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the plateau, Kale felt the true magnitude of the task ahead. The storm beyond the stars was not just a force of destruction. It was a test of every bond, every skill, every ounce of courage. Above the plateau, Solyara soared, wings spread wide, massive and radiant. Draxus and the allied dragons circled, golden threads connecting them in perfect harmony. The heart pulsed stronger than ever, a beacon of unity and strength. Kale raised Dongfeng, golden light illuminating the plateau. the final bond lives. We have trained, we have learned, and we are ready. The storm beyond the stars will return, but we will face it together, and we will not fall. The dragons roared, wings beating, energy crackling across the icy cliffs. The storm beyond the stars stirred, aware of the alliance's growth, but even it would soon learn the true meaning of unity, strategy, and the ultimate bond between humans and dragons. The Last Flame, Heroes and Legends Forged, Part 12. Tell me in the comments where you are watching from as the final battle begins, dragons and humans facing the ultimate storm. The sky over Frost Peak Plateau burned with unnatural fire. Dark clouds churned violently, jagged bolts slicing the air, while winds howled like ancient giants. The storm beyond the stars had arrived, massive, cunning, relentless. Shadows of creatures larger than mountains pulsed with energy, resonating against the heart. Kale stood atop Draxus, Dawnfang in hand, golden threads of the heart glowing brighter than ever. His eyes scanned the horizon, determination burning in their depths. Solyara hovered above, wings beating, scales shimmering with brilliance that outshone the storm. Every dragon in the alliance lined up, wings spread, claws flexed, golden energy pulsing along every scale. Listen well. Kale shouted, voice cutting through the roar. This is it, the final battle. The storm beyond the stars aims to destroy everything we've built. But we will not falter. Every dragon, every rider, every pulse of the heart, must be perfect. Trust your instincts, trust each other, and above all, trust the bond. The dragons roared in unison, golden light surging, echoing across the plateau. Even the smallest dragons lifted their heads, energy crackling along their scales. The heart thrummed in Kale's chest, resonating with Draxus, the allied dragons, and Solyara. Every beat felt like a drum of war, every pulse a call to action. From the storm, a massive shape emerged, the apex of the storm beyond the stars, larger and more intelligent than any foe they had faced. Its wings spanned the horizon, energy lashing from claws, eyes glowing malevolently. The sheer presence made the plateau quake, ice shards spinning like deadly needles. Kale gripped Dawnfang. Draxus, now. Unite the heart with every dragon. Strike together as one. The dragons surged, golden arcs weaving between them, forming a vast network of guidance, instinct, and power. Draxus led the charge, spiraling around the apex creature, claws and teeth striking with precise coordination. Solyara swooped in, wings creating gusts that disrupted enemy attacks, teaching the dragons to combine instinct, energy, and strategy flawlessly. Remember, Kale, force alone will not win. The heart guides, but unity, trust, and foresight turn the tide. Rin's squadron darted through gaps in the storm's assault, arrows amplified through the heart striking weak points. Every dragon followed Kale's mental guidance, every pulse of the heart amplifying instinct into action. The apex creature roared, retaliating with energy strikes that shattered cliffs, but the alliance moved as one, deflecting and countering with astonishing precision. Kale's mind raced. We've trained for this. Every maneuver, every bond, every pulse, must be flawless. He extended Dawnfang, golden threads connecting every dragon, every rider, every strike choreographed through instinct and unity. The apex storm lunged, wings tearing air like blades. Draxus dodged midair, golden arcs intercepting energy blasts. Kale guided smaller dragons in intricate maneuvers, flanking, feinting, striking simultaneously in perfect coordination. Hold. Focus. Every strike counts. Kale shouted, mind fully attuned to Draxus, the heart, and Solyara's guidance. The apex unleashed a devastating wave, dark and swirling, intent on overwhelming the dragons. Kale felt the heart surge violently, warning of danger, but also offering guidance. Now Draxus, channel the heart fully. Golden light erupted from Draxus, expanding outward, connecting every dragon, rider, and Solyara in a radiant network. Energy arcs interwove, forming a shield that deflected the storm wave while striking back at the apex. The battle became a dance of fire and light, energy and instinct. Dragons weaved, spiraled, and struck in harmony, countering the storm's deadliest assaults. Riders adjusted, their mental link through the heart guiding precision and strategy. Exhaustion clawed at Kale, but determination burned brighter. This is the final test. The heart, Draxus, Solyara, every bond, must endure. Stormspawn attempted to flank the plateau, targeting weaker points. Kale's mind expanded through the heart, coordinating a counterstrike. Draxus launched, followed by Rin's squadron and smaller dragons, converging on the Stormspawn with impeccable timing. Golden arcs, amplified arrows, and wing strikes tore through the enemy, leaving nothing in their path. Solyara descended upon the apex, energy claws raking its scales, while Kale and Draxus delivered a concentrated strike from above. Donfang glowed with blinding intensity, golden threads channeling every ounce of knowledge, instinct, and power they had cultivated. The apex roared, shaking the plateau. But Kale felt the heart respond, the bond between humans and dragons stronger than ever. Every strike, every pulse, every decision flowed seamlessly, turning chaos into controlled devastation. For a moment, the storm faltered, its apex recoiling from the unity and power of the alliance. Kale knew the final victory required one ultimate act. The heart unleashed in perfect harmony with every dragon. Draxus, now! Kale shouted. Golden energy erupted, arcs connecting dragons, Solyara, and riders in a radiant network. Donfang pulsed violently, every strike guided by instinct, knowledge, and trust. The apex roared, energy lashes lashing outward, but the alliance held firm, redirecting, absorbing, amplifying every assault. Time seemed to stretch. Dragons, riders, and the heart moved as one, a single entity of unstoppable force. Every pulse, every strike, every arc of energy hit with perfect precision, overwhelming the storm apex. Then, with a final surge of golden light, the apex was engulfed, energy tearing through it and dispersing the storm wave. Silence fell, broken only by the roar of dragons and the crackle of residual energy. Kale lowered Donfang, golden threads dimming but still resonating. Draxus landed, wings folding, scales glinting. Solyara hovered, wings spread in victory, energy rippling across her body. Rin approached, breathless. Kale, we did it, the storm, it's gone, for now. Kale shook his head. Gone? Perhaps. But we've proven something far greater. The heart, dragons, and humans together can overcome any storm. The final bond is real. And it will endure. Above the plateau, golden light shimmered as dragons circled, wings spread, scales glinting. The heart pulsed steady and strong. Kale looked to Solyara. Thank you for returning. For guiding us. For showing the power of unity. Solyara's massive eyes softened. The heart has grown, just as you have, Kale. Remember, the greatest power is not destruction but the bond you forge. This bond will forge legends, heroes, and the future of kingdoms. Kale exhaled, looking over the plateau. Then we prepare. Not for ourselves but for generations to come. Dragons, humans, united. That is our legacy. The sun rose fully, casting long shadows, lighting dragon scales and the golden threads of the heart. The storm beyond the stars had been defeated, but Kale knew vigilance must never end. The final battle had forged heroes, legends, and a bond stronger than any storm. On Frost Peak Plateau, dragons and humans stood together, ready for whatever the future held. The battlefield was alive with tension. Even as the apex of the storm beyond the stars had been driven back, remnants of its dark energy remained. Smaller vortexes of destructive force spiraled across the plateau, unstable yet lethal. Kale's eyes scanned the horizon, every instinct screaming that the fight was far from over. Draxus, stay close. Kale called. Donfang's golden threads shimmered brighter, connecting him to every dragon in the alliance. We cannot let the storm regroup. Every pulse counts. Solyara circled above, wings slicing the turbulent air. The storm is clever, Kale. It will strike where bonds are weakest. Observe the battlefield, anticipate its attacks, and act as one. The final bond is your weapon, its unity your strength. From the shadows of the clouds, dozens of storm spawn erupted, creatures half-formed from energy and shadow. They moved in patterns that seemed chaotic at first, but Kale noticed the rhythm. The storm beyond the stars had learned from their previous battle. Every attack was calculated, every strike probing for weakness. Rin, protect the eastern flank. Small dragons formed the intercept barrier. Kale commanded. The heart pulsed violently in his chest as he guided every movement, synchronizing instincts with Draxus and the other dragons. The dragons surged forward, golden light trailing like fire across the sky. Draxus twisted midair, intercepting a group of storm spawn, while Kale extended the heart further, connecting every strike to the instincts of each dragon. Arcs of energy collided with the storm spawn, scattering them but revealing a new threat, a cluster of dark lightning beasts converging on the plateau's northern cliffs. Kale felt the pulse of danger. They're testing the limits of the heart. If we falter here, everything is at risk. Then we adapt. Kale roared, thrusting Donfang forward. A wave of golden energy pulsed from the blade, cascading over the northern cliffs, dispersing the dark lightning beasts. Draxus followed with perfect synchronization, claws striking, wings creating gusts that pushed the remaining attackers back. Solyara descended, joining the strike. Her massive claws raked the ground, releasing waves of energy that stabilized the plateau while tearing through clusters of storm spawn. Kale, the heart can shield, strike and guide. But its true power lies in precision, not raw force. Focus, anticipate and adapt. Kale's pulse surged as he absorbed Solyara's guidance. He extended the heart like a web, linking every dragon, rider, and even the terrain itself. Golden threads arced between dragons, amplifying instinct into flawless execution. Smaller dragons darted in, striking weak points while avoiding the storm's adaptive attacks. The storm spawn adjusted, coordinating new strikes. Kale realized the battle was a test of strategy as much as strength. Draxus, flank left. Anticipate their moves. He guided Rin's squadron, smaller dragons, and even the terrain's energy through the heart. Every strike became precise, every maneuver deliberate. For a moment, the sky seemed to freeze. Golden light intertwined with dark energy, dragons and storm spawn locked in midair combat. Every beat of wings, every pulse of energy, every thought synchronized through the heart became a weapon. Kale's mind raced. This is the limit. Every bond, every pulse, every instinct, must hold. If even one falters, the storm will exploit it. The storm unleashed a massive vortex, sucking energy from the plateau, attempting to sever the connection between dragons and the heart. Draxus struggled midair, wings straining against the pull. Kale extended every ounce of focus, linking energy, intent, and instinct into a single network. Golden arcs surged outward, pushing back the vortex while dispersing storm spawn caught in its pull. Rin's squadron, guided through the heart, executed a coordinated counterattack, striking at the vortex's edges, destabilizing its structure. Smaller dragons darted between energy surges, intercepting attacks and feeding information back into the heart network. Solyara landed beside Kale, massive wings folding around him. You are learning, Kale. Every bond is tested, every instinct refined. But the storm beyond the stars is clever, it will not falter. You must be ready for its ultimate strike. Kale's jaw tightened. Then we prepare. Every dragon, every rider, every pulse of the heart, must be flawless. If it strikes again, we will be ready. As dusk fell, the storm's energy pulsed across the horizon, shadows twisting like living creatures. But the dragons, united through the heart, held steady. Their wings spread, golden threads glimmering, energy surging in perfect synchronization. Kale looked at Draxus. We've trained for this moment. Every maneuver, every instinct, every bond, now we put it to the test. The final battle begins tonight. The golden light of the heart expanded, connecting every dragon, rider, and even Solyara in a radiant network. Energy arced across the sky, colliding with the storm's shadows, illuminating the plateau in blinding brilliance. Kale felt the weight of history on his shoulders. Every battle fought, every lesson learned, every bond forged through fire and blood led to this moment. The storm beyond the stars would strike, and the Alliance would face its ultimate trial. But Kale knew one truth above all. The heart, united with the dragons and guided by trust and instinct, could withstand any storm. And when the final flame ignited, heroes and legends would be forged, leaving a mark on history that no darkness could erase. The plateau trembled as the storm's energy surged once more, shadows twisting into monstrous forms. Draxus roared, wings beating the wind, and Kale raised Dawnfang, golden light pulsing in sync with the heart. Now, we show the storm the meaning of the final bond. Kale shouted. Golden arcs of energy intertwined with dragon wings, lighting the battlefield, preparing for the epic confrontation that would decide the fate of kingdoms, dragons, and the heart itself. The night had fallen over Frost Peak Plateau, but the battlefield glowed with a blinding golden light as the heart pulsed in unison with Draxus and every dragon in the Alliance. The storm beyond the stars had fully revealed its power. Monstrous forms of shadowed energy twisted and writhed in the air, each one larger and faster than the last. Kale gritted his teeth, holding Dawnfang tightly. This is it. The final wave. Draxus, every dragon, every rider, our bond is our strength. Stay focused. Solyara soared above, wings cutting through the turbulent air. The heart is alive, Kale. It responds to your will, but you must act decisively. Every instinct, every pulse, every connection. Channel them into one purpose. The storm unleashed a barrage of energy bolts, dark arcs that tore through the plateau, striking cliffs, ice shards and anything in their path. Draxus twisted midair, golden light flaring as Kale extended the heart. Smaller dragons darted in between the lightning strikes, their energy pulses guided perfectly by Kale's mental commands. Rin intercept the left flank. Small dragons shield the eastern ridge. Kale's voice echoed through the heart. Every dragon responded instantly, maneuvers perfectly synchronized, golden threads pulsing with each beat. The storm's apex re-emerged, larger and more intelligent than ever. Its shadowed wings spanned the horizon, energy lashing outward with deadly precision. Kale felt the heart vibrate violently, warning of the immense danger. They've learned, every move we've made they've adapted. Kale shouted. Draxus now. We fight as one, every strike, every pulse. Golden light erupted from Draxus and the allied dragons, arcs of energy interweaving into a radiant net that absorbed the storm's attacks and redirected them with surgical precision. The plateau shook, cliffs splintering, ice shards flying, but the alliance held firm, every dragon moving as if extensions of Kale's own body. Soyara descended upon the apex, claws raking through its scales, while Kale pushed Donfang to its limit. The heart pulsed in resonance, connecting every dragon, rider and Soyara in a perfect web of coordination. Golden arcs struck relentlessly, meeting the storm's energy with unparalleled precision. Suddenly, a massive surge of storm energy threatened to sever the heart's connection. Draxus faltered midair, wings straining. Kale's mind screamed through the heart, weaving every pulse, instinct and strategy into one decisive motion. Now Draxus, all dragons, focus the heart. The golden threads of the heart expanded explosively, linking every dragon and rider into a network of unstoppable power. Arcs of light collided with the storm's ultimate force, the energy twisting and cracking under the combined might of instinct, strategy and unity. Rin and the smaller dragons executed coordinated flanking attacks, striking at weak points Soyara had identified. The storm's shadowed forms screeched, energy lashing wildly, but the alliance anticipated every move, countering with perfect timing. Kale's muscles burned, his mind strained, but he felt a surge of pure clarity. This is what the heart was meant for, the final bond, unbreakable, unstoppable. The apex roared, unleashing a massive shockwave of dark energy, threatening to engulf the plateau. Draxus and Soyara created a shield of golden light, bolstered by the pulses of every allied dragon. Kale pushed Donfang forward, amplifying the heart's energy to its ultimate limit. Energy collided with energy, light clashing against darkness. The plateau trembled, ice shattered, and the night sky burned with arcs of gold and shadow. Every dragon, every rider moved with flawless synchronization, every instinct guided by the heart. The apex faltered, stunned by the overwhelming force. Kale felt the moment of opportunity. Now, the final strike. Draxus, all dragons together. Full heart. Kale commanded, unleashing the combined power of every pulse, every strike, every bond forged over months of struggle and training. A blinding surge of golden energy erupted, arcing through the apex, tearing its shadowed form apart. The storm beyond the stars screamed, a sound that shook the plateau to its very core. Golden light cascaded across the battlefield, illuminating dragons, riders, and the plateau in a brilliance that banished the darkness. The apex shattered, its energy dispersing into the wind, leaving behind calm skies and a plateau glowing faintly with golden threads. Every dragon landed, wings trembling, scales shimmering with exhaustion and triumph. Riders dismounted, breathing heavily but filled with awe at the power they had wielded together. Kale collapsed onto Draxus, heart pounding, Donfang glowing softly in his hand. Soyara hovered above, wings folded, massive eyes reflecting approval and pride. The storm has been broken, Kale. Your bond, your heart, your unity, has forged legends today. Remember this moment. Rin approached, eyes wide with amazement. Kale, we did it. We survived, we won, together. Kale smiled, exhaustion and relief flooding through him. Yes, together. The heart, the dragons, humans, united. This is what the final bond truly means. We've forged heroes and legends tonight. The sun began to rise, casting warm light over Frost Peak Plateau. Golden threads shimmered faintly across Dragon's scales and the plateau itself, a lasting reminder of the unity, strength and courage that had defeated the storm beyond the stars. Kale looked at Draxus, Soyara and the allied dragons. This is only the beginning. Our bond, our legacy, will endure. Dragons and humans united will shape the future. And no storm, no matter how powerful, can break it. The dragons roared, wings slicing through the morning air, golden light scattering in every direction. The heart pulsed steadily, a symbol of victory, trust, and unshakable unity. Heroes had been forged, legends born, and the last flame of the final battle burned brighter than any storm. Kale exhaled, Dongfang resting against his shoulder, eyes scanning the horizon. The storm beyond the stars was gone, and with it the greatest threat they had ever faced. But the bond, the heart, and the alliance between humans and dragons remained, eternal, unbroken, and ready for whatever came next. The winds over Frost Peak Plateau had calmed. Golden threads of the heart shimmered faintly across the landscape, casting a warm glow on the dragons and riders as they stood victorious. The storm beyond the stars had been shattered, its remnants scattered across distant skies, and a deep sense of calm settled over the plateau. Kale dismounted from Draxus, knees weak but spirit soaring. He ran a hand over Dongfang, feeling the residual energy of the heart pulsing through it. "We did it, every dragon, every rider, united," he whispered almost to himself as the weight of their victory finally settled. Solyara descended slowly, wings folding gracefully. "Kale, your journey has ended but your legacy begins. The heart has been tested, and through it the bond between dragons and humans has been forged stronger than ever. Remember this moment and protect it." Rin approached, still breathless from the battle. "Kale, the alliance, the dragons, we've never been stronger. I thought we'd be overwhelmed, but the heart, the bond, it guided us." Kale nodded, looking over the plateau. Dragons of all sizes were now resting, wings folding, scales glinting in the morning light. They moved with quiet dignity, proud yet exhausted. Smaller dragons played around larger ones, chirping and nipping in joyous relief. The air was alive with energy yet calm, a testament to the heart's enduring power. "Draxus," Kale murmured, climbing onto the massive dragon's back. "We've come far, old friend. Together we faced the storm beyond the stars and we survived, stronger than ever." Draxus's deep, rumbling growl echoed like a laugh through Kale's mind, a sign of acknowledgement and trust. Solyara landed beside them, her massive eyes scanning the plateau. "Legends are not born from ease, Kale. They are forged in struggle, in unity, and in courage. Today you and your dragons have proven that the bond between humans and dragons can shape the fate of worlds." Kale turned to the riders, each of them exhausted but radiant with triumph. "You've all been incredible. Every move, every strike, every pulse of the heart, you made this victory possible. Remember this feeling, the bond we've forged. It is what will protect the world from any storm that comes next." Rin's voice trembled slightly, eyes glistening. I never imagined I'd be part of something like this. Dragons, the heart, it's beyond anything I could have imagined. I feel invincible, like nothing can stop us when we are together." Kale smiled, placing a hand on Rin's shoulder. "That is exactly it. The heart is powerful, yes, but it is not just energy or instinct. It is trust, unity, and courage. That is what makes us unstoppable." Above them, the sun rose fully, casting golden light across the plateau. The dragons spread their wings, scales shimmering and golden threads of the heart radiated in every direction. It was a sight of beauty and power unlike any ever witnessed, a living testament to the unity between humans and dragons. Kale raised Dongfang high, letting the golden energy pulse outward. "Let this be known across the lands. The storm beyond the stars has been defeated. Dragons and humans, united, will endure. Our bond will not be broken, our legacy will not fade, and the heart will guide every generation to come." The dragons roared in response, a sound that echoed through valleys, over mountains, and across plains far beyond Frost Peak Plateau. It was a declaration of victory, courage, and unity, a signal that the final flame of the storm had been vanquished, and that the alliance between humans and dragons was eternal. As the light of dawn bathed the plateau, Kale watched Draxus soar into the sky, golden arc streaming behind him, followed by the other dragons. Solyara led the way, wings spread wide, their formation a living symbol of the power of the heart and the unbreakable bonds forged in battle. Kale felt a profound sense of peace. The storm beyond the stars would never threaten them again. Not as long as the heart remained, not as long as dragons and humans stood together. Legends had been forged, heroes born, and the world would remember this day forever. He climbed to the highest point of the plateau, looking over the landscape one last time. The scars of battle were visible, but they were a reminder of the price of victory and the strength required to achieve it. We fought, we learned, we endured, and we prevailed. This is the dawn of a new era, for dragons, for humans, and for every life that calls this world home. The plateau was alive with golden light, energy shimmering across scales, wings, and blades. The heart pulsed in perfect harmony, a rhythm of hope and strength that promised that no darkness, no storm, no force, no matter how immense, could ever break the bond they had forged. Kale exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of every victory, every sacrifice, every bond formed over countless trials. The world had changed, legends had been written, and the final flame had forged heroes who would never be forgotten. Together, Kale whispered to Draxus, Solyara, and the allied dragons. Always, together. The dragons roared one final time, golden light blazing across the horizon. The storm beyond the stars was gone, the battlefield quiet, and Frost Peak Plateau shone as a beacon of unity, courage, and the eternal bond between humans and dragons. And as Kale lowered Dawnfang, letting the golden energy fade into a soft glow, he knew that the legacy of the heart, the dragons, and the alliance would endure forever. A legend written not in words but in courage, trust, and fire. The final flame had burned, and heroes, legends, and the bond between humans and dragons had been forged for all time.